Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see, second part, what if Harry Potter died old and was reborn with all his memories. Here is short summary. After living a long life, Harry Potter dies at the age of 73, only to awaken again in his infant body with all his memories intact. Armed with decades of knowledge and experience, Harry now has a second chance to change his destiny and reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Alright, I am definitely not answering any questions from TWW. Harry said when Tonks finished her report. What do we expect from the Quibbler? Fred said from next to George, both of whom were looking at the magazine in their hands while Blaise and Hermione stood behind them, all four with confused expressions. Probably something about a made-up animal called a snurkak and something about cooking. We don't know why. Cooking? Harry asked, unbelieving. Really? What makes you think that? There is this one paragraph. George asked, looking to Hermione, who shrugged. Here goes. I wonder if Mr. Potter's experiments with time, the herb, have revealed any prospective means to attract the elusive crumplehorn snurkak. When have you been experimenting with food? This article wasn't written by Luna, was it? Harry sighed. Yay, it is. Hermione said shortly. Do you know her? In the same fashion that I knew you August 31st. Harry said quietly. She'll be here next year. Wait, Hermione exclaimed. She hasn't even started school yet and she's a reporter. Yay, her dad owns the paper, and is rather eccentric. Harry shrugged. They're generally good people though. Well, she also makes a lot of connections between you and Stubby Boardman. Blaise said. But he's been dead since just after the war. Oh, him. Harry shook his head. The Lovegoods are of the belief that Stubby Boardman was a pseudonym for Sirius Black, and that when my godfather went to Azkaban and Stubby died, well, they took it as proof. By eccentric you meant insane, right? Fred raised an eyebrow. We're all insane, sir, they're just insane in a special way. Harry said sagely. Don't worry though, I'm sure I can deal with anything that Luna asks. I hope. Is anyone else hungry? Harry hopped out of bed after getting nods of confirmation from the group and transfigured his hospital gown into plain black robes. I wish I'd thought of this yesterday. He grumbled. Laughing, the group made their way out of the hospital wing. Interestingly, Madame Pomfrey didn't protest at all. Harry checked the clock on the way out and noticed that it was already halfway through lunch, and he'd been anticipating catching the end of breakfast. Oh well, he thought. These things happen. His disappointment was completely compensated by the scene that they found in the Great Hall. Dumbledore, all of the professors and several older students were standing around a giant pile of crates. Snape was waving a piece of parchment at Dumbledore. Albus, it would take myself and 20 skilled assistants at least a week to do this. Face it, GNICC is bigger than we can imagine. How many do you think it would take, Severus? Dumbledore asked. His guess was somewhere around 80, but he was by no means a potions expert. At least 100. Maybe as many as 150. Snape drawled. And ready to work at a moment's notice. The professors started debating about how many members an organization would have in order to mobilize that kind of manpower. Harry stopped listening. After all, no matter what they decided, they'd be wrong, and quietly made his way to the Ravenclaw table. His friends took up the positions they had that day with the flying incident. Harry noticed the silence and looked around to see almost the entire student body staring at him. Hey guys, Harry said jovially before raising his hand and waving it around emphatically. So, raise your hand if you thought I was dying. People laughed and Harry turned back towards the food. A few people raised their hands but lowered them quickly, blushing, when they realized that Harry was being rhetorical. This was enough to break the tension though, and soon the students were back to their own conversations and not staring at Harry. Harry felt awkward under all of the attention. He found this very strange too, considering how much attention he had been trying to draw to himself. Perhaps that was the problem, he hadn't drawn this to himself. Then again, perhaps it was a carryover from his last life shining through. Harry's reflection didn't last long. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said as she walked towards them holding the parchment that Snape had been brandishing. May I ask for your reasoning behind placing me in charge of all of this? She waved the parchment at him. Officially it is because as the deputy headmistress it is your job to take the duties that Professor Dumbledore is too busy for. Harry said smiling. And unofficially. She sounded suspicious. Because I wanted to add stress to your plate right before final exams. There was a sharp intake of breath from the students who were listening, complemented by a symphony of flatware dropping from limp hands. Kidding of course. I thought that you would delegate the responsibilities to a village representative whereas Dumbledore would insist on dictating how the money is spent. The money isn't to better the image of Albus Dumbledore. While I don't agree, I will accept your reasoning. McGonagall replied curtly and walked back to the staff table shaking her head. What is all of that? Hermione asked. Basilisk bits. Harry said. GNICC was working on it all night. Harry, do you realize how much that basilisk was worth? George almost shouted. And you gave it all away. Fred finished shocked. Well, not all of it. Harry smirked. I kept about 10% of the value in the skull. The skull? Hermione asked, eyebrow raised. Trophy. Yay, something like that. Harry shrugged. I think I am going to end up putting it in whatever room I use to have meetings with people in places of power. We're going to be experimenting with parts of the skeleton to see how it does with channeling magic. I might end up making the skull the base of a ward scheme at some point instead, haven't had much time to think about it. You could always do both. Tonks suggested brightly. I bet Professor Snape is going to be upset that he doesn't get to skim off the top. Blaise weighed in. What's he going to do about it? Give Harry a hard time? Hannah asked. He does that already. That is another reason I bypassed Dumbledore. Harry said. I'm sure he would have given Snape whatever he wanted. Speaking of Dumbledore, you should really tell him about the press event tomorrow. Daphne said quietly. Harry looked up to where the teachers were bickering again. I'll finish lunch first, I think. HPCOC. Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick. Harry started as he walked up to the now settled down staff table. I'm entertaining a few members of the press for tea tomorrow at 2:30. Mr. Potter, I've already spoken to the press for you. Dumbledore said, smiling genially. And who gave you that right? Harry demanded. It sure wasn't me. I was acting en loco parentis, but I'm sure your aunt and uncle would have given their consent. Dumbledore rebuffed. You only have those right while a student has no magical guardian. Harry said. Since Sirius was released I have had a magical guardian. Lord Black isn't going to be legally your guardian until the Wizengamot has declared him fit. Dumbledore said gently. He spent a long time in Azkaban. It would be irresponsible of us to allow him complete freedom before making sure he is ready for it. What? Harry demanded. Why wasn't I told? I advised Lord Black against telling you because it was our hope that everything would be resolved before summer started so you could go with him and never need to know. Dumbledore said levelly. I wouldn't have told you if it didn't come up. No sense in worrying about something you cannot affect and might not matter in the long run. Did you just say I might not get to live with him this summer? Harry asked impatiently. Yes, the chance is small though. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. There is still about a month before the end of term. You're the chief warlock, Harry exclaimed. Push it through faster, old man. You're upset, so I'm going to ignore the lack of respect. I'm also not going to get into the difficulties of your request. I will say that I'm doing what I can. Dumbledore said before silently adding, to keep you at the Dursleys. And if it doesn't get resolved by summer? Harry asked irritably, already knowing the answer. I'm afraid your only option at that point is to go to the Dursleys for one last summer. Unless I can get him permanently declared unfit. Dumbledore thought. That's not happening, Harry said stubbornly, crossing his arms. I certainly hope not. Albus agreed. But the press is definitely not happening. What? Why? You can't do that, Harry pleaded. I am the headmaster of this school. I am certainly within my rights to deny the press access to the grounds. Dumbledore declared. And I think the students have been disrupted more than enough by this incident. We don't need journalists traipsing all over the place. They'll be coming into the entrance hall, having tea, asking questions and leaving. There will be no traipsing, Harry insisted. Unless one of them has to go to the restroom, Dumbledore supplied air quotes, and uses it as an excuse to run down students and get quotes. You're paranoid, Harry said. Perhaps, but it is my job to be, and I'm not wavering on this. Dumbledore said with finality. Fine. Harry shouted and stomped off. In this moment most of Hogwarts witnessed a rare event, for Snape was taking open glee in seeing the spawn of his rival rebuffed so completely. Bad news? Hermione asked as Harry sat down next to her again. Very. Harry said angrily. He's denying the press access to the grounds and then told me that I might not get to live with my godfather this summer. What? Tonks asked. Why would he deny the press? And why wouldn't you be able to live with Sirius? Fred added. I think he is punishing me for snubbing him with the basilisk parts and for what I said about his order. Harry grumbled. What about Sirius? Surely he doesn't have the authority to take you away from him. Hermione stated. No, Dumbledore doesn't have that power, but the Wizengamot does. Harry admitted. They have him tied up in red tape to see if he is fit to be my guardian, before he is allowed to be my guardian. Conveniently Dumbledore is the head of the Wizengamot. That's not fair, Hannah exclaimed. It really is. Harry assured her, Blaise, Daphne and, surprisingly, Susan all nodded with his statement. Harry has been using the same tactics all year. Blaise said. With his own additions. Susan added, nodding. At some point Dumbledore was going to play his game. Daphne said. Students don't normally politic against adults. Blaise continued levelly. We don't have any positions of power yet. Once we grow up we'll be heads of houses, or ministry officials or something. It doesn't really matter because then we will have some sort of influence on things. Harry has influence early on because of his fame, Susan said, which gave him the weight to start with. But he can only influence opinion at the moment. Daphne finished, which puts me distinctly at a disadvantage against policy makers. Harry concluded solemnly, especially since I don't have full access to the Potter wealth for bribe money. Bribe money? Hermione asked incredulously, isn't bribery illegal? Don't forget that the magical world has different laws than the Muggle one. Tonks said. But in general yes, the penalties are minimal though. And everyone is okay with that. Hermione asked skeptically. Our government is run by an appointed executive branch with an elected head and a hereditary one combined legislative and judicial branch, which is the body that elects the minister. Harry said. Anyone who cares is not in a position to do anything about it. So what about what the citizens want? Hermione asked curiously. Our community is small, public opinion is easy to hear. Daphne said. And with people like Harry and Dumbledore around you can't really trust the public opinion. Blaise said smiling. Hey, Harry objected. I resent that. Resent it all you want, it's true. Blaise rebutted. I've been watching you all year, it does beg the question, why aren't you in Slytherin? People don't trust sneaky SS. Harry said quietly enough for only the 8 of them to hear. Sneaky eagles take you by surprise. So the hat just put you in Ravenclaw? Susan asked just as quietly. Well, I had to ask. Harry whispered. I didn't know you could make requests. Hermione shrieked. Yay, I asked to go where Harry did. Tonks whispered, shrugging. You did. Harry asked, touched. Yay, it wanted to put me in Hufflepuff. Tonks said smiling. It said that my determination to be sorted with the other metamorph was a great show of loyalty, but my ability to argue the problems with that won the day. Harry and Tonks just looked at each other smiling for a few seconds before Daphne broke the awkward, for the other 7 anyway, moment. So I guess I should go write letters telling the reporters not to come, shouldn't I? Huh. Harry started shaking his head. Oh, yay. All right, they're sure to be upset with this. Daphne said, starting to get up. Wait. Harry stopped her. Tell them that we're doing it at the 3 Broomsticks. But Harry, Hermione started with a tone that Harry knew all too well from his last life. We're not allowed to leave the grounds. True, I actually have a plan that can get me out of trouble, Tonks too, but I can't pull it for anyone else. Harry said thoughtfully. Although I wouldn't suggest you attend, there is little reason for you to be there and it could use up all of your leverage to get away with it. But you can't go alone. Tonks insisted. I won't be alone either way. Nick will be there. Harry smiled reassuringly. What's the leverage to get us out of trouble? Tonks asked. If I'm comparing the values of my options I should know the value of my options. Too true. Harry commended and leaned across Hermione to whisper to her directly. Dumbledore gave us waivers to get out of detentions. So long as he doesn't remember he will probably only assign 1 detention per person. I would tell everyone but we really don't want Dumbledore to find out until tomorrow. Tonks nodded her agreement. You're right, I am better off saving that. Alright, so I'm telling the press tea with Harry and Nick 2:30 at the Three Broomsticks. Daphne recapped, standing up. I'm off. I have a few letters to write myself. Harry said, standing as well. Gotta find out who I need to talk to get a visit with Sirius. Sirius will probably know. When Harry left, the remaining members of his court broke up and went their ways, except for Hermione and Tonks, who went with Harry, and went to their dorms to be interrogated by the other students. The reply from Sirius came quickly and they were scheduled to meet after dinner the next day. HPCOC. That evening Nick intercepted Dumbledore just as he was entering the Great Hall for dinner. No one noticed as Harry discreetly checked the time. Ah, Headmaster. Harry told me that you were looking to have a word with me. I'm fairly busy but I have time now if it is convenient. Nick said in his thick London accent. Have you eaten? I was just on my way to dinner and you would be more than welcome to join me, Mr. Harry never gave us your surname. Dumbledore said apologetically. Nick is a more than adequate title. Nick said calmly. And to answer your question, yes, I have eaten. I had dinner just before coming here, in fact. If you like we can reschedule. No, that won't be necessary, I'll just eat later. Dumbledore said, leading Nick out of the hall. Let's go to my office and chat. If you're sure, Nick said diplomatically. I don't want to impose. It is no imposition, I assure you. Dumbledore insisted. It isn't as though the food will all be gone when we're done. Are you sure? Nick joked. Harry has told me things about that Weasley boy. Dumbledore laughed. I suspect that boy is why his family has such a difficult time saving money. Drop. Dumbledore offered a few minutes later when they got to his office. Nick politely declined. Dumbledore tented his hand in front of his mouth for a few moments. So, what can you tell me about Harry's training? Not a lot, Nick said. The specifics are classified but it is fairly comprehensive. This summer he's scheduled to start combat training. Do you think it is wise to push him at this age? Dumbledore asked, concerned. Would it not be better for him to have a normal childhood? The kid was more famous by his second birthday than you will ever be, Albus. His life would never have been normal. Nick said. Besides, the order came from the top. Our founder himself wanted to make sure that Harry was ready for whatever he will have to face in his life. What do you think he will have to face? Dumbledore asked. Our founder knows something about Harry that he hasn't told another living soul. Nick shrugged. I suppose what he isn't telling us holds that answer. Any theories? Dumbledore pressed. Well, the only thing we know is that it isn't a prophecy that he's withholding. Nick said, grimacing. Why do you think that? Dumbledore asked, slightly concerned. Well, if there was a prophecy indicating that Harry should have or would need to have advanced training to survive, wouldn't be kept hidden from him. Nick said confidently. The Grand Nick might be crotchety in his age but he isn't that much of a jerk. Albus gulped audibly. Grand Nick. That is the title of our founder. Nick said. His name is Nick as well. Dumbledore inquired. When the vest is on your name is always Nick, or Nicole, if you're a girl. Nick said proudly. Helps keep us anonymous. Interesting idea. Dumbledore admitted. I suppose if you're stubborn enough that would be successful. And we're definitely stubborn enough. Nick replied. So let's cut the crap. Why did you call me here? My first goal is to hear the details of what happened between you and Professor Quirrell yesterday. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, folding his hands patiently. There isn't much to tell. Nick said. When I saw him holding the stone I hit his hand with a reducto and then we bantered. Why do the bad guys always talk? Then we fought and I killed him. I vanished his head too. Never can be too safe. How did you get past my protections? Dumbledore asked. Oh, please. I could have gotten through that mess as a first year. Nick boasted. I don't know how you expected them to keep out anyone decently talented with a wand. Besides, Voldemort destroyed everything on his way through. So tell me more about your organization. Dumbledore ordered. No, Nick responded. If you don't, I'm going to have to insist that you don't come into contact with Harry again. Dumbledore tried. Insist all you want. I don't care. Nick retaliated. No one cares what you say Harry can or can't do. I'm his guardian and I will be respected. Dumbledore said irritatedly. Harry is not to go near you. Good for you making rules and everything. Nick said condescendingly. Best of luck trying to enforce them though. It's not like we ever needed your permission before. I'll have you arrested. Dumbledore countered. Who are you going to charge with the crimes? Nick asked, raising an eyebrow. Nick is a title, not a name. Not to mention that it is the title from a group that you only know about because our founder decided to let you know. I'm leaving now. Maybe we can talk again when you're less hostile. Dumbledore wasn't used to being dismissed out of hand like that. He was Albus Dumbledore. For the last 50 years he has gotten an answer to every question and obedience from everyone. How dare he say that Albus' rules didn't apply to Albus' charge? Albus knew his plan was ill-advised, but he was so upset that he stopped caring, and sent the strongest legilimency probe he could muster into the strange man. All he needed was blackmail to leverage against him. He was sure there would be something. Albus, Minerva called out. Strange, they all know not to barge into meetings. Albus thought, confused. Why are my eyes closed? Albus, wake up. Minerva called again, this time shaking his shoulder slightly. Did I fall down? What's going on? Albus asked himself, opening his eyes. He was in his office with Minerva and no one else. There was someone here. What are you doing in here? Can't you see I'm in a meeting? Albus, it has been hours since you left the Great Hall. Minerva said, relieved that he was speaking. What? No, it hasn't. Dumbledore argued. We've only been talking for a few minutes. Albus, it is dark out. All the students are in bed, as are most of the staff. McGonagall said patiently. I think you've been unconscious the whole time. What's the last thing you remember? I was talking to Nick, he was refusing my answers. Dumbledore said listlessly. Then I got angry and he started to leave, then I heard you. Do you think he attacked you? McGonagall asked, upset. Maybe, it's foggy, I can't really remember. Albus said as he started to get to his feet. He stumbled slightly and Minerva immediately caught him. Thank you, Minerva. You've had a long day, why don't we get you to bed and we can deal with Nick tomorrow? McGonagall said reassuringly and led Albus into his bed chamber. At least one person is still doing what I intend them to do. Albus thought, smiling. Across the castle there was only one thought left for Harry tonight before sleep claimed him. I wonder if the old man will think twice about brain-raping people. HPCOC. Harry's morning was eventful. Based on how often he had a staff member tailing him, he assumed that Dumbledore had heard about the change in venue and ordered the teachers to do anything to keep Harry from going. Not that it was going to work. Harry wasn't surprised that Filch and Snape were the two that were trying the hardest to catch him. What did surprise Harry though was McGonagall being the third most vigilant. She followed him around all morning with a strange cold glare. Snape and Filch both looked giddy at having the chance to get Harry in trouble. McGonagall and Snape were both at the staff table while Filch loitered at the door to the entrance hall during lunch. Just before 1:30 Harry decided it was time to go. He stood up, and very loudly and clearly spoke to his court, loud enough for every person in the hall to hear. I'm going to the bathroom now, I'll see you in a few hours. Harry made a hasty exit past Filch, who followed a few moments later. He activated the Marauders map while he was walking and watched as McGonagall and Snape spread out, presumably to prevent Harry from slipping by unnoticed. Harry smirked. Time to have some fun. For the next 50 minutes Harry wandered around the halls messing with the heads of his pursuers. The professors never stood a chance really. One moment Harry would duck around a corner in front of one and then walk out of a door in front of another. Between disillusioning himself, warping and the map it was a cakewalk. HPCOC. Just my luck, McGonagall thought to herself. Why couldn't Harry be like the twins, or any other trouble student and at least be troublesome where you know where he is? But no, Harry Potter has to be harder to get a hold on than a fish. That is when she heard a scream coming from above her. She drew her wand and increased her pace up the stairs. She only got a few more steps when she saw Harry's body fall past her. She jumped over to the rail intent on casting charms to save the boy's life from the fall. She looked down and saw nothing. No falling boy, no smear on the floor, nothing. Eventually she decided that she'd been pranked. Screw this search, I need a drink. HPCOC. A disillusioned Harry was flying just under the stairs that led from the 3rd floor to the 4th, trying his hardest not to start laughing. Once he had the impulse under control he warped off to the village to meet the press. Harry stayed disillusioned as he entered the bar and decided it was a good thing as Hagrid, Dumbledore and Professor Sprout were there waiting for him. Dumbledore is really desperate to win this battle for control. Harry thought as he carefully made his way past them. I suppose it makes sense if he is still trying to get me to take the martyr's path. Nick training is certainly a threat to his plan. Harry was starting up the stairs to the private room when a Dove Patronus materialized in the room. It spoke in Snape's voice. Albus, we're pretty sure he's managed to get out of the castle. Who are you waiting for? Madame Rosmerta called from behind the bar. Harry Potter. He is supposed to be hosting a press conference today but wasn't given permission to leave the grounds. Hagrid said loudly. What? He's been here for half an hour already. Rosmerta told them, causing Harry to quicken his pace. They're in room 4. What? Dumbledore shouted. Harry slipped into room 4 and quickly warded it against everything he could think of. He dropped his disillusionment as he turned to face the reporters. Hello everyone. If anyone asks, I've been here since 2 OK. Harry walked to join Nick at the head of the table. Rita Skeeter was there along with Luna and a woman in her 20s that Harry had never seen before. The older ladies each brought their own photographer. Nick was there too, obviously, and he was the one that checked in with Rosmerta a half an hour ago. Harry sat down and calmly poured himself some tea. Well, I believe that you all know me, but I'm Harry Potter. The man on my right is Nick. He is a friend and ally. Harry said before motioning towards Rita. My name is Rita Skeeter, I write for the Prophet, you may have heard of me. This man is my photographer. Rita said, waving dismissively at her companion. Frank, I think. My name is Steve Miller. Her photographer muttered. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm Joan Fellows from Teen Witch Weekly and my photographer, the 20-something started. Can introduce himself, thank you. The photographer smiled down at her, clearly not taking offense. As she chuckled, he finished. I'm Solomon Glover, it's nice to meet you. Luna Lovegood, Quibbler. Luna said. Daddy said I'm too young to boss around a photographer, so I brought my own camera. His name is Stu. It is a shame that no one from International Wizarding News was able to make it. Nick said, both he and Harry smiling at Luna while the others looked insulted by her presence. So let's get started then. Harry said, clapping his hands together while the reporters picked up their quills. Luna. Mr. Potter, will you tell us about your experiments with time? Luna asked dreamily. Excuse me. Harry asked, internal warning signs flashing. I've heard that you're changing time. Luna said in a misty voice. We were wondering if it was a culinary endeavor or a botanical one. Oh, well, I've been cooking a fair bit if that's what you mean. Harry said, frowning and rubbing the back of his neck. I mean, not in the last month or so, but before then. Rita, why the change of venue? Rita asked, raising an eyebrow. Headmaster Dumbledore was adamant that having the press present would disrupt the other students. Harry said calmly. And you were allowed to come without an escort. Rita followed up. Oh, no, not at all. If you were to open the door right now you would find 3 staff members, I'm perfectly escorted. Harry smiled cheekily. Joan. Everyone wants to know, does Harry Potter have his eyes set on a specific girl? Joan asked, waggling her eyebrow suggestively. Solomon wasted no time taking a picture of Harry's blush. No comment. Harry said quickly. Luna, how did you and Nick meet? I'll cover this one, Harry. Nick said and stepped forward. GNICC leadership decided to take an interest in Harry's development. I made contact with Harry for the first time within hours of him being left at his Muggle relative's house by Albus Dumbledore. Rita. Harry prompted. Nick, what was your involvement in the events of the other day? I don't know what story Dumbledore officially released, but after Harry got attacked by Quirrell and they got put in the hospital wing, I took up a guardian role there. Nick said. I have no doubt that I was with Harry for more of that time than anyone, including his girls. Joan gasped quietly and jotted down some extra notes. Then when Quirrell got out of bed all of a sudden I knew there was something wrong, so I followed him. He gave the basilisk the orders to attack the village and then made his way to the 3rd floor corridor that had various protections within. Being an agent of Voldemort, Quirrell didn't care and simply obliterated everything in front of him. Our confrontation ended in the room with the artifact Quirrell was trying to steal, and we fought until I was forced to kill him. Nick continued. That accomplished, I found myself tired, but I knew that Harry would be up momentarily, so I sent him a message informing him of the basilisk. Nick concluded soundly. Where did the basilisk come from? Luna asked. And did you find any aquavirius maggots? They're supposed to like feasting on the cast-off scales of semi-aquatic SS. I believe it was the Chamber of Secrets, can't be sure though. Nick shrugged. Quirrell spoke a password and the sink in a bathroom moved to the side and opened a long tunnel to a space deep under the school where the S was. I'm afraid I don't know what an aquavirius maggot looks like. I can check with the elves to see if any were harvested. You can't miss them, Harry said nonchalantly. They're about this size of your finger, bright blue and they flash. Right, Nick said, scratching his head, not noticing that Luna was beaming at Harry. I didn't see any of those, no, sorry. So what happened next? Rita asked. That's my part of the story. Harry said. I woke up in my bed when Quirrell died. Just after my moment of disorientation left me, I greeted my friends and then heard the message. The mission was pretty straightforward: get weapon, kill S. Harry shrugged. The only basilisk-slaying weapon whose location I knew was the Sword of Gryffindor. So I made my way up to Dumbledore's office and asked the Sorting Hat to fetch the sword for me. From there I made my way as quickly as I could down to the village, and you know the rest from there. How is it that you just happen to know the location of a priceless treasure that has been lost for centuries? Rita dug. Has it really? Harry asked, looking to Nick, who shrugged. I knew it was considered lost, which is what allowed me to claim it, but you really didn't know. How were we supposed to know? Rita said indignantly. It hasn't been seen since Godric died and he didn't leave a record of it. Haven't you listened to the Hat's song? Harry retorted. It tells you flat out that Godric put the brains in it. Actually, the Hat is more similar to a magic portrait than anything else. You said it was in Dumbledore's office. Luna breathed. I understand that there is a guardian gargoyle to prevent just that. A few months ago that gargoyle and I got into a disagreement. Harry said with emphasis on disagreement. I believe that since then it has adopted the policy of not trying to stop me. Oh, the blibbering humdingers claimed that they gave you the password. Luna said, sounding disappointed. The blibbering humdingers are probably also the ones who told you I was cooking, despite me distinctly making them promise to keep it a secret. Harry sighed. You can't trust anything they say. Luna looked slightly upset with the answer but didn't say anything. Joan did pick up the questions though. You said that there was a disagreement. Details. It was the day of my godfather's trial and I didn't want to be late. The headmaster was taking us and we were trying to get him to hurry up when we realized that none of us knew the password. Harry explained, blushing. When the gargoyle didn't move after we asked, I got angry and blew it up. Who is we? Rita followed up. Harry was beginning to think that they each only had a very loose guide for their questions and were really just fishing for everything they could. My best friends Hermione Granger and Tonks, and myself of course. Harry said, looking Rita dead in the eye. Are those his girls, that Nick spoke of? Joan asked with a coy grin. No comment. Harry said, blushing. I am not going to talk about my love life, nor am I going to talk about anatomy. Just leave it alone. Come on, Harry. Rita said saucily. Countless girls across the country are eagerly waiting to find out if there is still a chance with you. No comment. Harry said, blushing harder. To his irritation, Nick started laughing. Harry felt like he had betrayed himself. We've gotten several letters from girls declaring that by the end of next year you would be theirs. Joan laughed. Probably many more have the same goal and just haven't told anyone, right, Luna? Of course. Luna said without missing a beat and completely devoid of embarrassment. My goal is Christmas though. Harry buried his face in his hands while everyone else laughed for a while. When they were done, Rita pulled them back onto topic. So Harry, how are you going to spend the money from selling the body? I actually took the lazy route. I donated 90% of the raw ingredients to the village for reconstruction and to assist the families that were affected. Harry smiled, knowing how good this was for his image. The remaining portion I am holding for my own personal use. So in short, I'm not going to spend it because I made no gold from the event. What I am actually going to be using the parts for, I'm not sure yet. And so the afternoon went. For 2 more hours the 3 reporters asked questions and Harry answered. Rita's continued to get more and more invasive as she searched for all the seeds of discord she could find. Joan's questions were about his social life and had a strong focus towards trying to make him slip up and talk about girls. Luna's questions continued getting more and more bizarre. spanning a great variety of subjects, both real and fictional. Fortunately, Harry's former memories continued to supply him with the answers she was looking for. Nick was questioned from time to time but never was asked anything of significance. Finally, Harry dropped the wards on the room and the press started filing out, right past an upset Dumbledore. He didn't speak until all of the reporters were gone. "Detention, Mr. Potter, tomorrow night with Professor Snape. You'll report to his office at 8 o'clock. "Yes, sir," Harry said solemnly and followed Albus as he started making his way back up to the castle. Harry smirked when he noticed the beetle crawling up the back of the headmaster's robes. He hoped Rita was going to get a good scoop. As Harry split off from Dumbledore to rejoin his friends, Albus sighed and sent a Patronus messenger. He was almost halfway to his office when Snape joined him. "Ah, Severus, Mr. Potter will be joining you for detention tomorrow evening after dinner." "I see," Severus drawled. "Is there any particular reason you chose to stick the brat on me?" "I thought you might be able to enjoy yourself," Albus said, smiling. "I don't think I'm going to remember to mark down an end time. Just don't break any rules. The boy needs to learn to obey me, but if you give him a foothold he'll crucify you." "I think I have just the thing," Snape said, smirking. "I assume that cleaning 2 classes worth of cauldrons is within the rules." "Yes, that should be no problem at all," Dumbledore replied, knowing how difficult some cauldrons can be to clean. "So how much damage did he do?" Snape asked. "I can't be sure until the articles are published. That room had some of the best privacy wards I've ever seen," Dumbledore admitted glumly. "I just hope he didn't tell Rita that I threatened to halt Black's guardianship." Neither of them noticed a small green beetle drop off of Dumbledore's robes in shock. "HPCOC. Padfoot," Harry shouted as he dashed across the entrance hall that evening. "Hey pup," Sirius said, hugging Harry. "I woke up and got out of the hospital and stuff," Harry said gleefully. "Thought you should know." "I see that," Sirius said, laughing. "So tell me about the fight." "Later," Harry said, turning serious suddenly. "What can we do about the hold-up with you gaining guardianship?" "Not much," Sirius said. "Normally being a wealthy noble would be helping my case. But Dumbledore," Harry lead. But Dumbledore has the Wizengamot convinced that, since I became Lord Black while incarcerated, that I might not be able to handle the stress of it in a child. His fear is that I will be so busy with matters of state just by you whatever you want instead of actually parenting you. Did you tell that I have gone 10 years without parenting already at the place I'll be going if they don't grant you guardianship?" Harry asked. "Yes, but Dumbledore vouches for the Dursleys and so it is his word against mine," Sirius said sadly. "I'll tell them then," Harry countered hotly. "Then it is your word against his, which is closer, but Dumbledore would probably still win," Sirius replied flatly. "I'm pretty sure Dumbledore got this started in the first place." "I wouldn't be surprised, but tell me your reasoning," Harry asked rationally. "When you were unconscious he approached me trying to convince me that it would be better for you to go back to the Dursleys. The next day I told him that it was going to be your choice and he made that disappointed face at me, said he understood, and then 2 days later I get a notice of the inquiry," Sirius said, grimacing. "I don't even know why he wants you back there so much. He keeps saying it is for the greater good and won't explain further." "Typical old goat," Harry shrugged, making Sirius laugh. "Anyway, I'm not going back to the Dursleys under any circumstances. If the old man sends me there, Nick will take me with him. I don't know why, but I don't feel uneasy in the slightest about the idea of you being rescued by people I know nothing about," Sirius said quietly. "Maybe that means they're right and I shouldn't be a guardian." "They're not right at all," Harry said defiantly. "I just don't need a father figure in my life. After all, I have gotten this far without one. A close friend though I could use. Well, I'll shoot for somewhere in between and see how things go." Sirius laughed while pulling something out of his pocket. "Your dad and I used these while we were in detention. Just say my name into it and mine will vibrate and give off heat." "Brilliant," Harry said quickly and took the mirror. "What you did with Dad reminds me though, did you keep the notes on the Marauders map? I want to get some special versions made for gifts." "I'll ask Moony," Sirius replied before taking a coy tone. "So if I'm going to be a friend rather than a father, why don't you tell me about girls?" "Why does everyone ask me that?" Harry eyed up at the ceiling. "I have an answer, but you're not going to like it." "I don't know about that," Sirius insisted. "All right, here goes." Harry lead in. I'm seeing AS. What's wrong with dating a Slytherin? Sirius asked confused. Let's see, in your year there is the Greengrass girl. I saw her in the hospital wing a couple times. Good for you. The Greengrasses are a good family. No, you don't understand. I'm seeing AS. Harry switched to Parseltongue at this point. Say hi hand. Hi hand. The S exclaimed, sticking her head out of Harry's collar. The whites of Sirius' eyes were visible all of the way around his irises. After not breathing for a few seconds, he noticed that Harry was snickering. Sirius soon saw the joke. Oh, so you think spraying Parseltongue on unsuspecting friends is funny to you? The funniest. You're now the third person I've told. Harry mused. I should probably tell the rest of the court though. They deserve to know. So only my cousin and Hermione know too? Sirius asked. No, not them. The twins. Harry said. You'd like them a lot. Real pranksters. We've chatted. Sirius laughed. I encourage them to keep inventing. Maybe be hazardous to the world though, based on their notes. After a few moments of good-natured laughing, Sirius suddenly stopped and regarded Harry. You're not actually dating your S, are you? HPCOC. So the brown folder is a copy of my notes, the blue folder are the assignments that the professors have said won't be graded because of how long ago they were assigned. Hermione started guiding Harry through his missing school work. The red folder are things that are current with the class, and the yellow folder are the assignments that still need to be turned in, but were already turned in by the class as a whole. Understand? Wow, you did all this? Harry asked, stunned. This is amazing, Hermione. Thank you. You're welcome, she said, bashfully turning red. I can set up a study schedule for you to get ready for the exams if you want. Thank you, but no thank you. Harry hugged her. I don't really need to study. Harry. Hermione shouted into his before pulling back. You have to study, you won't get a good grade if you don't, and then what will you do? Have you been practicing your occlumency? Harry asked. Not since you stopped helping us. Hermione blushed again. We were too distracted with you in the hospital and everything. Tonks added quietly. I'm going to be in the hospital a lot. Harry said flatly. You'll never get anything done if you drop everything just for that. Why are you going to be in the hospital a lot? Hermione asked, concerned. Voldemort has been traipsing around the school all year. Harry shrugged. He's clearly not dead. I'm his only target that hasn't died. He has a score to settle. Until he is gone, I must assume I'm in a certain amount of danger. Doesn't that worry you? Tonks asked shakily. Harry just shrugged again. You already knew. Hermione concluded. Whatever he was after, you knew it was here as bait. That's what you meant by, a long time ago, sorta, wasn't it? You just didn't want us to worry. And Nick training you was because he knew you know who wasn't gone. Tonks added with confidence. Well, a long time ago, sorta, was actually referring to Halloween, but otherwise you two are very correct. Harry said, grinning. I wasn't allowed to tell anyone. Oh, that makes sense. Hermione smiled back. Wait, Halloween. The troll was distraction take 1. Harry mimed 2 pieces of wood clacking together. And the basilisk was take 2. We're off topic. What does occlumency have to do with studying? Hermione said, shaking her head. Oh, right. Well, at a certain level of proficiency you can the ability to store information very efficiently. Hermione's eyes grew wide at this. If you work hard, by this time next year studying could be obsolete for the two of you too. That night Tonks and Hermione were up late poring over the occlumency books Harry had gotten them that year. HPCOC. This was the first morning that Harry would be waking up outside of the hospital wing again. Tonks of course couldn't waste the moment. And so it came to be that Harry woke up that morning to the sight of Tonks flying towards him through the air. Harry. Harry quickly rolled to the side and Tonks only caught mattress. Good morning, Nim. Morning. I'm glad you're not back in the hospital for something weird. Tonks said, biting her lip and pulling Harry into a hug. Harry laughed and motioned for Hermione to join the hug. I should be done in there for this year. So don't worry. Food. Both girls nodded into him and then the three climbed out of bed. Harry put some clothes on and they made their way out of the tower. Everyone in the Great Hall stopped eating and talking when they walked in. After only a moment of this, Harry waved. Good morning, everyone. Everyone turned their attention away from the trio as they made their way to the Ravenclaw table. Breakfast was progressing swimmingly while the girls filled Harry in on current potions work. None of them noticed the post arriving until a common barn owl swooped down to Harry. Harry quickly untied the letter. "Thank you. You're a very handsome bloke." The owl puffed up proudly and took off while Harry unrolled the note. After a moment he sighed. "Seems that Dumbledore has told Snape to be extra rough on me in detention tonight. What do you think he'll make you do?" Hermione sounded very unsure. "I'm sure it can't be too bad, I mean, right?" "I dunno," Harry said cheerfully. "We'll probably find out in class, one way or another." "Why are you happy?" Tonks raised an eyebrow. "I've got my free pass, remember?" Harry asked, smirking. The note said that Dumbledore specifically told him that he didn't set an end time, so Snape might set something up that will take all night to accomplish. HPCOC. Can anyone tell me why we must take caution while making the steady flame compound? Snape drawled. Harry raised his hand enthusiastically. Mr. Potter, from the time that the essences of the flametongue flower is added until there is no more water in the mixture, it will react violently to any magic. Harry answered smugly. Correct. Snape sneered. Can anyone else tell me the properties of the root wax of the boglily and why we use it in this compound? Entwistle. It is the only known water-soluble wax in the magical world, which allows ingredients to be used that normally would be restricted because of the wax. Kevin said confidently. Such as essence of flametongue. Correct. The instructions are on the board. Snape said, waving his wand, making said instructions appear. This substance is incredibly difficult to wash, so try not to get any on yourself. When you're finished, leave your cauldrons on the back table, I'll have them cleaned tonight. Snape finished his statement with an evil smirk at Harry. As the class got to work, Harry smiled to himself, imagining the look that will be on Snape's face. HPCOC. That evening after dinner, Harry made his way down to the dungeons. Upon entering, he noticed that there were more cauldrons piled up than just his class was able to produce. Snape must have had all of his classes today making the compound. Snape himself was smirking at Harry. I'm sure you know by now what your task is tonight. The cleaning solution is in the closet, and remember, no magic unless you wish to explode. Harry merely smiled and walked up to the desk. He set a piece of parchment down in front of the confused professor and turned and walked out. Harry closed the door behind him and walked away just as Snape's frustrated scream found his ears. HPCOC. Severus, what are you doing here? Dumbledore asked curiously as Snape stormed into his office. I thought you would be with Mr. Potter in detention. The brat showed up and gave me this. Snape threw the exemption note on Dumbledore's desk. Then he just walked out like nothing was unusual. Why didn't you stop him? Dumbledore asked, picking up the paper. Oh, I forgot about these. I believe Ms. Tonks has one as well. I tried to stop him, but he had disappeared completely within a few seconds of closing the door. Snape snarled. He reclaimed his father's cloak this winter. Dumbledore nodded sagely. I'm sure he was just invisible. It was a mistake giving that to him. Snape sneered. I couldn't withhold an heirloom from him. Dumbledore defended. Being his guardian granted me a lot of liberties, but the laws don't allow for that. Since when have you cared about following the law? Snape asked incredulously. Dumbledore just glared back. HPCOC. Oh look, you're on the front page. Tonks said the next morning, handing him a copy of the Prophet. Not that it is unexpected. The front page held a picture of Harry holding the sword of Gryffindor while light was shining through the window into the three broomsticks in just such a manner that made Harry look especially heroic. Opposed to Harry, and facing his picture, was a picture of Dumbledore taken from a low angle, making him look particularly menacing. Harry took one look at the headline, then shot Dumbledore a cocky grin from his seat. Turning back to the paper, he read, The Leader of the Light and the Boy Who Lived at Odds. By Rita Skeeter. Last week, in the wake of the attack on Hogsmeade, I, like many others, traveled to Hogwarts to seek information. When I got around to trying to talk to the hero of the hour, Harry Potter, the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, intervened. Dumbledore turned us away, informing us in no uncertain terms that Mr. Potter had no comment to make on the events of the day. We were in for a shock the next day when our lunch was interrupted by an owl from none other than Harry Potter himself calling for interviews. Mr. Potter had arranged for us to meet in the entrance hall. So why, if Harry Potter didn't want to talk to the press, was he calling us together? The first clue to this riddle came a few hours later when I was once again the recipient of an owl, this time notifying me that the venue had changed to the Three Broomsticks, which had suffered minor damage during the attack. When I arrived at the Three Broomsticks a few minutes after 2 o'clock, I was surprised to find not only 2 Hogwarts staff members but the headmaster himself loitering about the common area, on high alert. My first instinct was to assume they were there for security, but they didn't seem to pay attention to anyone inside, only the people coming in, like they were waiting for someone. Fearing for my story, I entered the room Mr. Potter had reserved with trepidation. To me relief, Mr. Potter and a friend of his named Nick were already there, waiting. Over the next few minutes my colleagues from the Quibbler and Teenwich Weekly arrived. Just before our scheduled start time of 2:30 we heard an angry shout from downstairs. Mr. Potter then cast some impressive privacy wards and we started the questioning. As it turns out, when the headmaster said that Mr. Potter didn't want to talk to the press, Mr. Potter was actually unconscious under the effects of dreamless sleep potion while recovering from the fight. Mr. Potter further claims that when he informed Headmaster Dumbledore of the arranged meeting, Dumbledore then attempted to stymie him. With the simple threat of denying to grant us, the press, access to the school grounds, we were without a meeting place. Thus the change. The 3 members of the Hogwarts staff were waiting for Harry to arrive. Their intention was to take him back to the school and prevent him from talking with us. The headmaster was waiting outside the door when we left, so I, sensing a story, hung back and listened in. Professor Dumbledore gave credence to Mr. Potter's story when he assigned Harry a detention for the very next day. Over the next few days, with great assistance from my contacts with school-aged children, I gathered word from the castle. The rumors are shocking. It would seem that our young savior started his school year by challenging old, outdated and divisive traditions, such as the house point system. An unfortunate but well-known symptom of old age is unwillingness to accept change. Albus Dumbledore recently celebrated his 136th birthday. He was understandably upset with Mr. Potter's actions, and according to the students, the two of them were frequently at odds over various aspects of school life. Rumors also persist that Professor Dumbledore is encouraging his teaching staff to be especially strict with Harry. I have also heard that Dumbledore used his position to prevent Lord Sirius Black from gaining the rightful guardianship of Harry Potter. I checked with the ministry and currently Mr. Potter's guardians are Mr. and Mrs. Vernon Dursley, Lily Potter's Muggle sister and brother-in-law. What is really interesting, however, is that Albus Dumbledore is listed as Harry Potter's magical guardian. What is causing the conflict between these two heroes? What does Dumbledore have to gain by interfering with Lord Black from taking guardianship? How far will the headmaster go to gain the upper hand? How does this reflect on his continued validity as headmaster? Harry Potter's account of the day, page 4. What Dumbledore has to gain, page 6. Lord Sirius Black, facts or fables? Page 8. Harry was thrilled and wasn't hiding it. Rita had finally pulled through for him. He was very glad that he hadn't sent her a can of Raid for Christmas like he had planned. Fortunately, he could still use that as a threat if he needed to. He was grinning at the girls like the Cheshire Cat. This is amazing. I bet this will put the spurs to Sirius, committee. Where did she hear all of these rumors? Hermione asked. What do you mean? Tonks replied. Everything she mentioned is fairly common knowledge, well except for Dumbledore pushing harsher treatment and slowing up Sirius' case. Those rumors that matter though. Hermione said impatiently, not noticing Blaise and Daphne walk up behind her. Hermione's right, Daphne said from directly behind the brunette, causing her to jump. Sorry for sneaking up. It's okay. Hermione said, chuckling. You were saying something about me being right. Daphne laughed. Well, yes, it is very curious that she would be able to find out about those two things unless Harry told her. Oh, I didn't tell her. Harry admitted. I was trying to focus on the basilisk story, no one seemed to care about it though. So how do you think she got the story? Blaise asked calmly. I suspect that she has some way of being undetectable and simply followed Dumbledore around listening to him. Harry speculated. Don't ask me what method she used though, takes something special for Dumbledore not to be able to notice. Dumbledore and Snape are both sending a death glare over here. Tonks worried. Good thing this didn't come out yesterday. So how was your detention anyway? Blaise inquired. Short. Harry smiled smugly. Dumbledore gave me an exemption at Halloween. Snape was pissed. I wonder who ended up cleaning all those cauldrons. I hope the elves refused to. Harry rushed through the rest of his breakfast before hurrying back up to the tower to call Sirius and discuss how the article will affect the timetable. HPCOC. The Quibbler came out that weekend. The magazine was passed to him from down the table. Harry Potter reads the Quibbler out loud, his muggles listen. By Luna Lovegood. Finally someone has replied correctly to my icebreakers. Harry didn't miss a beat expressing knowledge of the jokes and subject matter with perfection. The only logical conclusion is that Harry Potter has been a devoted fan of the Quibbler for years. Then he told us that he grew up with his muggle relatives. Since all family units know what each individual member is interested in, this leads me to conclude that those same muggles know about the Quibbler and its contents. Which would lead one to believe that the muggles also read the Quibbler, but that would be violating the statute of secrecy. However, Harry claims to have trained through his whole life with his friend, Nick, who was also present. Clearly, if someone was going to train a young wizard while allowing him to remain in a muggle neighborhood, they were also going to teach said wizard about the statute of secrecy. A quick check with the Ministry of Magic verified that they had never been called to the Dursley residence for any reason. So we know that the muggles that Harry lived with have to have knowledge of the Quibbler, since Harry Potter does. We know that Harry Potter has never violated the statute of secrecy. Finally, we know that Harry could not have read the Quibbler to his muggles, nor could his muggles have read the Quibbler on their own without violating the very same statute. We at the Quibbler can only conclude that Harry Potter reads the Quibbler out loud when he receives his copy and makes sure to do it where his muggles are sure to be able to listen in. The Quibbler recognizes that we don't have any subscriptions in Harry Potter's name, but would like to congratulate Henry Planter on his guile. There were no words in reaction, just simple blank stares. After a few minutes of silent contemplation, Harry finally spoke up somewhat lamely. Well, the Quibbler has always been known for having real information if you can look past the crazy conjecture. HPCOC. By the end of the next week, Harry was completely caught up on his homework. The final assignment was due to McGonagall, and that Friday Harry and the girls dropped his work of before going to breakfast. They ended up arriving late enough that they had missed the post. Like many mornings before, everyone looked their way as they walked in, but instead of turning back to their meals, many of the girls glared. "Why are they looking at us that way?" Hermione asked, moving closer to Harry. "Teen Witch Weekly must be out," Harry said with resignation. "Must be something inflammatory." "Hey you three," Fred said casually, walking up with George. "Have you seen the article yet?" George asked. "No, how bad is it?" Harry asked, concerned. "Oh, it isn't bad for Harry," George started. "But I certainly wouldn't want to be," Fred continued. "One of these two lovely ladies." Fred finished holding out a copy of the TWW, already open to the relevant page. Harry Potter's Girls. By Joan Fellows. I had a simple assignment when I went to the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade last week to meet with Harry Potter. All my editor asked of me was to find out about Harry's love life. I thought it would be easy. After all, I am a 24-year-old woman interrogating an 11-year-old boy. Most boys his age would turn red at the mention of girls and then easily be badgered into admitting everything. Not Harry Potter. I asked and got a stiff, no comment, as the reply and further questioning was merely ignored. His friend, Nick, however, was a helpful wellspring of little pieces of information. The first of these helpful nuggets is also the most intriguing. While Nick was recounting his part in the events of the other day and the months leading up to it, he said that he had spent the most time in the hospital wing with Harry, while Harry's girls spent the second most. Throughout the rest of the conversation, the number of sullen glares from Harry and knowing smirks from Nick made one question absolutely imperative: who are Harry Potter's girls? Fortunately, I have a sister who is a 7th-year Ravenclaw, and while she is not directly inside Harry's circle, she is friendly with them. She wasn't willing to draw conclusions for us, but she did fill us in on who would be considered Harry's closest friends. In no particular order, sorted by house, we have Nymphadora Tonks, 1st-year Ravenclaw, Metamorphagus and daughter of healer Andromeda Tonks; Hermione Granger, Muggleborn 1st-year Ravenclaw; Blaise Zabini, 1st-year Slytherin and heir to Lady Zabini; Daphne Greengrass, 1st-year Slytherin and heiress to House Greengrass; Susan Bones, 1st-year Hufflepuff, heiress to House Bones, and niece of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Madame Amelia Bones, Hannah Abbott, first-year Hufflepuff, and Fred and George Weasley, third-year Gryffindors. That's 5 girls, 2 being from Harry's own house. Anything further would just be speculation on my part, but we here at Teen Witch Weekly will make sure to keep an eye on Nymphadora and Hermione. I can't believe it. Hermione gasped. I know, it's incredible. Harry added, disbelieving. I'm tempted to kill that witch. Tonks stressed the W quite strongly. All of the Harry Potter fangirls, Fred said somberly, will be out for your blood. George added in the same tone. What? No. Hermione said loudly. That's not it at all. It isn't. The twins asked together. Don't be silly. Harry admonished. So what's wrong? George asked, brow furrowed. She listed me being Muggleborn first like it is the most important attribute about me. Hermione shouted. She printed my name. Twice. Tonks continued. And out of all 3 reporters not one of them cared about the basilisk. Harry finished. Makes me wonder why I even bothered in the first place. The twins looked at them like they were crazy for a moment before laughing. The 3 Ravenclaws soon joined it. HPCOC. The last month of the term passed without incident. Harry scored a perfect 99% on every exam, except for a perfect score in defense, and ended up overall top student in their year. Tonks ended up with the highest score in Transfiguration and Hermione took top score in Charms. Sirius hearings finally came to fruition, the article helped greatly, and Harry was informed that he would be legally allowed to join Sirius on his birthday. At that point Sirius would come to full guardian status and Harry would never have to see the Dursleys again. Harry had decided that he was only going to be at Privet Drive to sleep, and every morning he would pop off to the manor. This way the old man's detectors won't register anything being suspicious. Harry didn't really think that Dumbledore actually expected him to stay there during the day though. The day before the end of term Harry received a copy of the Marauders' notes on their map. They were now safely tucked into his trunk, which in turn was safely shrunken and tucked into his pocket. Harry enlarged the compartment of the train as they walked in, so that it could accommodate all 9 of them. Harry sat down and Tonks and Hermione took the seat to either side of them. They leaned on him lightly as the rest of their friends joined them. The train pulled out of Hogsmeade when Harry interrupted the conversations. I have 3 things to discuss before we get to London. First of all, I'll be rejoining the magical world on my birthday. Sirius is throwing me a party and told me to invite all of you and a few others, but they'll be getting owls later. I'd love to go, but I will need someone to get me. Hermione said glumly. Muggle household, no flow. That's not a problem, Harry assured her. If nothing else I can send Nick or Sirius. Everyone else in. Everyone was nodding, then the twins countered. Mum gave us explicit instructions to invite you to the Burrow for some of the summer. She's been dying to meet you. Fred picked up when George stopped. My aunt still wants to talk to you about the basilisk. Susan added. I think my dad wants to set us up with a marriage contract. Daphne said. He's been trying to meet you since Christmas. All right, Harry said, cutting off Hannah from including her parents' request. I'll try to visit everyone when I can. Sound good. Moving on. I have a friend I would like you all to meet. The twins have already made her acquaintance. Everyone, this is Hand. Hand, this is everyone. He finished. In Parseltongue as he removed Hand from his pocket. He couldn't help but laugh at their shocked expressions, neither could the twins. I'm a Parselmouth, thought you'd like to know. So, does this mean you're dark or something? Tonks asked carefully. Harry laughed again. No more than speaking English does. It's just got a bad rap. So, Parseltongue, what's next? Hannah said sarcastically. Are you going to break your trace or something? No silly, that was a while ago. Harry said coyly. I'm going to break all of yours. You can seriously do that? Hannah asked, shocked again. I was joking. Well, your joke was frighteningly accurate. Harry said, and he stood up and quietly cast a spell on each of them in turn. There you go. Practice magic to your heart's content, just don't get caught or we're all in trouble. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hermione squealed, hugging him tightly. Mum and Dad were so sad that I couldn't show them anything I've learned. They'll be so happy. The 9 of them spent the rest of the ride joking, laughing, plotting and playing. All too soon they were pulling into King's Cross Station. Hermione and Tonks were the last 2 to leave Harry's side and they were therefore the last he said his parting words to. Harry pulled them both into a simultaneous hug. I'm going to miss the 2 of you immensely. Me too. Harry's shoulder muffled Hermione's voice and the other two could barely make out what she said. But it will only be until the end of July, right? Tonks verified. We can spend all of August together. I'd like that, Harry said as they crossed through the barrier to the Muggle side. Harry spotted the Dursleys just as they spotted him. With another quick hug and a on the cheek to both of them, he said bye and went to join his relatives. Listen up, boy, Vernon said loudly once they climbed into the car. You're going to have breakfast ready for us at 8 every morning, and then you're going to do chores until lunch and then again until dinner, if you earn dinner, that is. Listen up, Tubby, Harry replied in the same tone. I'm being forced upon you without my consent. Fortunately, I can leave every day. I'm only going to be in your house to sleep. I'm not doing a damn thing for you. While Vernon was turning purple with rage, Harry warped out of the car while it was going down the highway. After a quick stop at number 4 so Dumbledore's instruments would register his arrival, he dug around in his trunk and found his keystone, and apparated directly to the rune circle he set up at the manor. Harry decided, while he set about his work, that Nick and Gnicc were possibly the two best cover stories he had ever come up with on the spot. He also decided that Nick would start training Harry in hand-to-hand combat this summer. Harry smiled as his internal joke before calling upon some elves to set up a weight room. HPCOC. The disembodied spirit that referred to itself as Voldemort finally freed itself from the lava pit that it was vanished to. He knew as soon as he arrived that he merely needed to go up, but magma was dense and hard to move through, even for something that's little more than a ghost. Either way, he was out, and back in England by the looks of it. Voldemort cast his senses out and felt the dull thrum of a nearby dark mark. A few hours later he managed to find the source. He was disappointed at what he found though. This Death Eater was his best bet, but he was restrained under the Imperious Curse and an invisibility cloak. Voldemort wasn't in a position to be picky though. He opened it to the first page and filled in the first rule: do not point directly at forehead. These last few days had been rather humbling for Harry. When he warped to the manor from the Dursleys, he forgot that his homing beacon would be fried the first time he used it. Once you're able to travel on your own, it becomes rather humiliating to travel via house elf. Harry, understandably, made the creation of a permanent homing beacon his highest priority. He only needed Marnie to shuttle him around for 3 days. And now his experiments were trying to kill him. Harry decided to use a femur for the Horcrux detector. His first impulse was to use a hand and see if he could get it to literally point at the Horcrux, but he had a better plan for the hands. The rune carving for that had only taken most of today. He'd just done his first test, in fact, though the flames were unexpected. Marnie, please bring me box number 27. Harry called to the empty room. A moment later a small box popped onto his desk. He opened the box and set Ravenclaw's diadem on his desk before walking over to where the Dementor bone landed. He picked it up and pointed it at the diadem from across the room. The end of the bone immediately started spraying sparks out, like one of those cheap Muggle fireworks. Sighing in exacerbation, Harry rolled his eyes. At least it is inconspicuous. Chuckling at his sarcasm, he watched the tip of the bone as he moved it closer to the diadem. What started out looking like a sparkler ended up looking like a pyromaniac's dream fusion of a road flare, Roman candle and flamethrower. The pyrotechnics stopped immediately if he ceased to be in contact with the bone. It seemed safe enough to be left so long as no one touched it. After checking the time, Harry decided to call it a night and conjured a metal box, just in case, and labeled it 13. He put the detector on that box and put the diadem back into 27. He added the entry to his parcel script list. If anyone found the list, managed to determine that it was an inventory and found the boxes, it would still be random unless they also spoke Parseltongue. It seemed a little excessive to Harry, but it took virtually no effort to do, so why not? Harry finished cleaning up his desk and workbench and sent the boxes into storage. He double-checked that he had his end of the beacon and warped to his room on Privet Drive. He found himself asleep in the bed, so he decided to stay up for a few hours and get some more homework done. The first time he had used his time turner to go back and sleep through his homework time, Vernon barged in to demand something or another. In one look he registered that there was a Harry sleeping in the bed and a second Harry sitting at the desk looking at him. Vernon's poor heart couldn't take it and he had a heart attack. Harry watched calmly as Vernon fell to the ground, struggling to stay alive. After considering for a moment, Harry decided that it would be better to have the Dursleys in his debt until his birthday. He didn't care what happened to them after that. He briefly considered killing them for what they did to his other self. He decided that that wasn't good enough and immediately started plotting how to ruin their lives but leave them around to live with it. Vernon's meaty hand grabbing Harry's leg brought him out of his musings, and once he remembered what was going on, he casually picked up his wand and saved Vernon's life. Harry smiled down at him sheepishly. "Sorry about that, I had a thought." The next day Vernon went to the hospital, and when he came home he had a new diet and exercise regime. Harry could tell that his relatives couldn't decide whether they should be grateful to Harry for saving Vernon, or hate him for using magic to do the saving. Harry reveled in their discomfort and now made it a point to walk through whatever room they were in often enough to keep them off balance. Harry walked down into the kitchen to make himself something to snack on while doing his potions work. 15 minutes later Harry was making his way back up the stairs with some leftover stir-fry and rice. Harry had been impressed that the Dursleys had remained silent the entire time he was down there. It would have been one thing if he had just been making himself food, but he made sure to make extra noise and mess just to bait them. Nothing, they were even having dinner. He walked in and they just shut up and let him do whatever he wanted to. They're no fun anymore. Maybe I should have let the fatty die. Harry thought as he sat down at his desk. Summer homework always confused Harry. Did this summer's work count towards our first-year grades or our second? If first, how do they intend to change the grades after they've already been submitted? If second, how do they justify work done before our second year starts to be part of the second year? Furthermore, if it were for the upcoming year when it came time to choose electives, wouldn't we be assigned work for those classes? Then again, Trelawney and Hagrid aren't the most likely people to assign summer work. Meh, we'll see what arithmancy and ancient runes assigns next summer. Are you only going to be doing homework tonight, Harry? Hand asked from where she was curled up by sleeping Harry's face. Homework and maybe working on the mirror designs. Harry replied sympathetically. If you're bored you can go down and bug the Dursleys. One of Hand's favorite games was to go down in front of the Muggles and start shifting her colors wildly. The Dursleys were convinced that the sentient S had to be the devil incarnate. Only the fear of Harry kept them from killing Hand whenever they had the chance. Everyone in the house was looking forward to July 31st. Can you use that charm to let me climb the walls? Hand asked, head peeking out from her coils. All right, Harry said and silently cast the spell. A snickering hand slithered out of the room, changing colors to match the kitchen ceiling. Harry turned back to his essay and was working for a few minutes before he heard a shrill scream from downstairs, followed by the tinkle of shattering glass. Boy! Vernon bellowed from downstairs. Get down here. Coming. Harry called down cheerfully, and made his way down the steps laughing. Harry looked forward to being older and heavier just for times like when he got to the bottom of the stairs. As soon as he set foot on the ground floor, Vernon's meaty fist caught him on the side of the head. If Harry were bigger and heavier he would have just moved a little and kept his feet in place, but since he was still small he had to take a step to keep from falling over. That didn't affect his cheerful disposition, however. Did you need something? That S has to go. Vernon screamed. It almost scared Petunia to death. Could you keep it down? Harry asked calmly. I'm sleeping upstairs. Actually, never mind. Vernon suddenly found himself trying to shout again but with no sound coming out. It was only then that he noticed that Harry had his wand out. He turned puce and grabbed a knife out of the butcher block. Harry just stood there and let Vernon stab him all he wanted. He just turned the knife to rubber first. When he stopped, Harry smiled at him. Now that we know that you getting angry won't solve anything, I believe it is safe to say that you're done. When Vernon nodded, Harry waved his wand and fixed the broken dish. Fantastic. Now, your complaint has merit even though no damage was actually done. Hand, could you go hunt in the neighborhood for a while? Sounds fun. Hand said and slithered down the wall and towards the door. Mrs. Fig has cats, far more than she needs. Harry called after her before turning back to a deathly pale Vernon. Now then, she'll be gone until I call her back. Are you having another heart attack or something? He asked, rubbing his neck. Whatever, you're on your own for this one. If you'll excuse me, I was doing homework. As Harry walked back up the stairs he cancelled the silencing charm. He idly wondered if that serving plater would still be Petunia's favorite after being repaired with magic. It didn't really matter either way, so long as they got the message that he could do whatever he wanted whenever he wanted and there was nothing they could do about it. A couple hours of uninterrupted work later, Harry was done with yet another subject for school and had the designs drawn up for the mirrors. Tomorrow he'd start working on them. Yawning, Harry activated his time turner, and when he arrived back in that evening he cast a muggle-repelling charm on the door and a silencing spell on himself. He really didn't want to wake up when Vernon started yelling, "HPCOC!" Across the country in Crouch Manor, green light momentarily filled one window, silencing a voice forever. HPCOC. Dan and Emma Granger had greatly enjoyed the show of magic their daughter had provided them over the last several days. It was really quite amazing, not to mention all of the little things she had fixed with that reparo spell. Hermione was telling them about and demonstrating a cooling spell, using water as her subject. Her story, understandably, had a lot of the class during which they learned the spell. Her story also contained a lot on the subject of Harry Potter. The third time she mentioned him, within a minute Dan and Emma caught each other's eyes and they both came to the sudden realization that every story from school that Hermione had told them was intrinsically tied to Harry. Harry and that girl Tonks. Emma was ecstatic that her daughter had finally found friends to be a big part of her life, instead of just teachers and books. She understood how important the two of them were to Hermione since Christmas. Emma really wanted to ask if it was just a crush or something real, but not only would Hermione have no means to know, she'd be too embarrassed to tell. She resigned herself to watching and waiting. Dan was horrified that some boy had so obviously ensnared the heart of his little girl. While he had no issues with Hermione dating, he'd hoped that she would at least wait until she was married. He was particularly worried about the other girl. She didn't seem to have Hermione's self-esteem issues and had a rare talent in common with Harry. He really didn't want Hermione to get hurt, or worse, become a Mormon. HPCOC. The next morning Harry called for Marnie when he arrived at the manor. A few minutes later she was heading off to Diagon Alley and Harry was making his way down to his potions lab. He'd been looking over Remus' notes on the Marauders map and felt that he could modify it, but he couldn't use the same mirror for communication that he would use for the map. Each process required the mirror to be soaked in a specific potion for 2 days. 2 different and reactive potions, naturally. A few hours later Marnie was back and delivered the moleskin pouch that Harry had asked her to buy for him. The contents were what she was really sent out for though, and she was satisfied at how quickly she had filled it. The 14 mirrors were retrieved first and divided between 2 bowls filled with the potions. 2 ingots of steel came next and went directly into a crucible to melt. After that came a bag full of money from Harry's vault. Harry checked how much was in it and put it back into the pouch. As the steel melted down, Harry transfigured the molds he would need. Later, as the molds were cooling, Harry took the time he had free to run to Flourish and Blots. He took the face of a wealthy but nondescript middle-aged wizard and purchased a few books on magical stone carving and one on determining the properties of various magical ingredients. It looked like he would only need a few chips off of the stone to see everything that it can do. When Harry left he noticed Barty Crouch Sr. walking into Ollivanders, but dismissed it on accounts of knowing nothing about the man prior to the World Cup, and that was still 2 years away. Harry apparated back to the manor and got to work. He wouldn't be done carving for almost a month and then there would still be testing and modifications. This project would probably take him right up to his birthday. He had a little thing going for Hedwig too, but that was easy enough to do in his off time. HPCOC. Albus. A voice called from the fireplace, drawing Dumbledore from his bedchamber into his office. "What is it, Arabella?" Albus asked hurriedly. "It's horrible, Albus, I don't know what to do." "Mrs. Fig said dramatically. "All right, I'm coming through," Dumbledore said and immediately flew to Arabella's house as soon as her head got out of the way. "Now, what's going on?" "I suspect it's Death Eater activity, but if not it is certainly still a dark wizard," Arabella said nervously. "Have they done something to Harry?" Albus finally prompted impatiently. "To Harry?" Arabella asked confused. "The boy seems fine, but this is worse." "Well, out with it," Albus demanded. "3 of my cats have disappeared these last 2 weeks," Arabella said before looking around for unwanted listeners before whispering harshly. "I think they're being sacrificed." "I don't think your cats are being sacrificed by the dark forces," Albus said lamely, heading back to the fireplace. I would place the blame on cars, dogs, mean neighborhood boys and other predators, in that order, before I would blame a wizard. They might have even simply gotten lost or ran away. I have never lost a cat before though. Arabella whined. There has to be someone at fault. Arabella, enough. Dumbledore turned and towered over her. Unless your cats are attacking or being attacked by Harry Potter, I don't care. Buy more cats if they matter that much to you, just don't bother me with them. That's it. Arabella shouted. Harry must be behind this. Why would Harry do anything to your cats? Dumbledore asked exasperatedly as he threw flow powder into the fireplace. I'm leaving. Have a nice day, Arabella. But Albus. Arabella protested as the fire whisked Dumbledore away. Arabella spent a couple of hours mourning and then collected all of her cats inside and didn't let them roam the neighborhood ever again. Hand was satisfied with 3 and didn't expect to need to eat again until August. When she found that they were all safely inside, Hand decided to just go back to the Dursleys, for a while. HPCOC. Hedwig, could you come down here please? Harry called out the window. He was so relieved that he got the mirrors finished earlier than he expected. The harness for Hedwig was almost complete too. 2 strips of basilisk hide will form an X over Hedwig's and came together on her back above her and below her wings so that there was only a single narrow strip between her wings. Where the bands crossed, a silver badge with the Potter crest stamped into it held them together, and was the base of the enchantments. Hedwig swooped in through the window and settled on her perch. Hedwig was amazingly patient with the process and seemed to be looking forward to the promised results. To her, a few uncomfortable fittings was little compared to the weather and windproofing spells, let alone the reusable portkey function to get back to the manor with a press of her beak. Hedwig wasn't unaware of the prestige of having a house seal so proudly displayed either. So she just watched patiently as Harry fitted the harness onto her and made marks on it with a pencil. All right girl, I think that should be it. Tomorrow it should be ready. Harry told her, removing the harness and tying a note to her leg. Could you take this to Tonks please? Hedwig rolled her eyes and bobbed her head. She winged over to the window, but before she left she heard Harry call out again. Turning her head she saw him holding up the harness. Do you think a cape is too much? Hedwig ruffled her feathers in amusement and took to the skies. HPCOC. There were a little over 2 weeks left before their daughter's 12th birthday, and Andromeda and Ted were watching her practically dance with excitement as she retrieved the letter from Harry Potter's beautiful snowy owl. Andromeda still had trouble convincing her coworkers at St. Mungo's that her Nymphadora was actually the Harry Potter's best friend. Nymphadora had torn the letter open and she plopped back into her seat and started reading quickly while Hedwig flew over to the corner of the kitchen. Nymphadora, no letters at dinner. But Mum, Tonks whined. No buts, Missy. Andromeda said sternly. Harry's letter will still be there when you've finished eating. And my food will still be here when I'm done reading. Tonks retorted. It isn't about the food and you know it. Andromeda scolded. I'm starting to think it may have been a bad idea to move here. What, Mum? Tonks sputtered while another jaw at the table dropped. You can't mean that. Don't make me leave. It's just a letter, Andy. Sirius said. You don't have any say in this, Siri. Andromeda said, turning to her cousin. I did not spend 10 years in a cell and reinstate you to the House of Black, just to be forced to live in this house with only Remus and Harry. Sirius protested. No offense to them, but I intend to have as many people around me as I can. All 3 of you are staying here and that's final. Let Tonks enjoy herself, she'll only be this age once. Fine, Andromeda said quietly. But Nymphadora, in your reply tell Harry that you've been grounded until his birthday and that he shouldn't send any more letters. What? Tonks shrieked. That's so unfair. What's unfair about it? Andromeda asked hotly. You're about to spend a month of your summer with your boyfriend, is that unfair? Does Harry think it's unfair? Merlin, Mum. Harry's not my boyfriend. Tonks anguished, blushing bright red and jumping. And Harry doesn't know I'm here yet. It's supposed to be a birthday surprise. Nymphadora, get back here. Andromeda shouted at her daughters, fleeing back. Leave it, Andy. Ted said quietly from her side. This doesn't need to escalate any further. You're right. Andromeda said, settling in her seat. Do you think I should go apologize? Not while she is still angry. Ted said. Although if we want to quicken the process we should send Sirius up to calm her down. What? Sirius said, looking up from his plate. Why me? If it was either of the two of us, she would be hesitant to either talk about how mean her mother is or how dreamy Harry is. Ted said, ignoring his wife's indignant noise at the word, mean. She can talk about both with you. And you have enough prank experience to defuse anything she might do for payback. In the end, Sirius did go to Tonks and calmed her down. He almost managed to talk her down from a prank altogether, but instead they set up something minor, that Sirius then warned Andromeda about and told her to walk into it willingly, and a long letter to Harry explaining the situation, sans living arrangements, in a way that was as unfair to Andromeda as they could manage. In the end, everyone found the resolution to be satisfactory enough to not pursue the issue any further. HPCOC. A man walked into a dark room the night of July 24th. A second man was already waiting for him. Neither needed introductions as they both knew who the other was. They didn't need to state their business, as they were both there for the same goal. He moves in a week. The first man stated. Is everything ready? Yes, said second man. I have some concerns though. She said he can respond decisively to surprises. Don't worry, the first man said as he turned to leave the room. It'll be his birthday, Harry's guard will be down. I hope you know what you're doing. The second man whispered at the closing door. The morning of July 31st, people all across the country woke up in different states. Harry Potter woke up in a blind panic. Tomorrow is Tonks' birthday and I didn't get her anything. He was brainstorming over his predicament for 20 minutes before he remembered that he had promised her and Hermione each a Marauders map this year. He was crumpling up the paper when another forgotten birthday made him freeze. Marnie. Crack. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Are there any manly yet school dorm appropriate houseplants anywhere on my property? Harry stammered. I need a gift for Neville. I know just the plant. Marnie said urgently. Less than a minute later he had made the round trip and was back holding a pot with a strange metallic bonsai tree. The trunk looked like it was made out of steel and the needles were mixed gold, silver and copper. That's perfect. Harry was elated, although he wasn't sure when he would see Neville next and really didn't need to rush. Still, better safe than sorry. Now I just have to wait for Sirius. HPCOC. Sirius was looking forward to everything that was to happen today. Everything would start in a couple hours when Sirius would be picking up Harry. That was a couple hours away though, so Sirius smiled and buried his nose in his girlfriend's hair and drifted back to sleep. HPCOC. Dan was looking forward to the day with mixed feelings. Mr. Black had invited Dan's daughter over to celebrate her best friend's birthdays and Dan couldn't be happier that she had friends. That these same friends inspired such dramatic change in his little girl was intimidating, even though so far it all looked beneficial. Dan still wasn't happy that one of those best friends was a boy though. He felt silly about it and knew that it was just knee-jerk instinct, but that didn't make it any easier to ignore. On top of all of that, his wife was almost as excited as Hermione. He wasn't sure whether he should be reassured or terrified that his wife seemed to be supporting this development wholeheartedly. Dan would finally get to meet the boy today, and he was planning a properly fatherly show of intimidation for the object of his daughter's desires. HPCOC. Remus had his head resting on his hand as he examined his work from eye level. He may have missed 10 birthdays with Harry, but this cake should make up for the pastry part of that debt. He was sure of every last detail. If it was a prank, it would be his masterpiece. Sirius, Tonks and Hermione were all counting on this to be perfect, so Moony did the research. Smiling to himself and picking up his head, Remus took a drink of his coffee and then saw the clock. He calmly took another sip of coffee and then inhaled deeply. Padfoot, have you left yet? What? A sleepy-sounding Sirius yelled back. You were supposed to have left 15 minutes ago. Remus shouted. Gwen, shove him off the bed. A few seconds later there was an indignant squawk. He didn't mean that. Yes I did. Remus called merrily, contradicting Sirius. Will you both shut up? Andromeda bellowed from her room. Fine. Sirius yelled as loud as he could. You're such children. Tonks taunted from her room. She has a point. A woman in her late 20s and black hair said as she walked into the kitchen. After pouring herself a cup of coffee she meandered over to join Remus at the table. When she got there she bent down and gave him a quick "Morning honey." "Morning Hestia," Remus replied with a smile. Just then Sirius stumbled through, shirt half off and backwards. Remus cocked an eyebrow. He didn't think Sirius was really sleeping this late. What were you doing? Nothing, Sirius said a little too quickly as he pulled his shirt back into place. I just fell back asleep and Gwen didn't wake me. Uh-huh, Hestia said skeptically. I'm serious, Sirius said with a smirk and disapparated with a soft crack. A moment later a knock came from the front of the house signifying the first of the guests. HPCOC. Harry was standing in the living room of the Dursley house for what he hoped to be the last time. Sirius was late and the Dursleys were making sure Harry knew. Their taunts got much easier to ignore once Harry realized they only had 3 things to say, and just repeated themselves as many times as they could. The third time through Harry started to debate whether or not he should just warp to Grimmauld Place or not. If he did he would be away from these insufferable muggles, but then he would have to explain how he knew where he was going. Looks like your godfather doesn't want you around any more than we do. Vernon gloated. I would never be late to pick up Dudley. How about you, Petunia? Of course not. Petunia looked horrified. I'm always there for people who matter. Dudley nodded happily, chins bouncing the whole time. Yay, no one likes you, Potter. Really original, Dud. Harry said, completely bored. So what does this godfather of yours do anyway? Vernon asked pointedly. Bring up the second topic of choice. Probably nothing, like your worthless unemployed layabout father. I bet he does drugs. Dudley suggested helpfully. If he is the mangy one with long hair I don't doubt it. Petunia said scornfully. What is with you freaks and long hair? And there is number 3, sad really. Harry thought ruefully. He didn't really care about hair and didn't think it was anything other than a simple cultural difference, so he shrugged. When you're as obscenely wealthy as myself or Sirius no one really cares how you do your hair. You, wealthy? Petunia scoffed. Obscenely wealthy. Harry smirked. More money than Fatty here will ever conceive of having. Prove it. Dudley smiled, thinking that he had trapped Harry in his own bluff. Harry held up his hand to show off the gold signet ring of House Potter. I found this at the beginning of the summer at my manor. The one in France, not either of the English or Italian ones, and did some magic wise stuff to link it to my sword. It really wasn't that hard, the sword was designed for it. With me so far. Good, because I can use this ring to summon that same sword from anywhere on the planet. Harry held his right hand forward and summoned the sword of Gryffindor. This sword is solid silver, studded with rubies and about 1,000 years old. The correct collector would pay enough for me to buy the entire city block, maybe several, without a loan. I use it to kill SS. He dropped the sword unceremoniously and watched as it vanished before hitting the floor. That was the most expensive thing I had immediate access to. The really valuable stuff stays on the property. For the first time in the last 20 minutes the Dursleys were finally doing something other than berating Harry. He watched them imitate fish for a few moments before he noticed a large black dog defecating in the flower bed. Laughing, Harry jumped out of his seat and hurried to open the door. Padfoot came barreling in and started tearing around the living room and kitchen, knocking over as many things as he could. Get that beast out of here! Petunia shrieked over Harry's laughter. Hey, I take offense to that, Sirius said as he took his human form. I haven't been a beast since I was a teenager. I think we'd better make our exit, Padfoot, Harry said as Petunia collapsed in a dead faint. Petunia is out, which means the fat one will get mad. Right, which one is the fat one? Sirius asked. The one who is about to have a stroke, Harry said, pointing to the furious Vernon. Still not sure which one you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. Sirius smiled. Are you all packed? Yup, it's all shrunken and in my pocket too, Harry replied, walking towards the stairs. I just need to grab Hedwig and hand and we can go. Just send Hedwig ahead, we have to make a stop at the ministry first for one last piece of paperwork, Sirius called as Harry walked up the stairs. Then no more heathens ever. Heathens? Vernon bellowed. You think we're the heathens? Sirius looked up at the ceiling for a moment in concentration and bobbed his head back and forth for a few seconds. Yea, heathen sounds fairly accurate. To deny magic is to deny the divine gift to man. Doesn't God say magic is evil though? Dudley asked, looking to Vernon. Jesus himself said it, son. Vernon reassured the boy. Jesus was a wizard. Sirius snorted. Best con man in the last 2,000 years too. Really? Harry asked as he came back down the stairs. What about Merlin? Merlin was the real deal, Sirius said. Much more powerful than Jesus, Merlin however didn't trick a bunch of muggles into thinking he was a god. Huh. Harry shrugged. I'll have no more of this blasphemy in my house. Harry idly wondered how far the blood would spurt if someone poked Vernon's face with a pin right now. Get out. Ready. Harry turned to Sirius. Ready. Sirius replied, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Have you ever sighed along apparated before? More times than I care to count. Harry answered honestly, and a moment later they were standing behind the leaky cauldron. You're better at that than most. I try. Sirius said casually, walking over to the back wall and tapping the bricks with his wand. Come on, the sooner we get to the ministry the sooner we can leave. Watching the bricks of the wall move out of the way to make the gateway to Diagon Alley would always be one of Harry's favorite events. In his last life Hagrid collected him from that shack in the ocean, and the opening of this arch was the first time that Harry actually believed in magic. It seemed silly now, since Hagrid had used magic that was less likely to be a trick. Harry supposed it was just seeing so many people in on the act that convinced Harry it was real. On the other hand, it also represented Harry's departure from anonymity to fame, but that wasn't so much of a problem for Harry anymore. Heads turned as Harry and Sirius walked through. The arch was rarely used as most people simply apparated into the alley proper. More heads started turning when the news of who they were started getting passed around. By the time they had reached the ministry, every shopper had stopped what they were doing, even some shopkeepers were coming outside. That's rather creepy, can someone tell them to stop? Harry whined to Sirius as they entered. It'll be worse tomorrow. Sirius smiled slightly. Why's that? Harry asked, concerned. Oh, you'll find out tonight. Sirius was openly grinning now before stepping up to the security desk. Sirius Black and Harry Potter for the Department of Welfare for Magical Children. The security guard Sirius was talking to was young and staring at Harry, just like everyone outside. Fortunately for everyone, the second guard was more experienced and was able to actually talk. Put your wand in the tray please, sir. Sirius dropped his wand in the tray for a couple of seconds before removing it and prompting Harry to do the same. Within a minute the two of them were heading towards the offices they needed, and then the first guard decided to talk. I was expecting him to be bigger. I mean, he killed a basilisk, you'd think there'd be a little meat on him. Like this? Harry demanded angrily, spinning on his heel, gaining a few inches of height and a stone of muscle mass. The guard's face drained of blood as he realized that he may have been a little louder than he intended. After a few failed starts he stammered, yes sir. Perfectly understandable, Harry said, smiling and reverting to his normal shape. He turned back around and motioned for Sirius to continue. That wasn't very nice, Sirius said once they were safely away from the desk. Doesn't mean it wasn't fun. Harry smirked and pointed. I think that's our door. What kind of name is Belinda Plofter? Sirius asked, looking at the nameplate. It makes fun of itself. That wasn't very nice, Harry said smugly, while opening the door. Hush you, Sirius joked and walked up to the desk. Excuse me miss, I need to finish the final step of claiming guardianship. You'll need to fill out forms 22B, 106-4, and both of you will need to submit a sample of blood. The lady interrupted, bored, and pulled two huge stacks of paper out of a drawer. Waiting room is 2 doors down. I'm sorry but I don't need to fill out, Sirius started to explain, only to be cut off again. Sir, everyone needs to fill out the forms, she said, looking at him plainly. You don't understand. You can't get around policy just because you're famous. She cut him off again rudely. I wasn't trying to, if you'd just listen. Sir, there is nothing you can say that will get you out of doing the paperwork. She turned back to the Daily Prophet and started reading again. You stupid. Gah. Sirius sputtered and in one movement swept his arm across Plofter's desk, scattering her papers all over the floor. He pulled a stack of papers out of his robes and slammed them down on the now empty desk. I don't have to fill out the paperwork because I already did. Well, why didn't you just say that? Plofter asked irritatedly. Now look at this mess I'm going to have to clean up. Just shut up and do your job. Sirius grumbled. Fine. Plofter huffed and pulled 2 vials out of her pocket. 3 drops of blood in each of these vials, one for you and one for Harry Potter. Sirius quickly grabbed the vials and turned to Harry, only to find him doubled over a chair, holding on for dear life and laughing so hard that he had stopped making noise. Sirius watched in silence for a few seconds as Harry's face went from red to purple. "Breathe, Harry, breathe," Sirius shouted before bursting into laughter himself. Belinda just looked on in confusion. A few minutes and many wheezing gasps later they had pricked their fingers and filled the vials. With those sent off for verification, all they had to do was wait. After waiting a few minutes, Sirius finally broke the silence. "So how about them Harpies?" "Doing pretty good this season, one heard," Harry answered conversationally. "Big improvements since they appointed a new captain." Sirius nodded sagely. "I didn't know you were such a Holyhead fan," Harry admitted. "A team full of women." Sirius looked at Harry like he grew a second head. "How could I not be a fan? When I got that letter telling me you were seeing someone, I assumed Mooney," Harry teased. "Other possibilities hadn't even occurred to me." "Ha ha," Sirius said flatly. "You're so funny." "I know," Harry said cheerily. Sirius rolled his eyes. "So what's your team?" "I don't have one that I follow exclusively," Harry shrugged. "But I have a good feeling about the next couple of years for Belgium." "Belgium? Really?" Sirius flabbergasted. "That's random." "Meh," Harry said as the verification paperwork arrived back on the desk. "All right, you two," Belinda said demurely. "Looks like everything is set. Expect an owl within the week with your copy of the certificate." "Fantastic," Sirius shouted, jumping to his feet. "Come on, Harry, we've got other things to do." "What else do we have to do?" Harry asked, standing up. "Well, tomorrow we're having a three-way birthday party for you, Tonks and Neville. I figured that trapped with muggles you would need to get gifts," Sirius said confidently. "Nope," Harry exclaimed. "Already taken care of." "Excellent, then just let me pop off to the loo real quick and we can go home," Sirius said, pointing to the door. "Are you old enough to stay out here and not get lost, or do you need supervision?" "That is possibly the most patronizing thing you've ever said to me," Harry scowled. "I am perfectly capable of waiting." "Excellent." Sirius nodded and started walking towards the door. "Just wait here then. If we're apparating home, why didn't you just wait?" Harry asked 5 minutes later when Sirius rejoined him. "And splinch my bladder." Harry couldn't help but shudder. "I don't think so." "Fair enough," Harry said as they started their way over to an apparition point. When they got there, Sirius offered his arm, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. "And away we go." They landed in the dark parlor of Grimmauld Place and Harry could immediately tell they were surrounded. Sirius apparating in was clearly the cue as people started jumping out from behind things, shouting. Harry wasted no time and dropped to the floor, rolling left and firing 2 stunners to the right. When he got his feet back under him, he cast a quick dome shield charm and then looked at his assailants. HPCOC. Ginny Weasley was having a fairly infuriating day. The twins had been invited by name to Harry Potter's birthday party and she was relegated to being simply part of their family. Ginny still didn't understand why the whole family was invited. Ron barely even spoke to Harry and Percy. Well, he was Percy. Ginny herself was thrilled by the invite initially. After all, she'd finally get to meet the boy of her dreams, but panic set in when she realized she didn't have a gift. She had spent the entire morning stressed out about that before her mum told her that it was taken care of. She had let out a sigh of relief at that and decided to pick out what she was going to wear. 3 hours later, when Molly went upstairs to inform Ginny that they were leaving in half an hour, she found Ginny sitting on her bed crying with a different outfit in wadded each hand. 20 minutes later, Ginny was putting on a third outfit that Molly had helped her pick out. This outfit wasn't crushed or tear-soaked either, which was a big bonus. Half an hour after that, Ginny was hiding behind a couch waiting for Sirius and Harry to apparate in. Sirius Patronus had been in a moment ago and told them to get ready. Finally she heard the sound of arrival and leapt from her hiding spot. Surpri! Ginny was cut off as a blast of red light hit her arm and she collapsed to the ground. HPCOC. Surprise! Sirius called lamely from the middle of the room. "I thought you said the party was tomorrow," Harry shouted, rounding on Sirius and dropping his shield. "That's the surprise." Sirius rolled his eyes and reached into his pocket. After a few minutes of digging, he withdrew a small bag and tossed it to Tonks. "Told you," she said, catching the bag before smiling at Harry and running at him for a hug. Hermione was close on her heels. "Nice aim, Harry," Remus said from the far side of the room. When Harry turned, he saw 2 red heads unconscious on the floor. Two stunners fired blindly and hit the only two Weasley women in the country. He walked over as Remus and Arthur revived them, and Harry offered Ginny a hand. Sorry about that. Let me know if there is anything I can do to make up for it. Ginny was blushing harder than she ever had in her life and was concerned that she would black out again because of it. Finally, after she had gotten back on her feet, she managed to whisper, "It's okay, you don't have to. So we're good then?" Harry asked, smiling. Wonder if she would have preferred to stick her elbow in a butter dish than have this happen. "We're good," Ginny squeaked, then broke down and fled to the other side of the room. Harry turned to Molly and cringed at the wistful, faraway look on her face and knew that she was envisioning a future wedding and family with the boy who lived. It was strange that, even though he had started a family with her in the other timeline, Harry had no inclination to get to know Ginny at all. A passive legitimacy probe showed an unhealthy level of obsession focused on him. He moved on to Molly and found that she was still fantasizing about the dream wedding. Note to self, keep distance from both and hope they mellow, like I think they did last time. Intentionally boosting my reputation probably will make this harder. With a nod to Arthur, Harry turned to take in the details of the party. There was a table of presents, in 3 piles and 3 small cakes. Harry noticed that one of the cakes looked exactly like number 4 and assumed that one was his. Above the table was a banner wishing Neville, Tonks and himself a happy birthday. Then he turned to look at the attendees. Not surprisingly, all 8 of the court were there, along with all of the other first-year Ravenclaws and all of the first-year Gryffindors. All of the students were accompanied by their families, it seemed. That sudden realization had Harry looking around until he found Lucius Malfoy. He bit back his rage at having the Death Eater here. This wasn't the time to act after all. Just when he was about to continue on, Lucius looked at him and smirked triumphantly. What the hell does that mean? He's supposed to plant the journal on Ginny later. Did he do it already? There's no way I could be lucky enough for him to have thought it was a good gift idea for me. If only I could bring out my detector without setting everyone on fire. Harry shuddered and decided that once everyone left and Sirius had gone to sleep, he would sweep the house and pick up the locket while he's at it. What if he already planted it on someone else entirely and is smirking because he thinks my demise is ensured? Grr. I wish there was a way to just kill him and get away with it, and not lose allies in the process. Harry moved on and was mildly surprised when he saw Lisa. He made note to make sure to talk to her later. He recognized several Order members and assumed that they were friends of Sirius and Remus. Sirius was currently talking to a young woman, whose back was to Harry. As if on cue, Sirius looked over and made a motion to the girl to follow him. As he started walking towards Harry, the girl turned and Harry saw her face. Gwynog Jones. He blurted out. "Oh, good, I won't need to introduce myself." Gwynog laughed. "Since we'll be seeing a lot of each other, I'd rather you call me Gwen." "Wait, what?" Harry frowned. "Why will we be seeing a lot of each other?" "Gwen is my girlfriend," Sirius said smugly. "She lives here." "Oh," Harry said quietly. "I guess that explains why you're such a Holyhead fan." "Well, Gwen, Harry doesn't shorten to anything decent, so I'm afraid you'll still be stuck with 2 syllables. Harry offered her his hand. "That's as perfectly acceptable." Gwen smiled, shaking Harry's hand. "Much better than Sirius with 3 syllables." "Hey!" Sirius cried indignantly, making the other 2 laugh. "Congratulations on making captain, by the way," Harry said offhandedly. "What are you talking about?" Gwen asked. "Shit. Never mind, pretend I didn't say anything," Harry stammered. "So how did you 2 meet?" "My sister, Hestia, introduced us. We double dated with her and Moony," Gwen said quickly. "Back to me being captain. How do you know?" "The decision isn't scheduled to be announced to even the team until later this week." "Look, I'm not supposed to know, and I'm really not supposed to talk about how I know, so just drop it," Harry pleaded. She just raised an eyebrow. "Only because it's your birthday." She relented with a small smile. "Thank you," Harry sighed. "Hey Gwen, did you tell Harry about flying lessons yet?" Tonks called, running over. "No, she didn't," Harry said, thankful for the change of subject. "I've been coaching her, and I expect her to make the house team this year." Gwen crossed her arms and looked at Tonks pointedly. "Don't worry, I will, I promise," Tonks said and took Harry's hand. "Come on, I wanna show you my broom." Once she pulled him out of the room, she looked at him. "You looked like you needed rescuing." "I did," Thank you. Harry beamed. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. She leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Now come on, my broom is in my room. Wait, let's get Hermione and everyone. Harry pulled back. Taken care of. I figured that we could use this time to catch up real quick in private. Tonks smiled. You're brilliant. Harry grinned. Do you know what room I'll be staying in? Yay, it's right across from mine. Tonks replied as they got to the second floor. I've dropped 3 hints now, he's usually sharper than this, must be the day. Let's stop there first so I can empty my pockets. Harry said, and she motioned to a door. There was a brass plate on it that read, Lord Harry James, the boy who lived, Potter, really, whose idea was it to add the titles? Originally it was just going to be your initials, but I wanted, BWL, instead. Tonks explained, smiling. Thought it would be a small enough joke to not be annoying, but then Sirius got the plate made like that. I actually think it is better, and Sirius said that it will expand to add any other titles you pick up. I'm alright with that, but just be prepared for retribution. Harry gave her a sidelong glance. Nimmy, how many times will I have to ask you not to call me that? Tonks demanded irritatedly. However many times it takes to convince me you don't actually like it. Harry smirked, opening the door. And then a few more times for good measure. Even though he was already prepared for the opulence of the House of Black, 10 years of living at the Dursleys still made the room enough of a change to draw a shocked gasp. The walls were painted with a metallic bronze-hued paint that looked very close to the real metal. There was a large oak 4-poster bed with royal blue curtains. Hedwig had already found her way here and was sitting on the top of one of the posts, seemingly waiting for him, because when he noticed her she puffed up regally and pecked the Potter emblem on her harness, making the cape unfurl. Behind her, Hedwig made a point to look at her capes and then at the curtains on the bed. They match. Harry laughed. I hadn't thought of that at all. You gave Hedwig a cape? Tonks asked. Doesn't that get in the way when she's flying? Hedwig, want to show off to all my friends. Hedwig hooted merrily and bobbed her head. Good, we're going over there as soon as I finish looking around. The rest of the room contained a large wardrobe on one wall. Between the windows, Harry's bed was on the same wall but off to the left side. In the right-hand corner of that wall was a large desk and, along the right wall, a few large bookshelves separated the desk from a raised workbench, for potions or carving or anything really. The left-hand wall was another window and a full-length mirror. The wall he was at, opposing the windows, had the door to the hallway and, to Harry's surprise, a Nimbus 2001 mounted on 2 hooks. They were just released to the public last week. Tonks said when she saw where he was looking. Fastest brooms yet. Sirius got one for me too. I'm still faster. Harry thought, slightly saddened by that, before taking an awestruck expression. Wow, I've been telling Gwen about your flying all summer. Tonks admitted. I think she is looking forward to seeing you fly for herself. Well, I'll try not to disappoint her. Harry said as he withdrew his trunk and enlarged it at the foot of the bed. He then reached out and grabbed one of the posts. This is my new room and I really don't know how most of the people downstairs will react to finding out about you. It's really safer if you would just hang out up here. All right, Harry, it was too loud to be relaxing down there anyway. Hand replied as she crawled out of his sleeve and down the post. I know there is nothing wrong with it, but that is still really weird to watch. Tonks quipped. Now come on. One more moment. Harry said and opened his trunk and took out a small box and the plant for Neville. All right, let's go. What's that stuff? Tonks asked as she walked across the hall and opened the door to her room. You'll see, Harry managed to say before the court started greeting him. After that was done, he opened the box and started distributing small rectangular steel boxes with a clasp on the front. They opened like a clamshell and each had a small rectangular mirror on the top half. The recipient's name was engraved across the top, and once more on the outside of the shell. Hermione and Tonks each had a second mirror on the lower half of theirs. Those two also were significantly more ornately decorated inside and out. Harry's matched those two. Naturally, the twins had opened theirs and figure out how to call each other before Harry got finished making the rounds. As the twins have demonstrated, these boxes open up and the top half has a mirror. All of these mirrors are linked with each other and any of us can contact any of us by simply calling the target's name. Each mirror is specifically keyed to each of you, and no one else can use your mirror, except perhaps the twins. This immediately prompted the twins to switch mirrors and confirm that they could indeed use each other's. Harry nodded to them. If you call more than one name you can project all of the participants of the conversation, like so. Harry called Fred and George into his own mirror followed with a quick pinch and throw motion. A moment later a second, translucent, set of twins appeared. One their mirrors it should be split so half the mirror is me and half is the other one of them. These are really cool, Blaze said appreciatively. Yay, how'd you think of this? Susan asked. Sirius gave me a mirror earlier that was my father's half of the pair for the two of them, Harry explained. Nick helped with the modifications. Why do Tonks and I have a second mirror? Hermione had her mirror an inch away from her nose and seemed to be examining it in close detail. That's the Marauders map version 2. Harry beamed. Those are your birthday presents. Turn the circular Celtic knot at the top right corner of the mirror to activate it. Ouch. Hermione squeaked as she did just that and the knot drew blood and she stuck her thumb in her mouth before muttering around her digit. What gives? Sorry, it takes a drop of blood as an extra safety precaution. Must have slipped my mind because I activated mine a few weeks ago. Harry walked over and gave her a hug. Ouch. Tonks squealed. Can I have a hug now too? Harry couldn't help but laugh and oblige. Now that they're linked to you all you have to do to make the map appear is turn that knot, and turn it back to make the map disappear. The big advancement we made, actually the original Marauders should be here for that demo. I'll be right back. He grabbed the plant and ran downstairs. Neville saw him and immediately noticed the plant and ran over. Is that a Tibetan bonsai alloy? Harry lifted it up and checked the label. That's exactly right. You know about these. Yay, they're really rare, you're so lucky to have gotten one. Who gave it to you? Neville asked enviously. It's not a present for me. Harry smiled and held it out. Happy birthday Neville, I'm glad I didn't have to wait until September to get this to you. What? Neville shook his head, completely gobsmacked. I can't accept this, it's too much. Neville, if it was too much I wouldn't be giving it as a gift. Harry reassured him. It's nothing, really. It's nothing. Neville sputtered but took the plant from Harry. It's the single most expensive thing I have ever received. Thank you. You're welcome, I was going to just put it on the gift table with your pile, I can still do that if you want. Harry offered. No thank you, I'll walk it over myself. Neville said, now staring intently at his new acquisition. As he wandered off, Harry decided that he wasn't going to be much good for anything else today. Padfoot. Moony. Harry shouted, drawing the attention of the two Marauders. I require your presence, if you're not busy that is, I mean it isn't really that important but we're all waiting on you. It took them almost a minute to excuse themselves and make their way over to Harry, who promptly motioned for them to follow and led them back up to Tonks' room. Wait, Tonks' room? She's living here. Tonks! Harry shouted as he walked in, making everyone jump. When were you planning on telling me you were living here? Tonks looked at him surprised for a moment before giggling like crazy. Took you long enough. I thought you would have figured it out before we even came upstairs the first time. So there is Sirius, you, Gwen and now myself all living here. Harry recapped. Does anyone else live here? Just Andy, Ted, Hestia and myself. Remus informed him, laughing as Harry's jaw dropped. Well, I was tired of being alone. Sirius defended himself when Harry's inquisitive gaze hit him. Can Hermione and her parents move in too? Harry asked, not noticing the size of the smile on Hermione and Tonks' faces. He offered, but my parents said no. Hermione said, still beaming as he turned to her. But Sirius was able to use his newfound political power to get my house cleared for the Flow network. Even without sleeping here, I'll still be around all the time. Can't get rid of me that easy, bub. Why would I want to get rid of you? Harry beamed back. To the presentation though, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the Marauders map version 2. In all its splendor. Harry took his own mirror out of his pocket and quickly activated the map function. He used the same pinch and throw motion that he used to project both of the twins, but this time instead of people showing up there was suddenly a perfect 1 meter cubed representation of Hogwarts. Instead of dots with name flags, this map had small pillars of light. The white lights are humans and the yellow are ghosts, the pink is Peeves and the red are house elves. One of the functions of all of your mirrors hides you from these 3 maps as well as the original, so long as you carry your mirror. That reminds me. Padfoot, Mooney, I have a communications mirror for both of you, and the original Marauders map if you want it. Harry handed a mirror to each of them and stood back while they whispered back and forth for a few seconds. With a nod to each other, Remus turned towards the children. The map was confiscated from us our 7th year and then the twins got it back, right? Right, the twins chorused. Then the map should go back to them. Remus said firmly, leaving no room for argument. They deserve to carry on our legacy. Is it Harry's birthday? Fred looked to George. Or ours? George asked him. Either way. Fred turned back to the Marauders. That is the best birthday present we've ever received. George whispered reverently. You honor us. We're not worthy. Shut up and say thank you. Hannah shouted. It's like they need to pontificate about everything. Daphne shook her head. I'll be right back, Harry said as the twins visibly deflated, and rushed over to his room. A moment of digging, he had the map in hand. Oh, Hedwig, why didn't you come with us earlier? Well, come on. Hedwig flapped awkwardly across the room and landed heavier than normal on his shoulder. Is it really that bad to fly with the cape out? Well, you know how to put it away, so don't blame me. Hedwig hooted indignantly as Harry walked back into Tonks' room. This time he noticed her name plate set in Tonks. Well, that won't do. Harry quickly waved his wand and changed the sign. He wondered how long it would take her to notice. He looked into the room and noted that she didn't seem to be looking anywhere that would even have the door in its periphery. He handed the map to the twins and set Hedwig down on the desk. Okay, Hedwig. Strut your stuff. Hedwig hooted softly and hopped so that her back was to the audience. She bent her head down and took the edge of her cape in her beak and then extended that wing, therefore pulling the cape taut and showing off the bronze version of the Potter crest embroidered in the middle of the royal blue cape. The onlookers oohed and awed in between, giggling at the owl's actions. With a quick flap of her wings, Hedwig got a little bit of air and spun to face them. She puffed herself up into a rigid example of perfect owl posture, and after a second of military perfection she quickly pecked the crest and there was a quick zipping sound as her cape retracted. She took off and flew around the room a couple of times, but there wasn't enough air to properly show off the wind-dampening enchantment. Slightly disappointed, she landed on Harry's head and pecked the crest one last time, and the whole harness vanished and a small silver band appeared around her leg. Then she spread her wings and dipped into what could only be a bow. Her audience applauded appreciatively. That harness was my summer project, Harry said, smiling up at his owl. Turned out fairly well, I think. How did you do it? Hermione asked, leaning forward eager to learn. What was it made out of? Basilisk hide, and I'll explain some other time. There is a party to get back to. Harry spun on his heel and walked out of the room, leave the others to follow. The rest of the party went by without much incident. At one point Harry was talking to Gwen and Tonks and they noticed that Ginny and Ron were staring at them intently. It was amazing how starstruck those two always got. How Ron reacted to Crumb showing up for the tournament came to mind. Harry wondered if he would act the same way this time. Harry shifted to look at Draco, until he noticed and looked back. Then Harry made an eye movement towards the Weasleys. Draco followed the look, noticed the starstruck duo and then nodded to Harry before walking off, smiling. Harry never found out what Draco said, but the Weasleys stopped watching Harry and Gwen. Years later he would find out that Arthur and Lucius had gotten involved days later and it almost ended in an honor duel. Harry never got mentioned as the instigator. The single most memorable moment for Harry was when it came time to blow out the candles. Remus had assured Harry that he'd been working on the cake for days. Without getting the joke, Harry just went for it and blew out the candle. He was expecting a prank, but that would involve victimizing him in some way. This was not a prank, but it was funny enough to make Harry turn purple for the second time that day. As soon as the candle was blown out, the cake started making a hissing noise. Harry jumped back and a second later there was a small explosion as the front wall of the first floor blew outwards. A tiny replica of Harry came running out cackling madly and was being chased by a walrus, a pig and a proportionately huge flower. The tiny Harry fired some spells over his shoulder and the three pursuers broke and fled back inside. The walrus and pig then tried to hide behind the flower. The tiny Harry bowed to Harry, who was silent with laughter and applauding. The actually edible part of the cake was nothing special. Presents came around. Most of the people got him generic things like candies and Zonko's joke products. The twins also gave him joke products, but these were their own newest creations. Tonks gave him a book on advanced applications of the metamorphagus abilities. Andy and Ted had arranged for him to get a pair of dragon hide boots, with an automatic sizing charm that could keep up with his shifting. Blaze, Daphne, Hannah and Susan had conspired and managed to gather together a large collection of books by or about the House of Potter, even some that weren't already in the library at the manor. Madame Bones gave him a bracelet that was also an emergency portkey to the ministry. Lucius must have known that any gift he gave would be treated with extreme caution, because he gave Harry a sneak scope, and no ideas about why he was smirking. Remus had given him the cake and Sirius told Harry and Tonks that their gifts would arrive tomorrow. Hermione's present was the surprise of the night though. She was grinning and trying to hold in laughter as he opened the box. It's a hair E. Sure enough, the very same wooden E that Harry had given her for Christmas was now wrapped with every color hair he could imagine. He matched her grin. That's awesome. A little gross maybe, but awesome. Oh, it isn't real hair. Hermione laughed and Tonks joined in. Everyone else chuckled politely, keenly aware that they weren't in on the joke. That'd be nasty. The party wound down and eventually Harry and Tonks said goodbye to Hermione and only the people who lived in the house were still there. Harry turned away from the fireplace and saw 6 adults regarding him curiously. Am I in trouble? No, and that's the problem. Sirius answered without inflection. Excuse me. Harry was concerned. How did you beat the trace? Sirius suddenly brightened up. You cast 3 spells as soon as you got here and no ministry owls ever showed up. I think you found the spell to remove it early. Andromeda suggested. The only other thing we could think of is if you found a way to suppress the signal somehow. Remus added his support to Andromeda's theory. The spell is probably easier. You're right, Harry said happily. I also removed the trace from every member of my court. So, everybody with a mirror. Sirius clarified. That's them. You're not going to tell Mrs. Weasley or you? Harry worried. Merlin no. Sirius exclaimed. She'd be mad enough to kill. She didn't seem so bad today. Gwen interjected. That was more to do with being in public, I think. Hestia bit her lip. Although after she got stunned she acted differently for the rest of the night. I think I heard her mutter about grandchildren right around then too. Anyway, it's 11:30. Bedtime you two. Andromeda ordered. Lots to do tomorrow. As they were walking up the stairs Tonks leaned into Harry. He pulled her into a one-arm hug, and then sighed. What? Tonks asked without turning her head. Oh, I've just realized that I went from having no parents to having 6. Harry shook his head. I'm sure I have convinced Sirius that he only needs to be my friend. I can probably get Hestia and Gwen into big sister positions too. I think your parents and Remus will be firmly stuck in parent mode though. How bad can it be? Tonks inquired innocently. Draco. Lucius barked as soon as the Malfoy family returned from Grimmauld Place. Yes, father. The 12-year-old replied fearfully. You should know better than to antagonize a dorm mate. Lucius glared down coolly. I overheard the youngest Weasel boy sowing dissent with the others. What was he saying, father? Draco took a mean expression. He didn't really care what Weasley thought though. It doesn't matter. The fact is that he was trying to work against you. There had better be a good reason why. Lucius dictated. It's bad enough that you had the nerve to get sorted into Gryffindor, but then you threaten your own reputation within that house. Don't worry. Weasley is too stupid to affect anything. Draco assured his father. The worst thing he can do is try to convince them that I'm an evil Slytherin spy, which he's already trying to do. I made sure that his claims would have no merit. One quiet year from me and everyone thinks Weasley is just acting out on his family feud. Very well. Lucius nodded. It would be prudent to accelerate your reputation growth. I've been thinking about that. The 2 most respected students as far as Gryffindors are concerned are the Weasley twins. Draco understood that his father's suggestion was a prompt to hear his plans. They're noted pranksters, so I figure that would be my best route. The problem is getting my niche. They work the many small effects angle. There is simply always something happening near them. I can't rip that off, of course, so the complete opposite is the rare big events that actually don't do anything, which Harry's claimed. Continue. Lucius drawled. Should I just proceed through the 6 Ws? It is a good habit. Well, who is already taken care of obviously. What is their styles? Small continuous chaos and huge dramatic effects respectively. Where is obviously Hogwarts? When is inapplicable. How is unknown. As for why, well, the Weasleys are poor, so the twins can probably only get limited amounts of supplies to work with. Most of their works are potions or candies, which implies either an affinity towards brewing or need for it. Potions ingredients are expensive, so I doubt they would want to get them all the time, but on the other hand they're incredibly shelf-stable, so the twins could simply save. From times of plenty. Draco rambled, brow furrowed. Unless they had another source. Lucius liked the moments when he could lead Draco to a conclusion like this. It made Lucius feel like he still had something to teach his son. He knew he had a lot to teach Draco yet, but the curriculum changed dramatically last fall. Something that they're guaranteed to have as long as they're at school. Of course, the student supply cabinet. Draco cracked a smile, only for a moment before he schooled his expressions. So we can assume they have been experimenting with potions using the virtually limitless supplies granted to them. Potions and candies are also easily sellable. I should suggest that they go into business before they graduate. No, Draco, even if you like them, our families are still feuding. Lucius reprimanded. You'll be offering them no advice unless it is to try to trick them. What about Potter? He's a mystery. His resources are unknown and appear limitless. It is assumed that he has outside help too. Remember what happened to Teddy Knott? Harry practically told the entire staff that he was behind it and that there was nothing they could say. Draco said, odd. It's like he knows every rule and loophole in at least 3 ways around each, but he has no interest in pressing his advantage. I don't think I could top him with anything. It is unbecoming of our station for you to speak in such a manner about anyone. Lucius scolded. Father, you once told me, there is no evil, only power and those too weak to seek it. Do you remember? Draco calmly asked. Yes. Lucius frowned. What of it? Harry Potter is power. Draco stressed. Dumbledore's generation gave us Dumbledore and Grindelwald. 2 generations ago we were given the Dark Lord. Last generation we were blessed with your birth. This generation it is Harry. The whole world is either going to work with him or for him. Only if you don't take the mantle yourself. Lucius encouraged. There is nothing I can do. Harry knows too much and is too strong. Draco said. Maybe with years of catch up. Right now though I think I should just keep working on taking control of the lions. Come to think of it, I have a book that might help you with both of your problems. Lucius walked away and motioned for Draco to follow. It is in my study. Come Draco, your destiny awaits. HPCOC. Gwenog Jones was lying in bed next to Sirius, staring at the ceiling, lost deep in thought. Harry's comment about her making captain really had her concerned. He clearly has heard something, and something confirmed at that. Unconfirmed he would have backed out of his statement. It would have been an easy, oh, I must have heard wrong, but instead he'd said he wasn't supposed to know. A sudden noise outside their room shook her out of her thoughts. Her hand immediately reached out and grabbed Sirius' arm, waking him with a start. He opened his eyes and found her sitting stock straight in bed staring at the door wide-eyed. What's wrong, hun? I think there is someone in the house. She whispered harshly. And right outside the door. Probably just Remus setting up a prank. Sirius edged and laid back down. Just be careful if you leave before I do in the morning. Are you sure? Yes, now come here. Sirius pulled her down so that she was laying partially on top of him. You're safe here. You're probably right, Gwen said quietly and edged him gently. Good night. Good night. Sirius closed his eyes. Oh, Sirius, Gwen whispered. Do you think Harry actually knows anything about the captain selection? Gwen asked with a yawn. Gwen, when I first met Harry after getting out of Azkaban he went less than 5 minutes before talking about things that I would have sworn he could have only heard from myself or James. Sirius explained. I still don't know how his people found that information, but it was fairly incontrovertible that they had amazing connections. So you think he'll get it? I knew it to be true before Harry said anything. Sirius edged her. If anything he is merely a second opinion. Gwen didn't say anything else, she just hugged him tighter and went to sleep with a smile. HPCOC. Shit. Harry swore mentally after just stubbing his toe outside Padfoot's room. It didn't hurt or anything but it made a noise. Naturally Harry immediately heard voices. So much for not waking anyone up. And why do all the spells to let you get around in the dark just make light sources? Seriously not helpful for sneaking. Too dark to use mage sight without getting vertigo. I can't even use my natural glow unless I want to dispel the disillusionment. Harry's Horcrux hunt around Grimmauld Place so far had turned up negative. Except for the locket of course, but that was in his pocket now and had stopped triggering the detector. Sirius Room is the last stop before Harry decided that the journal simply wasn't left there by Lucius. With a sigh Harry warped back to his room. He gathered up the case for the detector and conjured a new one, marked 59 and settled the locket down in it. Harry glanced at his sleeping form in the bed and decided that it would be easiest to just spend the few hours between now and when he wakes up, at the manor. After arriving in his office and sending the artifacts down to storage, Harry made his way to the library. After waking up at 8:26, Harry immediately turned himself back to 2:30. Without Molly Weasley pushing the efforts forward, large portions of the house had yet to be cleaned up properly. Everything that registered as dangerous through scanning charms had been identified and removed from all of the rooms, but once that was done, auxiliary rooms were abandoned until there was more time and a more helpful elf. Voldemort had naturally taken precautions against the pieces of his soul being so easily identified. Harry's initial diagnostic scans showed that the locket and the diadem both shared a series of enchantments to make them appear to be benevolent. The only spell that showed them as being dark artifacts was one that only Ministry employees in the appropriate departments were allowed to learn. Fortunately, this allowed Harry to have a blind test and verify that his detector worked, even if it was a little more volatile than anticipated. As Harry walked towards the library, his mind drifted back towards that look of Lucius' face. Harry knew that it was too little information to work with, but he couldn't stop obsessing over whether or not part of Voldemort's soul was trying to entice, possess and consume one of his friends. That was a pretty sure way to ruin his week. Now his best plan was to wait in Diagon Alley on the day of Lockhart's book signing and hope Lucius still had it. Failing that, he'd either have to find a way to be discreet about scanning with the detector, or he would have to go check Malfoy Manor, which presented problems of its own, namely finding it. I hope Lucius still plans to plant the diary at Hogwarts, and I hope I can find a way to track it down quickly. Harry thought miserably. That's two hopes too many. Once he arrived at the library, he opened the master ledger and started summoning books. He had a lot of shelf space to fill and an appearance to preserve. He took a wide selection of advanced books on every subject taught at Hogwarts except divination. He doubled up on combat books, but by far his largest selection was on healing spells. For Hermione, he threw in enough books on magical theory to keep her out of the school library all year. A few research journals in several languages and an ancient Celtic tome or two, along with what he had received for his birthday and his school books, should have enough variety and volume for no one to notice that Harry will never be reading any of them. He had a few full notebooks of parcel script work that he didn't need anymore, perhaps he would add those as well. When he had finished making his selections, he turned to regard the pile, only to find 3 elves quietly packaging and shrinking the books as they arrived. He really loved the elves' ability to anticipate their master's needs. HPCOC. Albus Dumbledore watched out the window from his office as the sun started to rise. This would undoubtedly be the most important dawn of Albus' year. He turned and walked to a cabinet when he heard a knock on the door. "Come in, Sybil." "Albus, you know it is unwise to disturb a seer at dawn," Trelawney whispered as she entered the room. "It is the time when the mists of time are the clearest. Stress could damage my third eye." "I know the dangers," Albus said sadly as he turned towards her, now holding a cup of steaming potion. "Albus, no," Sybil cried. "Just be patient and let the future reveal itself." "I'm sorry, Sybil," Dumbledore sighed. "He was almost killed 4 times this year. The dark forces are clearly on the move. How am I supposed to make sure he fulfills his destiny if I can't protect him?" "But it hurts," Sybil whined. "Neither can live while the other survives, Sybil, you said that." Dumbledore insisted. "If Harry dies, Voldemort will live forever. There has to be another way." Tears ran down Trelawney's face. "I cannot prepare for things I don't know or threats. Harry's life, and by extension the rest of the world's, might hang on this." The sound of disappointment from a respected elder was always a good motivator, at least in Dumbledore's experience. "But if you're adamant, I won't force you." Trelawney's breath caught in her throat, she swallowed quickly. "I'll do it." Albus triumphed internally, congratulating himself once again for finding the spell to change one word in that prophecy. "Neither can lives while the other survives," is much more ambiguous than, neither can die while the other survives. His version allowed him to use any means to protect Harry, even when that meant imprisoning him. The original version just leaves it obvious that to finish Voldemort's life for good, Harry would have to die in the same moment. If they didn't die simultaneously, they would just keep getting up, over and over again. He watched as a terrified seer drank the ancient potion used by the Romans to force their oracles to predict. It had some drawbacks, the important one being that it could only be used at dawn the day after the target's day of birth. It also had a tendency to kill seers who used it too often and caused them incredible amounts of pain, but that was neither here nor there. After 30 seconds, Albus could tell the potion was taking effect and he leaned forward eagerly. "Now then, tell me about Harry." Sybil stopped breathing and didn't inhale for nearly 2 minutes. Suddenly her eyes rolled into the back of her head and her back arched. Her voice, that was normally airy and alien during prophecy, was now deep and gravelly. "When the Third Lord joins the living, they will war, for only one can rule. So too must fall. Chaos without law will fall to entropy. The ancient fisherman will tangle his lines, if he casts too many nets. And death will stalk that which is denied him. Between the king and his court, the decision is made, but only the one will the boy support, and the children of change shall make it so." Elf. Albus beckoned as Sybil collapsed, falling out of her chair and onto the floor. Luckily for Dumbledore, she was already unconscious when she started and wouldn't remember a thing. "Yes, Master Dumbledore." The elf bowed. "Clean up this mess, would you?" Dumbledore waved offhandedly at Trelawney's crumpled form. He turned his back and made his way into his personal quarters, already lost in thought. HPCOC. Tonks hadn't woken Harry up in almost 2 months, again, and she wasn't going to waste this chance either. She was determined to make Harry her boyfriend before she turned 13, but she had to be careful not to hurt Hermione in the process. The girls had been drawn to Harry for different reasons and were very open with each other about how they felt for him. That gave them the shared interest necessary to bond, and now they were as close to sisters and two unrelated girls could be. Their competition for Harry would be a slow, honorable one, no rumor-mongering or backstabbing. In fact, Tonks felt she would rather cut off her own foot than betray the other girl. Her plan was unfortunately limited to continuing on the same path. She'd hoped that he would eventually get accustomed to her waking him up, and then miss it when she couldn't. Living with Harry would give her a couple hours at each end of the day where Hermione wouldn't be there. Tonks knew she wouldn't be able to take full advantage of this situation without feeling guilty, so she wasn't going to try anything during those times. That didn't, however, mean that she couldn't react to Harry's actions. She quietly slipped into his room, DS still blocking out all the light except for right near the bookshelves. Had she been less focused on not making a noise, she would have noticed the piles of books on the floor, but she didn't. If she had noticed the piles of books, she would have also noticed Harry sitting in the midst of them watching her cross the room. Instead, she reached his bed and energetically threw the curtains open. "Harry! Harry! Good morning, Nim." Harry used a ventriloquism spell to whisper directly into her ear. She screamed and did a spinning jump that would have been ballet if it had been coordinated. Only then did she see Harry, now laughing, amongst the books. "Yay yay, laugh it up, Buster." Tonks smiled, shaking her head, and started to walk towards him. "Stop," Harry shouted before she moved her foot, and then he climbed to his feet. "Stay right there." Okay." The confusion was evident in her voice as he walked across the room. "What's going on?" "Nim, there is something I have wanted to tell you since Christmas, and it's kind of hard to say," Harry said quietly when he was standing right in front of her. "But first I need you to commit to memory exactly what you're feeling right now." Holy crap. Is this what I think it is? Tonks was going insane in her own mind, but she definitely wouldn't be forgetting anything about this, ever. "Okay, done. I would have brought this up a long time ago, but I wanted to be certain I had the right girl first." Harry fidgeted unconsciously. "I hope you don't hate me for how long I've taken." "Harry, I could never hate you. It is what I think. Harry Potter is about to ask me out." "Well, I heard this prophecy, and I think it is about you." Harry looked down, expecting anger. Oh, from how I've interpreted it, it's worthless. It could mean anything from the two of us setting the all-time record for NEWTs to the far other extreme where I convert to Buddhism. and win at it, then get assassinated by the twins, after which I then possess you, become the next Dark Lord and rule forever." Harry summed up. Beyond being so extremely open to interpretation, it doesn't present us with any options, simply this will happen, makes it pointless to know because you can't change anything. I think it is only there to identify us. "Well, let me hear it then," Tonks said, trying to keep the crushed hopes and dreams out of her voice. "Together born shall be the children of change, the world that was once will never be, destroyed by the forge, the boy of change, for many years the girl he won't see, the one was loved by all, the other was cast out, together they'll join in fall, the change was swift, with his final form the enlightenment, he shall teach her, together they shall go forth, heroes to the world, all will bow to them, together they will be, with time." Harry recited, looking at the ceiling to assist his memory. "She doesn't need to know about those 2 missing lines yet. I like how it ends." Tonks' eyes then opened wide. "Shit, did I just say that out loud?" "Me too," Harry agreed, smiling, making Tonks blush. "I don't want to not see you for years though." Tonks wrung her hands. "We went 11 years between when we were in the same room and meeting at the opening feast. I think that is the many years. Or the 50-some that I experienced after you died. Who else knows?" Tonks hoped that he didn't say Hermione. "Just the 2 of us as far as I can tell," Harry said, then frowned. "Unless someone heard it while it was being given. Then I say we forget about it." Tonks shrugged and smiled. "Like you said, it doesn't sound like there's anything we can do, so it's best left ignored." "So why did you have me remember that feeling? Does it have something to do with the prophecy?" Harry's smile grew past the limits of his face, only possible because of being a metamorph. "Look at your feet." Tonks looked down and screamed happily at seeing the air between her feet and the floor. After dropping an inch so that her feet were back on the floor, she jumped forward and threw her arms around Harry. "We should tell Hermione everything," Tonks said excitedly as she pulled out of the hug. Harry regarded the happy young witch silently for a moment, while she bounced energetically on the balls of her feet. "I was going to say just that. I'll call her over." Tonks spun and ran out of the room. She finished her sprint by diving over the footboard onto her bed. After scrambling the rest of the way to her nightstand, she propped herself up on her elbows and flipped open her mirror. Hermione. A few moments later the mirror faded to a different view and Hermione's face had replaced Tonks'. "Oh, good morning Tonks. Hermione, you gotta get your little tushy over here pronto." Tonks squealed. "Something amazing just happened." "Oh." Hermione's face dropped. "I see." "Oh, no." Tonks stopped her. "It's not that, you're still in the running. You really just have to come see for yourself." "All right, I'll be over as soon as I can." Hermione agreed. "We'll be in Harry's room." Tonks beamed. "Okay, I'll see you then. Bye." Tonks closed her mirror, cutting off the connection, and ran back to Harry's room. "How do I get better?" "I really don't know." Harry shrugged. "I don't know if it can be taught. I learned on my own." "Well, we can try." Tonks insisted. "We can. The first step should be to review the memory and try to recapture the feeling. See where that gets you." Harry suggested and then waved to all the books on the floor. "Should be similar to occlumency, but different. While you're doing that, I'm going to keep sorting these." HPCOC. Albus Dumbledore sat on his recliner in his private room. He discovered them when he left Harry at the Dursley residence. He had to go inside to ensure that they would hate the boy after all. In the living room he had spotted the masterpiece of sitting comfort, and promptly stole it, replaced it with an inferior substitute and obliviated the Dursleys of the chair's existence. This wasn't the chair, that chair had died a glorious death of discovery as Albus tore it apart to see how it was built. Albus built his own recliner and enchanted it for comfort. He was currently lying back getting a massage and contemplating the new prophecy. "Let's see," he thought, holding up the transcript he had had a quick quotes quill taking. The first 4 lines really couldn't be much clearer. Chaos without law will fall to entropy. Well, the children of change have always been agents of chaos, so this is probably one of the 2 of them, or both. So what forces? Law. I have no idea who she could have meant by ancient fisherman. Perhaps the founder of Harry's organization. I'll need to look into that, see if I can't get Harry of Nick to tell me the history. Without knowing who that reference is for sure, I can't do anything about it. And death will stalk that which is denied him. This is undoubtedly Voldemort. Sounds like a done deal for him though. Between the king and his court the decision is made, so this king is going to decide which lord wins. Kings rule in castles and his court does his bidding. I rule Hogwarts and the staff does my bidding. I'm going to go forward as though I am the king and simply keep my eyes open for others who might qualify. But only the one will the boy support, and the children of change will make it so. So, Harry's loyalty will be to himself and or Nymphadora, Voldemort or this fisherman, but I'll choose who. Priorities then. First, figure out who the fisherman is. Second, figure out who or what Law is. Third, make sure I gain control of both of these characters. Fourth, figure out whether Harry is better or worse than the fisherman and decide who will win. Fifth, convince Harry to support the fisherman, should I find the fisherman suitable. Albus stood up and walked out into his office. Taking his pensieve out of its hiding place and stirring with his wand, he brought up his memory of dawn 12 years ago to the day. The morning after Harry's birth. Lowering himself, he gently drifted into that morning. Albus' office reformed out of the mist, and with a quick glance around he oriented himself. A younger Trelawney was begging at Albus' feet. It was rather pathetic, in Albus' opinion. The memory Albus held a goblet of the same steaming potion that real Albus had Trelawney drink that morning. I can't force you, Sybil. Dream, Albus said compassionately. Years later this scene would become one of Albus' favorites, he impressed himself every time. But the future of the world could depend on it. You said that about the Longbottom boy yesterday. Sybil cried. I can't, please. 2 days in a row could kill me. The Dark Lord could kill the one who can save us all. Dumbledore insisted, smiling sadly. The real Albus noticed his legitimacy pressing the idea into her mind. He always hoped he was subtler now. We need to know who to protect. I'll do it. Trelawney sobbed. With a face full of apprehension she drank the potion. Her back bent so far it almost broke, and her voice was more inhuman than ever. She was truly a horrifying sight as blood started running from her nose, eyes and ears. Together born shall be the children of change. The dream. Trelawney pitched forward and vomited blood all over Albus and the desk. Those robes were never the same. Real Albus thought as he studied her mouth while she vomited. Albus knew that the oracle potion didn't allow for pause, and her mouth still looked like she was talking. He concluded that there were missing lines. The world that was once will never be. Destroyed by the forge, the boy of change for many years, the girl he won't see, more vomit, therefore more missing lines. The one was loved by all, the other was cast out, together they'll join in fall. The boy knows what's to come, with knowledge unknown, the change was swift, this was the long break that made Albus regret giving her the potion twice. 3 or 4 lines could have easily fit in the gap. With his final form, the Enlightenment. He shall teach her, together they shall go forth heroes to the world, all will bow to them, together they will be with time. Trelawney collapsed at this point, and just like this morning memory, Albus summoned an elf to deal with her. She didn't wake up for 3 months and wouldn't let anyone approach her with liquid of any type for a year after that. That set of robes was incinerated a few months later after the house elves reported failing to remove the blood. That's the real shame. I loved those robes. As real Albus landed back in his office, he recalled modifying the prophecy orb to remove the pauses. His thoughts at the time were that it isn't what you didn't know that got you, but what you didn't know you didn't know. He still supported his decision to deny anyone who comes to that prophecy the knowledge that some of it was missing. Misinformation is just as important in war as warriors are. Albus returned to his recliner to ponder and decide if and what he would change in the recording of this newest prophecy. HPCOC. Sirius was just finishing up wrapping his presents to the kids when the fireplace flashed green and Hermione stumbled through. She waved as she hurried through the room to get to the stairs. Hi Hermione. Hey, inform those miscreants that breakfast is in 20. Hey Padfoot, I'll let them know. Hermione smiled and continued up the stairs. She finished her run by bursting into Harry's room, where Tonks was sitting cross-legged on the floor and Harry was with his books. Ooh, books. If you help me sort them you can borrow some. Harry smiled across the room. She ran over excitedly. We're going by author, by subject. I don't know whether I want to split them in half and have a section for theory and a section for practical, or just have them all together. She sat down next to him and hugged him tightly before picking up a book. Tonks said there was big news. Yay, but it isn't time sensitive and I'd rather wait for her to come back to us before we talk. Harry shrugged. But it is certainly Hop's level. Does the news have to do with her occlumency? Hermione clearly recognized Tonks' pose. Have you checked her shields yet? Will you check mine? I was going to ask on the train ride home, but I wanted to tear them down and rebuild one last time. Then I did it again during July while I was waiting for you to come back. Just how many times have you rebuilt them? Harry's attention was now solely on her. Well, once you woke up and scolded as I ripped down what I had and started over. Hermione looked up, biting her lip. And then again at the beginning of June, which I was expecting. Again the night we got home, and then again in the first week of July. Is that bad? No, quite impressive actually. Most people take around a month to recover from rebuilding their shields. Harry struggled to find an analogy. It's like, oh, say you ran a marathon, then realized you forgot something at the start line, so you turned around and ran back, and then turned around again and crossed the finish line again, just because. If they're any good, no one will believe you if and when you tell them. So are they any good? I've been working really hard. Hermione leaned forward and looked him deep in the eye. All right, here I go. Harry sent a gentle legilimency probe. He suddenly found himself standing in Hermione's mindscape looking at a giant egg-shaped metal capsule. He moved up to it and examined it in close detail. And he circled. Finding no flaws, he drew back his arm and struck it. There was no give at all. He was grinning when he returned to the real world. Hermione, you're amazing. I know, she said, blushing proudly. But you should probably tell me why. You know, so I can make sure you're worshipping the proper aspects of my greatness. Harry just looked at her for a few seconds before they both burst into laughter. After Harry managed to catch his breath, he smiled at her. If you know the fable of the 3 little pigs and the big bad wolf, you'll know the straw house, the wood house and the brick house, yes. Yes, what about them? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Well, for as long as you've been practicing, you should still be at the straw house equivalent. Perhaps starting to progress to the next stage. Harry put a hand on Hermione's. You, however, are past the brick house stage. You seem to be a natural. Really? Hermione asked happily. I've been thinking about adding animals around the outside to help defend, but the book suggests that I avoid animated guardians. Go for it, Harry encouraged. Worst thing that can happen is that you have to take them out again. As you are now, you will be able to keep anyone out long enough to take countermeasures. Don't let up though, there are always things that can be improved, no matter how good your shields are. Oh, are you checking occlumency? Tonks piped up from the other side of the room. Yay, and he said I'm a natural. Hermione gloated. Check mine, Harry. Tonks commanded and strolled over. Did you find the feeling? Harry asked as she sat down next to Hermione. I think so. Tonks nodded happily and then switched to a Transylvanian accent. Now, look into my eyes. Okay, Vlad. Harry chuckled and leaned forward. Tonks found herself suddenly lost in his beautiful green eyes. Suddenly she found herself remembering how dashing he looked while he was fighting the troll. Her stomach sank as she witnessed him get hit. Suddenly she was watching him fight the basilisk again. That's when she realized her shields hadn't kept him out. Oh, shoot. Well, you have a decent foundation, Harry stated, rubbing the back of his neck. The structure could use some work though. Oh, just say it was terrible and get it over with. Tonks sounded upset. You're not doing bad at all, Harry reassured. You're slightly ahead of what would normally be expected. I guess I can settle on second best, Tonks said glumly. Hey, I can't shapeshift, Hermione defended. I would consider myself second best between the two of us. Stop it, both of you, Harry scolded. You're both amazing and I wouldn't want to lose either of you. There is no second best. Sorry, Harry, the girls said together. It's okay. Harry drew his wand and cast privacy charms around the room. Now there is a reason you called Hermione over, isn't there? Yes, of course. Tonks started to inhale to start her story when Hermione interrupted. Padfoot asked me to tell you that there was only 20 minutes before breakfast, and that was like 10 minutes ago, so if this is going to take a while, maybe we should wait. Hermione suggested helpfully. We can use my pensieve, it'd be the quickest way. Harry added. Sounds like a plan, Tonks replied, and Harry got up and retrieved the pensieve from his trunk. This way she can hear the prophecy too. Prophecy? Hermione raised an eyebrow. You'll see, Harry said lamely as he returned. We don't think it is worth much, and better kept under wraps. Dumbledore doesn't know that I know anything about any prophecies, and I would like to keep it that way. Right, so mum's the word. Hermione made the lips-sealed motion. Actually everything about this memory is to be kept secret for now, Tonks said. Right, Harry. The less anyone else knows the more advantaged we are. It isn't universal, but that is a good rule. Harry drew a silvery strand of memory out and put it in his pensieve. We shouldn't even tell the adults here. We can trust them in everything, but there is no need to tell them and open the door for more leaks. Is it really that big of a deal? Hermione asked, concerned. Until it happened I thought this was only possible for Harry. Tonks nodded. And even then, that's only because I witnessed it. If someone had merely told me I would call them a liar. All set. Harry looked up at Hermione. Only 2 people can use this at once, so you can go alone or pick one of us to go with you. I'll go alone, Hermione said bravely and entered the pensieve. So what do we do while we wait? Tonks waggled her eyebrows. Harry smirked. Let's see if we can get you off the ground again. It's not working. Tonks cried frustrated, 5 minutes later. It's okay, Nim. Keep trying. Harry empathized. It took me years to learn. You can fly. Hermione screamed, smiling as she returned from the memories. Both of you. Me practically, her potentially. Harry summed up. But try not to shout about it when we leave the silencing charms. This is amazing. Hermione started. I did the research when I was trying to find a way to get out of flying class. Flight without a device was mentioned briefly. The book said it was just a fairy tale. It's supposed to be impossible. Just like surviving a killing curse. Harry's eyebrows skyrocketed. All right, so I shouldn't really say the word impossible around you, unless I'm describing you. Hermione rolled her eyes. But still, you shouldn't keep this a secret. You heard the prophecy. Harry paused to wait for Hermione to nod. Well, there is another one saying that I have to keep fighting Voldemort until one of us is dead for good. I'm keeping any advantage I can find against him, and the secret ability to fly is one of those. So you're not going to solve one of the great magical mysteries? Hermione asked disappointedly. Maybe after everything is over, when I can live a life of peace. Harry tilted his head like he was looking off into the distance. So, let me see, Nim. Hermione bounced. Well, I can't really get it to happen again. Tonks screwed up her face in concentration. Oh, well, maybe someday. Hermione was confident, even if Tonks wasn't. None of us learned to walk in a day. Well, actually. Shut up, Harry, you don't count. Hermione waved his comment off casually. Ah. Harry visibly deflated, but was prevented from commenting when a knock came from the door. Harry jumped up and ran over to answer. Oh, hey Hestia, what's up? Breakfast, come on. Hestia motioned with her head. What were you doing so quietly? Just teasing, Harry. Tonks piped up. Oh, well, I hope you weren't being too mean. Not at all, Tonks said innocently. Morning, pups. Sirius greeted as the 3 kids and Hestia entered the dining room. I'm glad you came early, Hermione. Gwen smiled. Shopping after breakfast, and I wouldn't want to be slowed down by waiting for you to get here. Shopping. Harry's voice was full of dread. Shopping, Hestia exclaimed. With me and my sister you're sure to be set for all occasions. I guess I should have been clearer. Shopping for what? Clothes, of course, Gwen said, beaming. Padfoot. Harry whined. Don't you love me? Oh, it won't be that bad. Hestia scoffed as everyone else laughed. Only has to happen once a summer. I think you'll find a distraction waiting on your place setting though if you would ever make your way over there. Sirius said pointedly, while also pointing at Harry's seat. Harry, grumbling, lead the other 2 12-year-olds over to their part of the table. Each of their plates had a small rectangular, wrapped package. Each marked with their name and birthday wishes and signed by Sirius. Harry and Tonks shrugged and started opening them with a quick thanks to Sirius. Hermione, however, didn't. Padfoot, my birthday isn't for almost 2 months. I know, Hermione, but with those 2 getting theirs today I thought you would want yours too. Sirius smiled. I just won't give you anything in September. I guess that's fair. Hermione ripped open her package quickly, so as to catch up with the other 2. As the paper fell away she found herself looking at a photo of a large golden eagle. After the rest of the paper was gone she could see that it was a book on non-magical birds of the world. Hermione looked over to the other 2, Tonks was holding a similar book on mammals and Harry's was on reptiles and amphibians. After looking at each other all 3 looked to Sirius, confused. How would you 3 like to become animagi? Sirius asked, laughing at their confusion. Really, that'd be awesome. Tonks clapped. Doesn't it take years? Hermione was determined but cautious. Professor McGonagall told us that it was a very advanced transformation that we won't get around to studying until 6th year. Yes, well there is McGonagall's way. Sirius grinned. And then there is the Marauder's way. What's the difference? Hermione was intrigued. Well, ours is even more illegal than teaching minors would be normally. Sirius started offhandedly while Remus chuckled. Second, you can choose what you want to become. Third, it is all done through a potion. Fourth, if everything goes well this can be accomplished before Hermione turns 14. Fifth. What was fifth again, Moony? I think that's it. Oh wait, fifth, outsiders can interfere with the process. Remus supplied. And sixth, don't choose your animal on a bet. Sirius finished laughing. James and the rat bet each other that they would finish their potion on the second try. Their stakes were to choose the others and they both lost. James made the rat and the rat thought it would be funny to make James a stag, especially since we were going to be trying to subdue a wolf. If you had been in on that bet it would have totally defeated the purpose. James wanted to turn you into a tomcat and set you on McGonagall. Remus laughed. If that had happened none of you would have been much help on the full moons. So what do we need to do before next summer? Harry hoped to cut off the old war stories before they started. First you need to decide whether you want to go through with this, second you need to pick your animal. The first stage of the potion needs to be done on the winter solstice and the second part on the summer solstice. During the second part you'll need to add a tissue sample from the target animal. Remus listed. There has never been anyone known to successfully use a magical animal, so don't bother unless you want to waste a year. Professor McGonagall says that not everyone has the potential to complete the transformation. Hermione said, setting her book in her lap. Does that hold true? Yes, absolutely. Sirius poured himself a glass of juice. Why do you think we found the potion in the first place? None of us had the potential for the traditional method. Do you have any idea how being a metamorph will change things? Harry murmured. Either it won't, Remus said calmly, or you'll be able to morph your animal form. There is nothing to indicate that it would cause the potion to fail. Oh. Harry started to thumb through the book looking at the animals. Hey, no reading at the meal table. Tonks scolded. I'll let you go with a warning this time. Andromeda said diplomatically. But put it away. Harry closed his book and turned to breakfast. After breakfast the kids were given just enough time to take their books upstairs before they were rushed off to Diagon Alley by the Jones sisters. They were out until dinner, when Hermione had to go home, and were too exhausted by the end of the day to think, much less try to get Tonks flying again. Gwen and Hestia were both silently congratulating themselves on a successful outing that night while they drifted off to sleep. Hermione jumped out of her seat when the owls arrived from Hogwarts. Her excitement was barely contained as she squealed when she found her letter and ripped it open enthusiastically before sitting back down. Hermione. What? Hermione asked without looking up. What did I just tell Harry? Andromeda asked irritatedly. Hermione glanced at the boy and saw the reptile book still in his hands. Right, sorry. So what did you manage to see before she stopped you? Tonks asked mischievously. Oh, honestly. Andromeda sighed, throwing her hands up. Not much. Hermione giggled looking at Harry. Loads of books by Lockhart though. Figures. Harry muttered darkly. What's so special about Lockhart books? Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Nothing, if you enjoy fiction. Harry scoffed. Gilderoy Lockhart does not write fiction. Andromeda defended hotly. He says that Lockhart is a fraud, Mum. Tonks said, grinning at the look on her mother's face. Why would you say that? Andromeda demanded, turning to the boy. Have you read his books? Harry asked sarcastically. More importantly, have you ever heard about any of his alleged accomplishments anywhere other than in his books? What do you mean? Gwen asked confused. Well, how many people have written about Dumbledore's defeat of Grindelwald? Lots. How many people have written about Voldemort's rise to power? Harry rolled his eyes as some of the adults flinched. Fewer but still some. Now how many people have written about Lockhart fighting vampires? Only Lockhart. If he actually did anything he says he did, then more people than just him would be saying he did it. A lot of people believe Lockhart. It isn't just him saying it. Andromeda countered. But the only reason those people are backing his claims is because he wrote about them. Harry calmly assured her. I could write a book claiming that I can apparate to the sun and detailing what I found when I arrived, and if I were to sell it to enough people, eventually someone would believe it. Once there is one other person who believes me, then I'm not the only person who says I've been there. It doesn't however mean that I have. So you think it is more likely that he simply tricked the whole population? Hestia asked skeptically. Peter Pettigrew did. Harry said coldly. You have a point. Hestia admitted glumly while Gwen gave Sirius a one-armed hug. But we're still going to his book signing next week. Andromeda asserted, making Harry groan, and the rest of them laugh. HPCOC. A couple hours later, Gwenog slipped into the room her sister shared with Remus. Hestia. Get your camera. What is it? Hestia asked as she walked over to her bedside table and opened a drawer. It's the kids. Gwen swooned. They're so cute. Got it. Lead the way. Hestia grinned and followed Gwen out the door and down the hall to Harry's room. His door was open and none of the children noticed the two sisters looking in. Hestia had to suppress the urge to coo when she saw them. Harry was sitting up against his headboard with his knees up and his reptile book propped up by them. Hermione and Tonks were sitting on either side leaning against Harry. Each had their head resting on Harry's shoulder and were immersed in their own books. Hestia silently raised her camera to her eye and took aim. The flash of light and sound of flash powder igniting caught the children's attention, and all three looked up with identical expressions of surprise. A moment later they jumped apart, blushing. Hestia laughed. Sorry kids, too late for that. We've got photographic evidence. How much do you think Teen Witch Weekly will pay for a copy of that print? Gwen taunted. You laugh now. Harry scorned. But don't forget, Gwen, you're just as famous as I am and I can get a camera too. Right then. Gwen stammered nervously. No one outside this house will see that, I guess. Not that I would mind if you had taken the picture at, say, a park. Harry amended. But what happens in one's home shouldn't be published. So how about we go to a park or something and try again? Hestia joked, making the kids blush again. Did you need anything, or are you just up here to harass us? Harry asked pointedly. Oh, we're just here to harass you. Hestia grinned. Mission accomplished, I think. Gwen added, nodding. Then you can leave now. Tonks demanded tactlessly. I guess so. Hestia trailed off. But that's not as much fun. Good. Hermione said as Harry hopped off the bed and shooed the sisters away. He closed the door and locked it before climbing back onto the bed. As Harry retook his position and picked his book back up, Hermione moved back into her place and Tonks pulled one of the curtains closed, obscuring them from the door. Hey Harry. Yes Nim. Why did you pick royal blue and bronze for Hedwig's cape if it wasn't supposed to be Ravenclaw colors? Tonks queried as she snuggled back into Harry's shoulder. Well, that goes back to the symbolism of the colors. Lady Ravenclaw was descended from royalty on both sides of the Roman invasion. Bronze was the metal of kings before iron working made its way here, and during the medieval times royal blue was picked up to signify royalty. The Potter family is also descended from the medieval royalty, thus the blue, and the other color isn't technically bronze, it's a dark copper tone and is a fairly close match to my natural skin tone. Harry lectured quietly. Oh, Tonks said thoughtfully. What about the other house colors? Hermione asked, pulling away from him slightly so she could look at him. Lord Gryffindor came from Roman nobility. Scarlet and gold were common colors for them and lions were common symbols. He was the second highest ranking member of the Founding Four, next to Rowena. Harry explained. And Salazar Slytherin made his fortune in the potions ingredient trade. Silver is the traditional color of merchants and traders, and green implies plants which with magic imply ingredients. He could have peddled in anything though. The S being the house animal is correctly inferred to be a reference to parcel magic. Hermione was nodding enthusiastically at this point. And Hufflepuff. Oh, right. Harry chuckled. The Hufflepuffs were beekeepers. Oh. Hermione sounded let down. That really explains a lot though. Tonks added pensively. Have you ever noticed how much honey is in the Great Hall at meal times? Asterisk. Yay, now that you mention it I have. Hermione nodded conspiratorially. Well, mystery solved. Harry smiled. There is still something I would like to know though. Tonks said, looking up at him. What's that? Harry asked, looking down, faces merely inches apart. When are you going to put my door sign back to normal? Tonks blushed. It was cute at first, but a couple days of seeing Nimmy there wore off the charm quickly. Yay, I was going to do that tonight anyway. Harry answered merrily. Once we're done reading and stuff, I'll take care of it. Good. Tonks nodded and turned back to her book. HPCOC. August 12th arrived quickly and Harry woke suddenly as his mattress suddenly decided to jump several feet to the side. The bed frame didn't move with it, and so a few moments later it dropped to the floor, passenger in tow. A dazed Harry extricated himself from his now tossed and tangled bedding and glared at the three laughing adult males. Harry groaned and rubbed his eyes. I expected this of Mooney and Padfoot, but et tu Ted. A shrill shriek of surprise came from across the halls, implying that the females in the house had given Tonks the same treatment. The adults' laughter got louder for a few moments before Ted was able to restrain himself. Sorry Harry, I fear they've been a bad influence on me. Morning pup. Sirius gasped, wiping a tear from his eye. I think I should start wearing my wand holster at night too. Harry muttered as he walked over to his bedside table and drew his wand. Without turning, he quickly cast 3 charms over his shoulder before securing the holster to his arm. He turned to review his work and was pleased to see that Ted now had broccoli growing out of his ears, Sirius' nose was upside down, and Remus' hair was growing rapidly. Harry nodded satisfactorily. Well, it was short notice, but it'll do. Harry was still half asleep as he shoved past them and made his way to Tonks' room. It was only the Jones sisters in there with their backs to the door. Tonks was still sitting on the floor glaring, but didn't fail to see Harry wink at her. Harry figured he would make the couples match and quickly cast the spells. When Tonks suddenly stopped glaring and started giggling, the sisters knew something was wrong and turned to each other. Harry decided that he would have to ask if they were fraternal twins after seeing how they reacted. As one, they both gasped in horror, and then pointed at the other and started laughing. Hestia's hair was now receding at a rate equal to Remus, growing, and Gwen's entire face, except her nose, had been rotated so her eyes were on her chin and her mouth on her forehead. Watch out ladies, Remus shouted from the other room. You could tell they were laughing again and were having a hard time talking. Harry's coming and he's got vengeance on his side. We know, Hestia shouted back between laughs. What did he get you with? Just meet us in the hall and see, Sirius called. As the women walked out into the hall, Harry flopped down on the mattress with Tonks, who promptly moved and rested her head on his stomach. Morning Nim. Morning Harry. That was annoying. Yup. Tonks nodded, which was a little weird with her position. It's not even like it was a clever or particularly funny gag either. I'd put money on it that I could do a better bed-based wake-up prank. Harry complained. Do it, Tonks encouraged. Between you, me and Hermione, we can give the old folk a run for their money. I wonder how Big Hand can get. How do you think Padfoot would like waking up while being eaten by an anaconda? Harry chuckled maniacally. Make sure you have a camera ready. Tonks giggled. And make sure she doesn't actually eat him, of course. Breakfast. Andromeda shouted from downstairs while ringing a bell. Pack in the pranks and get down here. Coming. Tonks called back and climbed to her feet before pulling Harry up too. I don't know, I think I'll keep it short. Hestia's voice carried out of the kitchen as the kids approached. As they walked through the door, they saw Hestia facing Andromeda and Gwen while examining her hair in a mirror. She looked up when they walked in and smiled. Hey Harry, can you just halt this now instead of just reversing it? Well, I was going to wait until you were completely bald, but if you insist. Harry waved his wand and her hair stopped disappearing. He reversed the charm on Gwen's face as well. When she looked at him for an explanation, he just shrugged. I figured it would be really hard to eat like that. What? Ted asked excessively loudly as he walked in from the other room. Honey, you look absurd. Andromeda chuckled. Harry, I hope everyone is going to be back to how they were before we leave. Except me, Hestia added. She was opening her mouth to say more when the door opened again and Remus sauntered in arrogantly, hair now down to mid-back. I'm ready for the photographer, he said saucily and dramatically flipped his hair over his shoulder. Sirius followed him without comment, with a tiny top hat sitting on the top of his nose. Throughout breakfast, Sirius steadfastly refused to acknowledge the existence of his top hat, and Remus' hair continued to grow and was now pulled on the floor around his chair. After 5 minutes or so of having conversation at half shout for the benefit of Ted, Harry got tired of it and got rid of the broccoli. Just as breakfast was winding down, a chime came from the parlor indicating arrival via flow. Tonks jumped up and ran out of the dining room and came back shortly with Hermione following. Hermione took one look at Remus and smiled. "I like what you've done with your hair, Moony." "Oh, thanks." Remus smiled genially and ran his hand through his hair appreciatively. "It's all the rage in Prague." Harry coughed into his coffee but managed to prevent any of the scalding hot liquid from taking a short cut through his nose. Counting his blessing, Harry decided not to press his luck and set his cup down. "I can leave it that long if you'd like." No thanks." Remus backpedaled quickly, looking down at the mountain of hair at his feet. "I can't imagine trying to walk like this. Actually, I think I'm done with this prank," Sirius said casually and drew his wand before quickly canceling the spells on him and Remus. "You mean you could have done that at any time?" Ted asked, shocked. "There isn't a prank spell that the Marauders can't reverse," Sirius boasted. "We've used almost all of them, including Harry's selection this morning," Remus added. "That's because I learned them from your journals after the war." Harry thought and tossed his napkin on the table and stood up. "Well, if that's that, I'm going to go get changed before we head out." "Me too," Tonks said, standing up too. Harry stopped at the door and turned to scrutinize the adults before turning to Tonks. "You know, I don't think giant SS are bed-themed enough for proper payback. I'm sure we can come up with something better. It was only your first idea after all," Tonks reassured him. They turned and proceeded to go upstairs, taking Hermione with them and leaving the adults looking at each other with uncertain apprehension. HPCOC. 6 adults and 3 12-year-olds flew through to the leaky cauldron in a fantastic show of emerald flames. Hestia and Remus went first, followed by Andromeda and Ted. The 4 of them cleared room and the children came next, with Sirius and Gwynog taking the tail. Harry noticed that everyone in the bar was looking at them and that they all fell silent when Gwen took Sirius' hand. "Have you announced your relationship yet?" Harry asked, turning to the 2 of them. "Today is official confirmation," Gwen said offhandedly. "We've been seen together enough for TWW to publish rumors that we were together," Sirius added. "We're going to make a statement today." Gwen smiled nervously. "Hey guys," Hannah Abbott exclaimed from near the door out back. "We were starting to wonder how long it would take you." "Everyone is already here except for the twins. The Weasley family is always late though," Blaise called from somewhere outside. Harry's group followed Hannah back outside where, in addition to Blaise, Susan and Daphne were waiting along with 2 women Harry didn't know. One was clearly Blaise's mom, the other had blonde hair and didn't look like she was raised in a pureblood household. Harry assumed she was Mrs. Abbott, which was confirmed almost immediately while introductions and greetings took place. By the time that was taken care of, the Weasley family arrived and the courtyard started to get cramped. The necessary introductions were made again and the massive party, now numbering 23, made their way through the arch into Diagon Alley. The youngest 2 Weasleys were starstruck again and barely said anything during the entire outing. The twins spent a good deal of time talking to the rest of the court about their new prank products and ideas, while Percy frowned in disapproval. The first stop was naturally Gringotts, and once they arrived the whole group broke down into smaller groups to go visit their vaults. The Weasleys took a cart of their own, which Harry was glad for, remembering how the other him felt opening his vault in front of them. Harry, Blaise, Daphne and Susan all rode together to the section where the older family's trust vaults were. Hannah, Tonks and Hermione stayed in the main lobby. Hermione was changing pounds to galleons and Tonks and Hannah were waiting for their respective mothers, who had taken a third cart to their vaults, Tonks and Hannah staying behind to keep Hermione company. Within a half an hour the whole group was back in the lobby, weighed down with gold and ready to shop. Once they left the bank, Molly and Arthur Weasley excused themselves along with Percy, Ron and Ginny with an agreement to meet at Flourish and Blotts at noon. Unlike Ginny, the rest of them only had to restock or update their existing supplies and were quickly done shopping for the things they needed, other than books. Sirius and Gwynog were able to make their statement when they noticed a Daily Prophet reporter heading towards the bookstore. Not willing to miss the chance, Gwen waited until she was sure she was recognized and then pushed Sirius up against a wall and gave him a thorough snogging. The interruption only took a couple minutes and the photographer with the reporter got several clear pictures. It wasn't really the kind of story that the Prophet was likely to publish, so they were most likely to see those pictures get sold to Teenwitch Weekly. At noon the group arrived at the bookstore and met up with the rest of the Weasleys. As he moved through the stacks picking out his required books, Harry subtly shortened his hair and moved it away from his scar, while also making his scar a bit more prominent. He had a prank planned for the Great Golden Git. All he needed was for Lockhart to recognize him and give him a free set of books like he did the other time. When he rejoined the adults in the line to get their books signed, Harry made sure to place himself in clear view. Sure enough, within a few minutes. "Merlin, is that Harry Potter?" The photographer roughly pushed his way through the crowd and dragged Harry to the front. Lockhart walked over to Harry and posed with him for a picture. "Together we rate the front page," Lockhart whispered before speaking clearly to the room. "When young Harry here walked into the store today, he was expecting to buy my complete works and have them signed by yours truly. But what he wasn't expecting was that in addition to my autobiography, Magical Me, Harry would be receiving the real Magical Me." He paused to laugh at his pun before continuing. "I am proud to announce that this fall I will be returning to Hogwarts for the first time since I graduated as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." He paused again, but this time it was for applause. "In honor of this occasion, I would like to present Harry here with my complete works, free of charge." The applause petered out awkwardly as Harry bent over the collection he was presented, counting. "Oh, good, they'll divide evenly." "What do you mean?" Lockhart asked, confused. "Well, while I am very appreciative of your generosity, I can't accept these all for myself, so I'm going to split them up between myself and my friends to lighten everyone's load," Harry explained, drawing more applause. "Who are your friends?" Lockhart queried. "My two best friends are Hermione Granger and Tonks." Harry gestured them forward with a feral grin. "I'm sure I can afford to part with the books for your friends too," Gilderoy said with a smile that sparkled prettily. "Really? You mean that?" Harry cackled internally. "Exactly what I was hoping you'd say. Of course, it is really no problem." "Gee, thanks." Harry smiled innocently as the girls were presented with their own Lockhart collections. "Come on forward, guys." The rest of the court filed through. Harry introduced each as they stepped up. "This is Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin, she's my acting press secretary. Blaise Zabini, also Slytherin, he doesn't talk very often but when he does you should pay attention. Fred and George Weasley, of House Gryffindor, are two of the most accomplished pranksters in Hogwarts history and are incredibly inventive. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott of House Hufflepuff. Susan's aunt, as you know, is the head of the DMLE." Gilderoy's smile was looking forced at this point, but there was no way that he could tell Harry to stop without looking bad. Once the court had finished, Harry was selecting people through eye contact. "Percy Weasley is a sixth-year Gryffindor and is my go-to prefect for non-Ravenclaw issues, and if I were a betting man I would say that he will be headboy next year. His youngest brother, Ron, is in my year in Gryffindor, and their sister, and first female Weasley in 7 generations, Ginny, is just starting this year and I only met her this summer, but she's pretty cool." She blushed deeply at this comment, but Harry pressed on, knowing that if he stopped he wouldn't be able to get going again. Looking around the room quickly, he saw 2 other people. Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor. There isn't a lot to say about Neville, but if there was only one wizard from my generation that I could have watching my back, it'd be Neville. And last but not least is Draco Malfoy, also of Gryffindor. Our families have a long history of conflict, but Draco and I are trying to work past that. The sudden loss of 14 copies of his complete works was a noticeable loss, unlike losing 3 of them. Harry had, however, saved his whole group a great deal of money. No good deed goes unpunished though, and Harry had to endure a bit more posturing and playing to the press. Gwynog and Sirius were also caught in this and ended up making a verbal statement to the reporter to go along with their more tangible statement earlier. As they were leaving 20 minutes later, Lucius Malfoy made his move, not that anyone saw it. Once they made it outside, Sirius, Tonks, Remus and Gwynog burst into laughter. Sirius was the first to recover. "James would be so proud of you, Harry. I don't think we've ever pranked a celebrity in public before." You could tell that he was counting the galleons as he was losing them. Tonks chimed in. He looked more and more constipated with every introduction. "It was nothing." Harry waved it off. "He's a professor now though," Andromeda admonished. "I expect you to show him some more respect at school." "Yes, ma'am," Harry said dutifully. "You know, if the headmaster chose him to teach, he can't be as much of a fraud as you seem to think," Hermione observed. "You'd be surprised." Harry droned tonelessly. "Come on, let's go home," Tonks pressed. Hermione looks like she is about to start reading while we're still here. HPCOC. A time-turned and disguised Harry watched his group exit the alley before focusing on the bookstore again. He had watched the Malfoys enter and his detector had given confirmation of the Horcrux being with them. Since they had entered, Harry had been closely observing the detector's reaction to people exiting. Ginny was the first he had cleared, along with the rest of his group shortly thereafter. The Malfoys were also clean, and Harry knew that Lucius had planted it on someone. Hours passed and no one who left the building registered on his detector. The store eventually closed and all the customers were gone, none of them had it. Harry was nervous and that night he warped into the shop and swept it. Harry's nervousness gave way to all-out panic when he still was unable to locate it. The clear conclusion was that someone had it and had either concealed it when they were leaving somehow or sent it away through different means. Harry didn't sleep well that night. "Susan, your compact is vibrating." "It's not a compact, Aunt Amy." Susan Bones called back, rolling her eyes. "It's a highly advanced communications device. Two-way mirrors aren't highly advanced anymore." Amelia Bones replied cynically as her niece picked up the mirror. "Hello, Hannah," Susan said to the mirror, ignoring her aunt. "Hi, Susan." Hannah Abbott's voice quietly played through the mirror. "Can you take me somewhere private if you aren't already in such a place?" "Sure." Susan turned her nose up at her aunt. "Excuse me, Auntie, I have very important business to take care of maybe." Amelia's chuckles followed Susan halfway back to her room. She closed the door behind her when she got there. "What's up, Hannah? Why are you looking down?" Hannah asked, perplexed. "I'm not, I'm looking straight at the mirror." Susan frowned. "It actually looks like you're looking up at something." "Really? That's strange." Hannah trailed off for a moment. "Am I still in your mirror or are you projecting the image?" "You're still just in the mirror, hang on." Susan made a pinch and throw motion and an image of Hannah appeared in the air in front of her. "Is that better?" "Much." Hannah nodded approvingly. "It's almost as good as face to face." "Yay, Harry, or whoever, did a really good job on these." Susan stroked her mirror appreciatively. "Now I don't think I needed to leave my aunt in the other room just to discuss that." "Too true." Hannah laughed once then donned a serious face. "Did you hear how Harry introduced us yesterday?" "Yay, what about it?" Susan frowned. "We were Amelia Bones, niece and the other Hufflepuff." Hannah said irritatedly with a small huff. "I'm sure Harry didn't mean anything by it." Susan reassured her. "It isn't like he had long to prepare." "That's just it though." Hannah's irritation unabated. "I got the same introduction as Ronald Weasley. As far as I can tell, after the first week he never even spent time with Harry." "Well, I can see why that would upset you," Susan admitted. "After all, who wants to be equals with him? But I fail to see your point." "All right, let's put it another way," Hannah said impatiently. "Do you like Harry?" Susan blushed brightly. "Well, I mean, I haven't really. I didn't mean like that." Hannah sighed. "As friends, silly, do you like having him as a friend?" "Oh," Susan giggled for a moment. "Well, yes, of course I like having Harry as a friend. And you want to continue having him as a friend?" "Naturally. Have you noticed how useful the other members of the court are?" Yes." Susan sounded worried. "Have you noticed how not useful we are?" "Oh Hannah, you're not useless," Susan scolded. "I thought we talked about this." "No, I didn't say useless, I said not useful." Hannah rolled her eyes. "As in we have no role within the group." "Well, that's not good and all, but I'm still missing it." Susan shook her head. "Harry is going places," Hannah stated plainly. "I don't know where yet, probably Minister of Magic, but I know for damn sure he won't be able to take dead weight with him. He only has so much time for friends, and if they can't participate in the activities they'll get left behind. Every year new competition comes in, this year there are 2 first-year girls that are already a threat to our standing." Hannah," Susan said quietly. "Luna Lovegood is the biggest danger. She was at the press conference and wrote that weird article for the Quibbler. She seemed impressed with Harry." "Hannah," Susan said a little more firmly. "And then there's Ginny Weasley. She has an in, being the twins' sister, and her introduction yesterday was longer than both of ours combined." "Hannah, what?" Hannah seemed shocked to be interrupted. "You've put a lot of thought into this, haven't you?" "Well, yes." "Then can we cut to the chase?" Susan said professionally. "What are you suggesting?" I'm suggesting that if we don't get skills, Harry is going to replace us with younger, prettier models. Hannah retorted. I don't think Harry is so callous as to trade friends like that. Susan crossed her arms and cocked an eyebrow. Well, it won't be immediate. Hannah admitted. It'll take a couple of years, but that's why we have to start now. Don't you think you're taking this a little too seriously? If you're happy being Amelia Bones' niece for the rest of your life, feel free to hang up. Are you suggesting that Harry Potter's friend is all that better of a title? Susan's skepticism was practically tangible. At least 3 times better. Hannah shot back smugly. First of all, he's in our generation. I'm sure you've heard enough from your aunt to know how much generation gaps affect things. Second, his current influence is already unheard of for someone our age, and it is still growing, unlike your aunt, who unfortunately, barring significant unforeseeable changes, is likely to be in the last office of her life. Third, he's Harry Bloody Potter. He's an amazing guy, both the celebrity and the regular everyday Harry. That should count as 2 actually. That makes it sound like we'd be using him. Susan was very worried at this point. At least Hannah seemed to be over the self-esteem issues Susan helped her deal with at the beginning of the year. No, I'm saying we should make ourselves useful to him so he doesn't leave us behind. Hannah placated Susan. Basically, we let him use us, and in return we're in the places we need to be to meet the people we need to meet, no matter what our profession. Well, that sounds acceptable. What did you have in mind for professions? Susan asked intently. My aunt wants me to follow her to the ministry, but I've always wanted to work in the private sector. I don't know, I was planning on using the rest of August to figure that out for myself. Hannah replied, deflating. I don't want to go to the ministry either. Is there anything else you have to add to your idea? Nope, that's it. You in? Tentatively, yes. I'm going to make sure you don't stray across the line of ethics though. Susan scowled pointedly. Yes, ma'am. Hannah saluted mockingly. Breakfast is just about done, so I need to go. Okay, it was nice talking to you. Susan smiled warmly. You too. Hannah smiled back just as warmly. Bye Hannah. Bye Susan. Hannah's farewell came as Susan started to close her mirror, thereby ending the connection. Wait. Susan jumped and quickly pulled her mirror fully open again. What? So, do you have a crush on Harry? Hannah asked, smirking. Hannah. Susan huffed and shut the mirror immediately and fell face first onto her pillow to cover her blush. HPCOC. What the? Tonks mumbled as she woke up with a piece of parchment stuck to her nose. She tugged on it and found that it wasn't budging. At least I can still see, she thought as she rose from bed and staggered wearily over to her mirror. She sat down and looked at the parchment. It was a note, written backwards so that it would be readable in a mirror. Nim. The delivery of this letter is just a preview. Wait until you see how I gave Padfoot his. I hope that you got around to reading this before you made the trip across the hall to wake me up. If not, you have already found that I'm not in my bed right now. Went to GNICCHQ. Back at 5. Harry. Oh, and you're, probably, sitting on the password to remove the sticking charm. Tonks stood up and looked down at the seat. Sure enough, there was a piece of tape with a word written on it. Watch her. The note released from her nose with an audible click, and as it floated to the floor, Tonks spotted another line on the back. And tell Padfoot I said, Gilgamesh. Tonks folded up the note and set it on her desk. She smiled serenely and went about getting ready for the day. After dealing with her morning routine, Tonks made a quick mirror call to Hermione, only to find out that she would be unavailable today as well, something about a family outing somewhere. Put out and alone, Tonks grumpily made her way over to her new school books and took them to her bed to glance over briefly. 2 hours later she was called down for breakfast. Her bed was a mess. Each of her brand new Lockhart books had been tossed across the bed after she had read a few pages. She wasn't sure yet whether or not Lockhart was a fraud, but he was definitely more interested in boosting his ego than eliminating monsters. The shameless self-flattery got nauseating after a very short period of time. She had made some good progress through the Book of Spells, grade 2, but so far had refrained from actually casting any. She could tell already that this year Charms class was going to be starting to move away from the spells that teach you how to cast, to the basics of theory. She calmly set her book down and hopped off her bed before making her way down to the dining room. The scene she found was one of barely constrained mirth. Remus and her dad were both biting their lips. Hestia was giggling outright while her sister was trying to reassure Sirius that he still looked dashing despite the torn piece of parchment stuck to his forehead. Tonks laughed when she saw him. "Watch her, everyone. Padfoot, there's something on your face." She spun when she heard a loud laugh from behind her and saw her mother leaning heavily on the wall, laughing. "Harry did it," Sirius said glumly. "He left a note saying that he'd be out until this evening." "Why haven't you asked already?" "He left a note stuck to my face too." Tonks grinned as she poured herself some juice. "How did you get it off?" Sirius squawked indignantly. "We've tried everything we could think of. He gave me the password." Tonks gloated as she helped herself to eggs and waffles. "Well," Sirius said after a moment of silence. "Well, what?" she asked innocently as she added strawberries to her waffles. "What's the password?" Sirius demanded sharply. "It was a different password than he set for yours." Tonks shrugged. "And you know this how?" "I already said my password once and it didn't do anything." Tonks chuckled. "I don't suppose he saw fit to tell you what the one for mine is." Sirius' foot was obviously tapping on the floor. "Of course he did, but I think this look suits you." The rest of the adults in the room started laughing again. "And you used to be my favorite cousin too." Sirius sighed, shaking his head. "Hey," Andromeda shouted, jokingly offended. "Sorry, Andy." Sirius smiled. "But unlike your daughter, if I ever wanted to book you as a clown you'd have to put on makeup and a wig." "Hey," Tonks squealed, hair turning an angry red. "See," Sirius gleefully pointed. "She proves my point for me." "Ack, Nymphadora, do not fling eggs at people." Andromeda scolded. "Sorry, Mum," Tonks muttered, looking at her plate. "It's not me that you should be apologizing to." "Okay." Tonks trailed and looked at Sirius. "Gilgamesh." With another audible click, the piece of parchment fell off of Sirius' forehead and into his coffee. "Oh, thank Merlin. You're forgiven, Tonks. You should have seen it before we ripped the note off. It was hanging in front of my face and I had to hold it up if I wanted to see anything other than my name." "Yay, Harry's note said that he got you worse than he got me." Tonks smiled. "He's such a sweetheart." Ted Tonks shared a silent conversation with his wife about whether or not she maintained that it was a good idea to live with the boy who wooed their daughter. Andromeda Tonks' opinion was unchanged. If anything, she seemed more confident about it than before. HPCOC. Ginevra Molly Weasley. Molly Weasley shouted through the house. "Stop twirling around before you break something. It's been almost a whole day." Percy droned from the kitchen table. "You'd think she would have calmed down by now." "I wonder," George said flatly. "If Harry," Fred added just as flatly as his twin, "knew that this was going to happen. When he said she was cool." Fred finished. "Where does she find the energy?" Ron asked, impressed. "She barely eats anything and she's been dancing around for hours." "Ron, compared to you none of us eat more," Fred drawled. "Then barely anything," George sniped. "Twins, be nice to your brother," Molly reprimanded. "Anyway, boys," Arthur said, looking over the top of the morning's paper, whose front page featured a picture of Harry and Lockhart. It was the second time she'd seen her idol, and he complimented her. "It is expected that she'd be very excited." "We know," Fred added. "But come on, this is a bit much." George finished and gestured in the general direction of Ginny's last known location. "Oops," Ginny exclaimed giddily as the sound of breaking glass came from the other side of the house from where George was pointing. "Sorry, Ginny," Molly shouted before rampaging out of the room. "I think it is time for Plan B." George grumbled and Fred, Ron and Percy all nodded. "What's Plan B?" Arthur asked, concerned. "Dad, the four of us," Fred started, eyes pleading. "We're wondering," George continued with the same eyes. "If there was any chance," Ron continued, to Arthur's surprise. "Any iota of possibility," Percy added, again surprising Arthur, "that you would let us spend the rest of the summer with Bill." They finished together. Arthur laughed. "You've obviously rehearsed that." "Sorry boys, I don't think that is going to happen, maybe next year." "You always say maybe next year," Ron grumbled. "That's just code for never." "On to Plan C then," Percy pressed. "Do I even want to know?" Arthur frowned. "Can we stay with Charlie?" Fred asked hopefully while George nodded emphatically. "No, sorry." Arthur shook his head. "Plan D then," Ron insisted. "All right, I'll go, Al the headmaster." Percy nodded and walked up the stairs. "You're going to bother Dumbledore about this?" Arthur asked incredulously. Well, you wouldn't listen to reason. Fred defended. What other choice did we have? George asked. It's only been a day, Dad. I don't think I can handle 3 more weeks of this. Ron added. And what do you expect Dumbledore to be able to do about it? Arthur asked, crossing his arms. Hopefully, he'll give us sanctuary. George admitted. Percy thinks his prefect influence will be enough pull. Fred added. I never thought I would see the day, George started. That I'd be happy, Fred continued. That any brother of mine could become a prefect. They finished together somberly. Go tell Percy to cancel the owl. You're not running away from your sister for the rest of the summer. If your mother talking to her now doesn't calm her down, I'll have a conversation with her this evening. Arthur said authoritatively. And that's that. And no pranking her either. Fine. The twins chorused and rose to go upstairs. Ron continued to eat. HPCOC. Breakfast was ending at the Black residence when an owl flew in and landed in front of Gwynog. She immediately recognized the envelope as one of the ones that the managers of the Harpies use. She had retrieved and opened the letter so quickly that the onlookers were certain that accidental magic had played a role. Gwynog. Andromeda admonished. How many times have we gone over the reading at the table rule? I don't care, Andy. Gwynog mumbled as she continued to read. Tonks snickered into her plate when she saw her mother's shocked expression. After a few more moments, Gwynog shrieked happily. I made it. I'm the new captain of the Holyhead Harpies. Breakfast was over at that point as the occupants of the house had a spontaneous party. Gwynog had the team over and a couple of friends, but the invite list was short. There would be an official announcement later and no one outside the team was supposed to know until then. HPCOC. Harry stood outside the gaunt shack while the mid-afternoon sun beat down on him. This was the only Horcrux that Harry hadn't dealt with personally in his last life. He had been putting off this retrieval simply because he didn't know what to expect. Procrastinating won't make this easier. Harry thought grimly and approached the door. The shack itself looked like it was about to fall over, and Harry was sure that there were wards specifically to keep it standing. The door itself was nothing remarkable, but it was adorned with the skeleton of A.S. long dead. In Harry's mage sight the house shimmered with many layers of wards. Speak, friend, if you have the authority of the Great One. For none but his chosen can tread this path safely. The skeleton hissed, rearing up as Harry approached. Harry rolled his eyes. In the name of Salazar Slytherin, I command you to grant me entry. Yes, the skeleton's hiss persisted for the entire time that it took for the door to swing open. Harry cast a bubblehead charm and peered in through the door. The floor was lit up with more runes than Harry could count, many he didn't recognize, but everything that he could make out were very unpleasant. The same furniture was there as when the Gounts were still alive, and they seemed untouched by the enchantments. So it's like a high-stakes game of, the floor is lava. Well, that's no problem. Harry took his detector out of the fireproof case he had made for it. With that in hand, Harry gently lifted off the ground and floated through the door. The detector led him to one corner and his eyes showed something hidden in the wall. A quick blasting curse revealed a dull iron box. Nothing registered magically about the box, but several things inside did, and the Horcrux detector was spraying flames at it constantly. Still being cautious, Harry levitated the box out of the hole in the wall. As soon as it moved, one of the magical signatures inside the box flared and a scream filled the air. Harry dropped to his knees and clutched his head, trying to stop the noise from getting in his ears. It wasn't until he noticed his wand rolling away that he realized he had touched the floor. Shit. He felt the wards trigger one by one and heard the door slam closed. Anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards sprung into place, which were redundant since Harry didn't bother to take down the ones that were in place before. Most curse breakers would, but it wasn't a necessary precaution for Harry. As Harry scrambled for his wand, poisonous water SS started filling the room. They were hissing unintelligibly as they slithered towards Harry. In the name of Salazar Slytherin, I command you to stop. Harry shouted in Parseltongue, to no avail. One of the SS had grabbed Harry's wand and was starting to crawl back towards the hole it came out of. Meanwhile, water was starting to rush into the room at an alarming rate. Harry didn't even want to contemplate how difficult it would be to reclaim his wand if the SS started swimming. Harry grabbed the box and warped in front of the S who had his wand. There were now SS all around him and they started biting him wherever they could reach as Harry grabbed the wand thief and dug his claws deep into it. He was surprised that there was no blood, but the S dropped his wand and started biting his arm instead. Harry didn't waste his chance and dropped the S to grab his wand and warped back to his manor without a second thought. The poison was making its way through his system when he arrived, the wand thief S still attached to his arm, and he collapsed weakly, just outside the arrival area. "Marnie," he called quietly and shakily before passing out. "HPCOC. I can't believe Potter is in the paper again." Theodore Knott complained through the flow to Pansy Parkinson. "He didn't even do anything and they're giving him more publicity." "I know," Pansy agreed shrilly from the other fireplace. "It's not like he does anything special. The only reason he's doing better than us is because of all his training." Knott ranted. "Yay, why was he allowed to learn magic before the rest of us in the first place?" Pansy was offended. "Probably just because he's famous." Knott sneered. "Yay." Pansy changed her voice to a shrill mocking tone. "Ooh, it's the boy who's, let's give him everything he wants." "That's probably exactly how it went too." Knott grimaced. "I know. I'll get father to get me the best tutors available next summer and me and Tracy can catch up to Potter. Then we'll show him, right?" Pansy nodded eagerly. "Right." Knott slammed his fist down emphatically, on the stone mantle, and immediately started shaking his hand limply. "Ow." Pansy ignored Knott's mistake politely. "The magic he uses can't be all that hard, after all, he's only a half-blood." "That's right," Knott said through the pain. "I'll go talk to Dad." "Okay, let me know what he says." "Bye," Pansy said as Knott pulled his head out of the fire and ended the call. HPCOC. Harry woke with a groan. He was sure that he had never felt this bad in his life. He was suffering every symptom he associated with being sick and his legs felt like they were full of molten lead. He opened his eyes slowly and recognized the master bedroom of his manor. "Master Harry Potter, sir," exclaimed a high-pitched voice that could only belong to a house elf. "Yous is awake." Harry Ed. What happened to me?" Yous was bitten 23 times by various types of SS. The elf said seriously. "It took us almost an hour to keep yous alive. How long have I been out?" Harry groaned. "Nearly 6 hours, Harry Potter, sir." The elf replied. "It is just after 9 o'clock, we took the liberty of writing a note to your pattyfeet but haven't delivered it yet." "How long until I'm recovered enough to leave?" Harry asked shortly. "A couple of days. You should have recovered enough to stand." The elf said helpfully. "That's not good enough," Harry said with disappointment. The elf looked like he was about to start beating himself with a nearby bookend before Harry stopped him. "None of that. Just go get Marnie." Pop. Marnie was suddenly standing in front of Harry. "Does Harry Potter, sir, need something?" "Oh, right, name-calling thing." Harry shook his head trying to clear his mind. Marnie, could you get me box number, damn I can't remember. Will you bring me the black leather-bound journal that's on my desk in my study?" 2 sharp pops later Marnie was back with the book. Harry thanked him and took the book and started flipping through it quickly. "Aha, could you bring me box number 42, a goblet and a knife please? And try to be quiet." Marnie popped out much more quietly this time and Harry knew that it would be a couple minutes before he got back. Harry looked to the elf that was here when he woke up. "You're Patchy, right?" "Oh, yes sir, Harry Potter sir." Patchy seemed ecstatic that Harry remembered his name. "Can you help me sit up? I'm going to need to drink something shortly." Harry motioned him over and the two of them carefully managed to get Harry upright. "All right," Harry said when Marnie returned with the requested items. "You two will be responsible for keeping me from bleeding out if I'm wrong about this." Both elves nodded solemnly as Harry placed the goblet in between his legs, so they were holding it upright. He took the Philosopher's Stone out of its resting place and set it on his lap next to the goblet. Then he took the knife and with a quick motion opened his left wrist. After he had bled about a cup of blood into the goblet, Harry picked up the stone and dunked it in his blood several times, not unlike someone dunking a donut in a cup of coffee. With each dunk his blood got clearer and less viscous until it was crystal clear and the consistency of water. It was still blood red though. Dropping the stone back into the box, Harry grabbed the goblet and drank the elixir in just a couple seconds. Harry immediately felt the change. His head cleared instantly and the burning in his legs slowly started to abate. The cut on his left arm was already sealed over and he was regaining a healthy complexion. As he was progressively getting better he looked to his elves. I guess I did it right. The two elves were practically bouncing with joy as they watched their master's wounds heal in front of their eyes. Patchy immediately popped off to tell the others the good news. Marnie looked up at him with unshed tears of joy. If Harry Potter sir is done I can put everything away. Thank you Marnie, could you also label the box that I arrived with? I think 7 would be a good number for it, but I'll deal with the contents some other day. Marnie nodded enthusiastically. Oh, and if you've finished compiling that file I asked for this morning then you should bring that along with a writing desk and everything I need to write. Harry leaned back against the headboard and closed his eyes while Marnie got the items. Well, they couldn't all be easy. Harry thought calmly. At least now all I should have to deal with are they, put me on, curse and that, if you put me on you'll die, curse. It can't be that bad though, it only sealed the fate of Dumbledore last time. Harry laughed quietly at the tone of sarcasm those thoughts took. Marnie popped back into the room and floated the writing desk and everything else onto Harry's lap. After glancing through the file, Harry started writing random math equations on the pieces of blank parchment. At 10:30 Harry decided that he was recovered fully and had enough fake math. He attached his math to the front of the folder with a paper clip and climbed out of bed. After putting his clothes back on and turning back to 4:30 that afternoon Harry made sure there were no visible signs of his day. He disillusioned himself and warped back to his room at Grimmauld Place. He was alone in his room so he dropped the disillusionment and walked out into the hall. He was surprised by how much noise was coming from downstairs and went down to investigate. He walked into the parlor and into the still lively party. What are we celebrating? He called over the din. Harry. Tonks shouted and ran over to him, hugging him tightly when she arrived. She took his hand and started pulling him through the crowd. It was then that he saw a huge banner reading, "Congratulations Captain Jones." And he knew what was going on. "Congrats Gwen," Harry said as Tonks pulled him into view of the table. "Thanks Harry," Gwen smiled brightly. "But it's not like this is a surprise for you." "You're right, it's not." Harry admitted laughing and dropped his file on the table. "It's funny that this happened today, because I brought the file that made me so certain you would get it." Gwen looked down suspiciously at the folder and noticed the words, "Holy Head Harpies," written across the front. She opened it cautiously. The top page that Harry had added was on the left and read. Likelihood of captaincy. Jones 67%, Green 13%, Aberdeen 8%, Lawson 6%, Marks 4%, Grimbleman 2%, New Chaser 0%. Behind that were all of the pages of fake math Harry did. She frowned at them in confusion. Gwen looked up at Harry. "This isn't any arithmancy I've ever seen. It's not arithmancy." Harry shook his head. "Nick called it statistics, the Muggle version of arithmancy or something. The numbers are all gibberish to me, but I didn't do that math so it might make perfect sense." "I see," Gwen said as she looked to the other half of the folder and found newspaper clipping and sheets of records dating all the way back to when Gwen joined the team, and she was the most senior member. "I don't know whether this is impressive or creepy." "Neither. It is merely an outlet for boredom," Harry assured her. "So do they have files for all the teams?" Gwenog asked slyly. "Sure do." Harry smiled. "But they're not going to give you those ones. In fact I'm going to need to take that file back once you're done looking at it." "I understand, this obviously took a lot of time and effort." Gwen nodded appreciatively. Yay." Harry laughed and turned to Sirius with an evil smirk. "So did you find my note this morning all right? I was worried that I didn't put it in a noticeable enough place." Everyone at the table burst into laughter except for Sirius, who just glared at Harry. "Yay, I found it. Next time would you be so kind as to not leave the password with an extortionist?" "Oh, Nim, I'm so proud," Harry said as he clasped his hand together and tilted his head to the side slightly, smiling the whole time. Yay, laugh it up," Sirius grumbled with a smile. "So tell us, how exactly did you manage to do that?" Remus inquired. "Nothing we did could undo it, but we identified it as a basic sticking charm." "Do you remember the cardinal rule of magic and languages?" Harry asked rhetorically, knowing that this was third-year charms material. "Of course, a spell cast specifically in one language can only be reversed by a spell cast specifically in that same language," Remus recited. What do you mean specifically? Tonks asked with a frown. In England our incantations are based on the Latin language, but the same spells have incantations in other languages. Let's use French for this example. Remus was completely in professor mode now. Now the French magicals cast their spells, by default, in a variation of French. Now I don't know the arithmancy behind it, but our magic can distinguish whether we're casting by default or by choice. Still with me? MMHMM. Tonks nodded. Good. Now, spells cast this way are non-specific, as in it is irrelevant which language it is because the magic just comes out as default. I can cast a spell in Latin and a French wizard could reverse it in French. However, if I specifically cast a spell in a foreign language, as in not my default incantation language, the magic works in a more specific way. Let's say that I am in a duel with a French wizard and a German wizard. They both only know their native languages and their native defaults, but I also can incant in French. They both hit me with minor hexes, one in French and one in German, and I counter them both with a Latin incantation before I return fire with a French spell at each of them. Both spells land true and the French wizard quickly reverses his, but try as he might there is simply nothing that the German wizard can do, until either myself or the French wizard release the spell. I see, Tonks said appreciatively. So that means that Harry can incant in different languages than Latin. Correct, Remus said, then turned to Harry. So can we inquire which ones? English and Latin of course, but also French and Celtic. Harry said smugly. We tried all of those. Sirius whined. Yes, but did you try the ancient and noble language of the serpents? Harry grinned cheekily. Oh, that's so not fair. Sirius complained loudly. How are we supposed to compete with that? Fine. I won't use it for any more pranks. Harry sighed. Good. Sirius smiled. Good prank by the way. I'm glad you liked it. Harry said laughing. So, Harry, Hestia said leaning forward. Tell us all about your day. Yay. Tonks implored from next to him. Anything interesting happen? Andromeda asked. Oh, almost died at least twice, recovered a shard of an undead Dark Lord's soul for later destruction and made elixir of life. Just the usual, nothing that warrants mentioning. HPCOC. Over the next few weeks Harry managed to overcome and remove the 2 curses on the ring that he was worried about. Turns out they were parcel magic, which explains why Dumbledore couldn't save himself in the last life. He also took the time to pry the stone off the ring and stored it in box 34. While no technical progress had been made, Harry was very happy with his prep work. He also took the time to analyze the S that had been latched onto his arm. The first thing he discovered was that it wasn't a real S but just a construct of wooden magic designed to steal wands and bite indiscriminately. He was unfortunately unable to determine anything about the poison from the traces that remained after the rest had been injected into his arm, but they all agreed that it was potentially lethal. He also made a vial of elixir and fastened it to his wand holster with a Parseltongue incanted sticking charm. There were only a few really useful times for foreign incantations. Those were primarily dueling and pranking. Every other time was a rare circumstance, like this one. Casting like that was simply more inconvenient than it was usually worth. August 31st finally arrived and Hermione was staying over so her parents wouldn't have to brave the traffic around the station. They spent most of the night planning and plotting for the next day. Before he went to bed, Harry asked Marnie to wake him at 4 in the morning, without waking anyone else. He fell asleep with a smile on his lips. Harry Potter sir shouldn't be doing that. Marnie cried as he popped into the room the morning of September 1st. Marnie. Harry scolded the small creature. Are you trying to dictate what hobbies I may and may not pursue? No. Marnie cried panicked. Of course not, but are you trying to tell me that I can't do nice things for my family? No, Harry Potter sir. But, no buts. I'm going back to school today and I won't see them for months. I'm making breakfast, Harry said with finality, waving a whisk around in emphasis. I'm not trying to stop you, Harry Potter sir. Marnie pleaded. Oh. Harry stopped and blinked a couple times. So what's the problem? Those eggs are hard-boiled. You can't scramble them. Marnie explained. I was going to ask if Harry Potter sir would like me to bring some fresh ones. Oh. Well, that explains why you let me cook all that other stuff before interrupting. Harry said, quirking an eyebrow. And I'm not making scrambled eggs, I'm making French omelets. And yes, please. My mistake, Harry Potter sir. Marnie said quickly and popped out of the room. Harry. Hermione asked from the table where she and Tonks were plating food. Who was that? That's Marnie, Potterhead elf. Harry smiled and turned to Tonks. I did what you suggested and called them. Their main duty is to keep the Potter properties maintained until I come of age. Oh, Hermione said softly. I'm not really sure what to make of this. Well, they need the work and they can go to the places that I'm not even allowed to know the location of yet. Harry shrugged. If I didn't have them doing what they've been doing for the last decade, I wouldn't have a home to go to after Hogwarts. There was a pause in conversation as Marnie popped back with a bowl full of eggs. Pappy pulled those out from under your chickens yesterday, Harry Potter, sir. I asked for fresher, but he said that the chickens wouldn't lay any more until dawn. That's wonderful, Marnie. Harry beamed and took the bowl. Thank you very much, and pass my thanks on to Pappy, please. How many work for you? Tonks asked curiously as Harry started to prepare the eggs. 32. Harry lied. And 3 houses across the continent. 3 houses. Hermione repeated incredulously. That's fairly modest by pureblood standards. Tonks told her haughtily. Like you would know. Harry droned as he poured the first serving of egg mix into his pan. Hey, well, it's true. Harry made a face over his shoulder at her. I'll have you know, mister, that my mother made sure that I would understand pureblood politics, and land ownership is part of that. Tonks crossed her arms. The Black family has this apartment, a manor in Wales and one in Scotland, a villa in Sicily, a plantation in the colonies somewhere, and vacation homes in France, Morocco, the Philippines and Cuba. Speaking of families, they're going to be waking up soon. Nim, could you go transfigure some tables for them? Harry asked, looking away from his work. Sure thing, Tonks said merrily and bounced out of the room. I should start on the coffee. Hermione said more to herself than to Harry and busied herself with that while Harry turned back to his eggs. A little while later the kitchen was empty of human occupants. The table now held 4 trays, 3 with 2 covered dishes and cups of coffee each, 1 with 3 covered dishes, 2 cups of coffee and a smoothie. All 4 trays and the food they held were under holding charms to keep them fresh for a few more minutes. In the parlor, however, Harry was conjuring a large bed for the 3 of them while Hermione and Tonks were triple-checking that the floor was clear enough to prevent anything from getting damaged. Harry finished first and ran to the kitchen and retrieved the larger tray with the 3 plates and cups. After he put it on the bed he just made and stood back with a satisfied smirk, an excessively loud rooster crow filled the house. They're up! Harry cried gleefully as 3 shrill feminine shrieks came from upstairs. Let's go get their food before they find the first password. Padfoot. They heard Remus bellow as they hurried back to the kitchen. It wasn't me, Moony. Sirius shouted back. Ted, did you do this? We're trapped too. Ted called from his room just as the kids picked up the trays. The silence in that moment was ominous. The 3 kids met each other's eyes, knowing what was coming back and that they were at the point of no return. Their moment of contemplation was over when all 3 men upstairs drew a simultaneous conclusion. As one they acted and called out, Harry! The women shrieked again, but this time the men also screamed as the sound of 3 doors slamming open echoed down the stairs. The 3 preteens were snickering as they carried their trays back to the parlor. The sound of wood impacting wood was starting to fill the air when Hestia completed words for the first time in the morning. Shit! They're taking us down the stairs. Ah! The sound of wood hitting wood was punctuated with the sound of wood scraping on wood and also by the sound of people who were strapped onto beds that were sliding down staircases. One by one the beds that the adults slept in made their way into the parlor. Even with the trauma of their unusual exercise, the beds all seemed to be in perfect condition. The owners weren't so sound. During the night Harry had made his rounds and cast a spell on each bed that would slowly tighten the sheets until any underneath them couldn't move. After that there was a simple animation charm to bring them downstairs and an expansion charm on the doorways, so they could actually make it out of their rooms, both with a password trigger, the trigger being Harry's name. After that all he needed was something to surprise them enough to get them panicking. A time-delayed rooster and sonorous turned out to be an ideal solution. They had clearly all panicked at some point. Everyone's hair was mussed beyond repair and everyone's face was either red from exertion as they tried to get free, or pale as a ghost, if the stairs really scared them. Gwynog looked like she was the least affected by the prank, but that was to be expected from someone who makes her living doing death-defying stunts. All 6 of them were glaring at Harry with shockingly identical looks. Oh, Good, you're all up. Harry smiled broadly. We can't serve you breakfast in bed if you're still asleep. I don't think anyone could have slept through that. Sirius muttered. If I could move I would elbow you for that. Gwynog quipped playfully. So you made us breakfast in bed. Yay, I hope you don't mind that I still wanted to eat together. Harry motioned to the girls and took the tray he was carrying to Gwynog and Sirius. That's really nice of you three. Andromeda beamed as her daughter presented her with a tray. But customarily you're trying to leave them relaxed, not scare them half to death first. Where is the fun in that? Tonks asked rhetorically. All right, so this morning's menu, Harry said dramatically as the three kids took the lids off the plates. Seared polenta with shallots and fresh thyme topped with beurre blanc and white wine sautéed mushrooms. Next we have a French omelette with tarragon, feta and sun-dried tomatoes served on a bed of wilted spinach and toasted pine nuts. Filling out the savory portion of the meal are rosti potato triangles with a vinegary mustard dipping sauce. Finally we have Greek yogurt with a wild berry compote and the best coffee I could find in London. Holy crap, Sirius muttered as the aromas hit him. This is amazing, Harry. Hestia sighed. I couldn't have done it without my two beautiful sous chefs. Harry said as he, Tonks and Hermione, who were both blushing, situated themselves on their bed. Tonks had the smoothie. Harry was 3 bites in before he noticed the jealous glares from the adults. He immediately figured out the problem. Oh, right, sorry. Dig in. Having said the second password, the bed sheets released their captives, who dove right into their food. Harry's ego got a nice boost as all he heard for the rest of the meal was satisfied groans. Wow, you three, Remus said appreciatively when he finished eating, a full half-hour after starting. I never thought I would say it, but who needs meat? HPCOC. Across the country, Gilderoy Lockhart was arriving at his office for the first time. He was hoping to be done setting up his area early enough to catch a nap before he would have to start primping for the arrival of the students that evening. He finished around 2 that afternoon. Still feeling very refreshed, Gilderoy walked over to his bookshelf and took down a very special book that he was sure would catch Harry Potter's attention. He was going to be Harry's mentor if it killed him. Taking it back to his desk, he sat down with a quill and, after removing its protective case, began to write. HPCOC. Is everything packed, Draco? Lucius asked as he strode into the dining room. Yes, father. Draco replied dutifully. You're not forgetting that book I gave you, right? No, father. Good, now eat. There is a long train ride ahead of you. Yes, father. HPCOC. Are you ready, Hannah? Mrs. Abbott called from their living room. Yes, Mum. Hannah called back as she dragged her trunk down the hall. You sure? I feel awful sending heavy things with the owls. And you don't feel awful making me get a hernia with this stupid trunk? Hannah retorted cynically as she struggled with the trunk. Let me get your father to help you with that, dear. Mrs. Abbott said and walked out of the room, calling for her husband. Too late. Hannah shouted as she lost her hold on the trunk and watched helplessly as it slid down the stairs. It opened along the way and, when it got to the bottom, it tipped onto its side, spilling some of its contents on the floor. Shoot. Her parents returned to the room just as she was getting the last of her robes back where they belonged. With a quick sigh, she glanced around again to double-check. She gasped in horror and sprang to her feet. With a couple quick moves, she leapt over to her dad and snatched the book he had out of his hand. Give me that. What's that? Her father asked, bewildered. Nothing. Hannah stated stubbornly. Diary. Her mother supplied, knowingly, drawing an indignant gasp from Hannah, who then threw her diary in her trunk and slammed the lid closed, casting a sealing charm on it for good measure. Her mom smiled smugly. Yup, diary. HPCOC. Hey Jin, Fred said coyly as he walked with his twin. Whatcha got there? George asked with a smirk. Nothing. Ginny turned away from her brothers, putting her body between them and what she had in her lap. Oh, that doesn't sound like nothing. Fred teased. In fact, you make it sound rather important. George added. Mum, Fred and George are making fun of me. Ginny shouted at the top of her lungs and smirked at the sheer dread in the twins' eyes. Boys, Molly thundered from below. We don't have time to deal with you today. Behave for once. But, Fred stammered. Weee, George stuttered. Didn't, Fred said questioningly. Do anything. George trailed off. That doesn't sound like us. They said together. Ginny, why do you have to do this to us? Fred demanded. I thought you liked us. George begged. Well, that was before you tried to pry into my privacy. Ginny scoffed. Now get out of my room. HPCOC. I bet the twins don't make it. Tonks joked, looking out the window and across the platform as the 5-minute warning whistle blew. They'll make it, Daphne said from the seat across from Tonks. What happens if they don't? Hermione asked wearily. They don't come to school this year. Hannah suggested. I think that's why Filch is a squib. Blaise suggested conspiratorially. They wouldn't strip someone of their magic for missing the train. Susan said, rolling her eyes. If I were them, I would arrange an extremely risky side-along apparition directly onto the moving train and hope that I don't die in the process. Harry boasted. There they are. Tonks said, pointed as the Weasley family came stumbling through the barrier, all running. HPCOC. The train started to pull away just after Percy and Ron got on board. Ginny pushed their trolley to keep speed with the train while the twins worked together to get the trunks onto the train, where Ron and Percy moved them out of the way. It was all very efficient, and before Ginny even had to start jogging, she found herself picked up and tossed onto the train by the twins, who jumped on moments later. Panting, Fred looked at his twin. Do you think we can cut it closer next year? Don't even joke about that. Percy bristled. Come on, Ginny. George said, helping his little sister to her feet. We'll help you with your trunk. Fred offered. And maybe help you find a compartment. George smiled. Thank you, but that doesn't mean you're forgiven for earlier. Ginny graciously accepted their help. Oh, come on, Ginny. Ron Ed. If you hadn't yelled, then Mum wouldn't have wrongfully yelled at them and we wouldn't have been late. Percy informed her. This is over. I don't want to have to take points from Gryffindor over this. I'm gonna go find the guys. Ron grumbled and dragged his trunk off. I need to get to the prefect meeting. Percy said arrogantly. I'm going to trust you two to get Ginny settled. Don't let me down. Like we care about what you think. Fred rolled his eyes. Come on, Gin. George took his trunk by the handle and started dragging it down the train. I think I heard Tonks shouting to us as we were running. Fred said. Somewhere this way. Wait up. Ginny called as she struggled with her own trunk. A few minutes later they found the compartment with the rest of the court and threw the door open. All of their friends burst into applause. Harry stood up grinning. Well done, you two. Very Indiana Jones. Hermione said approvingly. Although being on time would be better. Who is Indiana Jones? Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, right. Hermione blushed slightly. Muggle reference, forget I said anything. Well, come on in and make yourselves comfortable. Harry said jovially, waving them in. It was only then that he saw the large brown eyes peeking out from behind George. Oh, hey Ginny. I didn't see you there. George moved to the side as Ginny's eyes went wide when Harry smiled at her. Her eyes met Harry's briefly before she blushed deeply and ran out of the compartment. The twins looked at each other for a moment before Fred shrugged. I guess she doesn't want our help finding a compartment of her own. I think you're correct, brother. George answered and sat down next to Susan. And if she does, she can just come back. Hello, Harry Potter. I heard that I just missed you at Flourish and Blots by a few minutes. Luna said, appearing in the still open doorway. Fred and George Weasley, Harry's friends. How are you all doing today? Hey Luna, Harry greeted as she walked in. How are you? Oh, I'm wonderful, she said, smiling directly at Harry, making Tonks and Hermione, who were sitting on either side of him, stiffen slightly. I've been looking forward to today all summer. Your first time on the train is always exciting. Harry nodded amicably. Oh, it's not that. Luna smiled, then leaned forward and smelled him. She didn't notice the death glares coming from the girls when she stood back up. I thought so. Personal space, Luna. Harry said awkwardly. And do I smell bad or something? You smell wonderful, Harry. Luna said absent-mindedly as she sniffed everyone else in the compartment. Could you tell us what's going on? Tonks glared. Or are you just going to keep being creepy? Tonks. Daphne teased. That was rude. Well, it's not my fault she's being creepy. Tonks threw her hands up in exasperation. Hermione, Susan and Hannah all nodded in agreement. Luna smiled serenely and held her hands up to her face so that her index fingers were touching her thumbs, circling her eyes, and the other 3 fingers on each hand were framing her face. The whole effect was similar to a Halloween mask. Suddenly her eyes started glowing gold and she looked around the compartment once again before her eyes came to rest on Harry. How fascinating. None of you have the trace. And you have mage smell? Harry asked incredulously. Oh, yes. Luna nodded vigorously, hands still over her face. It is surprisingly useful. I'm sure it is. Tonks drawled sarcastically, making the other girls smirk. Don't mind them, Luna. It is a very. Harry paused as he tried to find a good word. Unique talent. Luna beamed and continued staring at him but didn't say anything. Normally silent staring and unsettling, but when the starer has glowing eyes it is dramatically more so. It only took a few seconds for Harry's resolve to fail. Why are you staring at me? Oh, am I? Luna asked, smiling innocently. It's just that your aura is the most magnificent thing I have ever seen. You can look at mine if you want to. Okay. Susan shouted as Tonks went for her wand. Luna, it was nice seeing you, but you really need to leave. Right now. Hannah nodded. But, Luna frowned. Out. Hermione interjected sternly, while pointing to the door. I'm sure you can commiserate with Ginny. Fred suggested helpfully. She went to the right if you didn't see her when you were coming in. George informed her. Okay. Luna was still obviously confused but didn't argue. Once she got to the door she turned back to the compartment. Did I say something? Yes. Daphne said and slammed the compartment door in her face. Seriously, can you believe the nerve of that girl? At least with her gone we can move on to the important matter at hand. Blaise said calmly. Oh, and what's that? Harry asked, intrigued. Well, a magical anomaly has recently occurred and requires in-depth investigation. Blaise smiled coyly. Fred, George, just how is it that two Gryffindors managed to use the word, commiserate, correctly? Hey, we've read books. Fred cried indignantly as the others started to laugh. At least two. George agreed. It's kind of hard to remember. Fred admitted. That was a long time ago. George said somberly. What were we? 7. Fred asked, turning to George. I'm just glad that we're twins so we only had to read half as many as we claimed. George agreed with a nod. See, we're smart. Fred thumped his proudly with his fist, eliciting a new bout of laughter. Hey Potter. Theodore knocked through the door of the compartment open. Things are going to be different this year. Yeah. Harry nodded lamely. Things are different every year. New curriculum, new teacher and new first years. No, you idiot. Pansy said from behind, not while Tracy rolled her eyes. You're not going to get away with everything this year. I didn't get away with everything last year. Harry countered to the growing frustration of the Slytherin trio. Just shut up, Potter. Not growled. My father got me the best tutors. You'd better watch your back. Why? You too scared to attack my front? Harry smirked. S's aren't known for their bravery. A voice drawled from the corridor behind Not, Pansy and Tracy. No one asked you, Draco. Pansy sneered at her former crush. I want to hear Draco's opinion. Tonks called out merrily. Daphne, Blaise, you should stop hanging out with this riffraff. Theodore said, ignoring Tonks and Draco. Big things are going to be happening in Slytherin this year and those allied with outsiders won't be looked upon in the best light. What's happening in Slytherin? Harry asked, leaning forward suspiciously. That's not for a Ravenclaw to know. Not said and turned on his heel. Don't say I didn't warn you. Get out of my way, Malfoy. Gladly not. Draco said as he stepped to the side while the Slytherins pushed past. Pansy shot him a look of pure loathing but Tracy merely nodded to him indifferently. Don't worry, Harry. Blaise and I will keep an eye on things. Daphne said reassuringly. If they let you find anything out, that is. Harry said quietly. He did have a point. It would be very easy for them to feed you misleading information. I hope Hand doesn't mind spending another year in the dungeons. Hand? Draco asked as he came into the compartment completely. My s. Harry shrugged. Parselmouth blah blah dark wizard stigma blah blah. I see. Draco replied evenly. So how was your summer? Harry asked, changing the subject, then winced when he remembered what the subject meant to Draco. Not as bad as I was expecting actually. Draco smiled. Father actually seems to have gotten past his problems with me being in Gryffindor. He's even lent me an aid to help gain reputation within the house. I can't wait to try out some of its suggestions. Do I even want to know? Harry sighed. Probably, but I've been sworn to secrecy. My dad would get in a lot of trouble if certain people found out that he gave me this item. Draco's smile turned cunning. Harry could tell that Draco was trying to wind him up, Whether or not it was really a secret, Harry wasn't going to fall for the bait. Oh, that's nice. Draco frowned but didn't say anything more on the subject. Draco hung out with the court for most of an hour before he decided to make his way back to the other Gryffindors. Just as he was starting to stand up, the train jostled on the track and knocked him off balance. He fell across the twins and the Hufflepuffs before they all fell to the floor. That was very poised, Draco. Hermione teased from her seat. Shut up, Granger. Draco, Ed and the 5 fallen friends started pulling themselves to their feet. Everyone okay? Yay. Susan groaned while Hannah nodded. Draco stood up and patted himself down. Hey, did anyone see where my wand went? Here it is. Harry called from under the seat a few minutes later. He had no idea how the wand managed to make it that far until he saw the note wrapped around it. Harry took the note with a small smile to himself and read it. Go to the bathroom. It was signed with a tiny lightning bolt. Short, simple, and to the point. There was no reason for Harry to ignore the summon from himself, so once everyone was sorted out and Draco left, Harry excused himself to the bathroom. When he got there, he found Draco's wand, a potion, still warm from the cauldron, along with a recipe card, and a note. Harry, this potion takes long enough to brew that by the time it is done you won't have time to apply it. Start that first, then you have a prank to set up. You'll know what to do. Harry smiled and picked up the items. He took a glance at the recipe, and once he saw what potion it was, he knew what he was going to do. The hardest part would be switching Draco's wand a few minutes ago. A moment later, Harry warped out of the bathroom. A version of Harry that was 6 hours older dispelled the disillusionment charm on himself and made his way back to his compartment. He was correct in thinking that switching the wands would be the hardest bit. It was really a good thing that the train hit whatever the train hit. Harry settled back down between Hermione and Tonks and spent the rest of the train ride looking forward to the opening feast for entirely different reasons than the rest of the student body. Twins, Blaze. Harry called as the train came to a stop in Hogsmeade. What do you guys think of a boys-only carriage? Can we race the girls? George asked with a smile. 5 galleons says our Thestral is faster. Fred boasted. You're on. Tonks shot back. What's a Thestral? Invisible winged horses. Think Pegasus if Pegasi were horse-vulture mix rather than horse-eagle. Harry said offhandedly. There is a herd that lives in the forest. Hagrid tamed them and now uses them several times a year to haul students. Oh, Tonks smiled. You're still on. Sounds good. Men, go catch us 2 carriages. Harry said to the twins and Blaze. I need a word with our competition. Sir. The twins saluted mockingly and left the compartment with a chuckling Blaze right behind. Harry closed the door and turned to face the girls, smile dropping. Now then, you're all guilty to different extents, but you all treated Luna very poorly. None of you did anything too bad and she did make several severe mistakes, so a simple, I'm sorry, should suffice. Why should we apologize? She's the one that smelled us. Hannah asked affronted. And what kind of excuses, smelling magic? Susan asked, rolling her eyes. Like that could be true. Just because you can't do something is no reason to say that no one else can. Harry shook his head. Need I remind you that I am the only one in this compartment who can speak with SS? No, but that is entirely different. Susan countered. How so? Harry raised an eyebrow. Everyone has heard of Parselmouths. I've never heard of someone smelling magic before. Susan crossed her arms. No one ever heard of anyone surviving the AK until me. That is no reason to say it didn't happen. Harry returned. Well, Susan trailed off looking for another argument. If you're so concerned about this, why didn't you say something while Luna was here? Hannah jumped in. You could have told her to stay. I've been in that spot. I would rather be told that I wasn't wanted around and left than feel obliged to stay somewhere that I felt unwelcome, because one person in the group wants me there. Harry said distantly. When you leave you can calm down and complain to people. If you're trapped there you're just stuck feeling helpless, trying not to make the people who don't want you there more, or at least not make them want them there less. It is very stressful. Hey you 6, you need to get off the train now. The 6th-year Hufflepuff prefect said as he stuck his head in the door. We were in the middle of a conversation. Daphne said shortly. That's nice, but you'll miss the carriages if you don't go now. The Hufflepuff said calmly. 2 are being held for us. Daphne replied. Look, I want to go up to the castle and eat like every other student who isn't one of you 6. The Hufflepuff crossed his arms. If your conversation is that important you can take it up after the feast, but I'm not leaving this compartment until all of you are out. Daphne and the prefect glared at each other for a few seconds before Hermione pulled on Daphne's arm. Leave it, Daph, Harry's right, let's just go eat. The smug prefect ushered them all out of the train and onto the platform. The group was stopped though, much to the prefect's consternation. Hagrid bellowed to Harry from where he was helping the last of the first years along the path to the lake. Ari. Hagrid beamed as Harry made his way over. Good to see you. I know that you don't have a lot of time right now, but tomorrow evening Professor Kettleburn is stopping by to go over what he will be using for class. He asked that you attend. Really? That's strange. Harry shrugged. Thanks for letting me know, Hagrid. Hurry up. The Hufflepuff called from behind him. Oh my, I'd better get back to the first years. Hagrid said and hurried off. Bye, Hagrid. Harry called as he made his way back to the group. He paused next to the Thestral who would be pulling his carriage. If you fly us up there, I'll get raw meat for the whole herd. He told the remarkably intelligent animal quietly before turning to the prefect, who was watching him cautiously. Would you like to ride with us? Fine, the prefect said shortly, climbing into their carriage. Let's just go. The twins shot Harry angry glares before following the enemy. Blaise looked confused but was satisfied with Harry's smirk. Blaise was the only one who noticed Harry draw his wand and quickly cast sticking charms on the seats and a strong featherlight charm on the carriage itself. HPCOC. Where is he? The mayor of Hogsmeade asked Flitwick as the last of the carriages were pulling up to the school. I'm not sure, Flitwick said just as a terrified scream cut through the evening. Both men started running down the lawn looking for trouble. All too soon they saw a Thestral-drawn carriage fly over the hill at least 50 feet in the air and climbing. Suddenly the Thestral went into a steep dive and pulled level with the ground before climbing again. As it got closer, Flitwick and the mayor could hear the sound of 3 boys laughing behind the more prominent scream. Don't fly! Don't fly! Don't fly! A panicked, pleading voice was the only warning they had before a second carriage broke over the top of the hill. Still on the ground, but the Thestral was running, forcing the girls to hold on or risk flying out. Flitwick could just barely tell that it was Hermione doing the pleading as they passed him. I suspect Mr. Potter is in the carriage that is flying right now, Flitwick said as he turned and started hurrying back to the castle. Probably one of the ones who is laughing. HPCOC. Must not be much of a Quidditch player, Harry observed sadly as he watched the crying prefect flee the carriage. Harry turned back to the others. The twins were laughing merely and Blaise was chuckling nervously, like that was the only thing keeping him from panicking too. Oi, Potter! Tonks shouted as their carriage pulled up. Next time I'm riding with you. Why do you think I had anything to do with that? Harry asked innocently, drawing laughter from all who weren't too terrified to laugh. What? If you ever do that again, without warning me, I'll never speak to you again, Blaise said, getting out of the carriage shakily. Oh, it wasn't that bad, Harry scoffed. You didn't think you were about to die, Blaise replied tersely. You were never in any real danger, Harry shrugged. Less than if you were riding a broom actually. There is a big difference between was and what feels like it is. Blaise glared. Sorry, Harry said quickly. Let's get inside, Mr. Potter. Harry turned from the castle and saw Flitwick and a man he didn't know running towards them. Why do you assume it was me? Harry yelled back. It was you, Hermione scolded. That's beside the point, Harry said. And the Thestral did all the work, and made the choice to fly at all. Susan said, crossing her arms. All I did was bribe the wonderful creature, Harry defended. Bribing animals isn't against rules or morals, right? Mr. Potter. Stay here, Flitwick panted as he approached. The rest, go. But sir, Harry stopped when Flitwick held up a hand. Not in trouble, Flitwick gasped. Harry shrugged and waved the rest of the court on. He stood patiently waiting for Flitwick to be able to speak easily again. Mr. Potter, this is Sigwald Flume, he is the mayor of Hogsmeade. Nice to meet you, Mr. Flume, Harry said, shaking his hand. Flume? Doesn't a Flume run Honeydukes? Yes, that is my younger brother, Ambrosius, and his wife. Sigwald smiled. So what can I do for you today, Mr. Flume? Harry asked cheerily. Well, after your generous donation we were able to repair all of the damage to the village in record time. Flume began. Not that there was all that much really, but we're having a celebration anyway. The whole village unanimously decided to delay until September and invite you as a guest of honor. Wow, I'm honored, sir. Harry said graciously. I would love to be there, but I don't know if the headmaster will let me. I'm not allowed off the grounds until next year, you see. Oh, that is no problem. Flume smiled. I have already spoken with him about it. All you need is to get permission from your godfather. Well, I'll ask. Harry decided. Can I bring guests? Of course, but they'll have to get permission as well. Flume grinned in relief. Harry, we need to get inside. Flitwick said, checking his watch. Flume shook Harry's hand again. Whether or not you can attend, we'll be holding it on the third Saturday this month. I hope to see you there. I hope to be there. Harry smiled. It was nice meeting you. You as well, Harry said before turning and heading inside. Creevy, Colin. McGonagall was calling out as Harry walked into the Great Hall. No, Harry cried, falling to his knees while tilting his head back so his shout was directed at the ceiling. Harry, what's wrong? Flitwick asked worriedly as the entire student body and all the teachers had their attention redirected. I missed the song. He sobbed overdramatically, throwing a wrist up against his forehead while students started laughing. I told you someone likes my songs, Albus. The Hat boasted smugly before turning to Harry. Would you like me to sing it again? No, McGonagall shouted before backpedaling hastily. I mean, we're in the middle of the sorting. I'm sure we can arrange a private performance, Mr. Potter. But for now, just go sit down and try to behave yourself. Oh, no worries. Harry smiled reassuringly. I'm all done causing mayhem for today. Harry made his way to his table. Hermione and Tonks had saved him a seat, thinking about the mayhem that he already caused and wasn't yet known. The potion is the first, and only, known potion that has a time delay function that is based on the ambient time rather than how long the potion has existed. The timer was set to go off just before the end of the feast, or at least when the feast normally ends, just in time for Dumbledore's speech. Snape's seat was right there while Harry was applying the potion to the floor under the table. That was the first time he used Malfoy's wand. One password charm would pass from the cushion to Snape when he sat down. After that, it was all hoping that someone said the password in Snape's presence. Considering that Harry set the password to Prior Incantato, Snape would probably say it himself. It was good that this prank wasn't within Harry's normal style, it would make it easier to frame Malfoy. A quick-timed charm and one tricky event-triggered charm later, Harry had cast a spell that was designed to wipe the previous spell's residue out of your wand, thereby making it impossible to prove what spells you cast. Harry intentionally miscast it though. That should be fun, he thought with a smirk. What was that about? Hermione asked as he sat down between her and Tonks, bringing him out of his thoughts. Oh, the village is throwing a party and wants me to be there. Harry shrugged. I would like both of you to come with me if your parents agree. Party, for what? Tonks asked as the sorting proceeded, ignored by the three of them. Rebuilding the town. Harry smiled. I imagine they had a bit left over from the corpse. Lovegood, Luna, McGonagall's voice cut through their conversation and all three turned to regard the girl. Luna looked around as she walked forward and caught Harry's eye. She smiled at him serenely as she sat down and put the hat on her head. She only sat there for a few moments before the hat placed her in Ravenclaw. Harry grinned at her as she took the hat off, and when he was sure she was looking at him, he nodded pointedly to the empty seat across from him. Harry noticed the girls stiffen slightly while they applauded Luna politely. Hello again, Harry. Luna smiled as she sat down. Hey Luna. Harry returned the smile, the subtly jabbed Hermione and Tonks in the ribs with his elbows. Look Luna. Hermione hesitated. We may have overreacted on the train. We're sorry. It's okay. People misunderstand me all the time. Luna waved it off. Just try to ask people before you smell them. Tonks asked hopefully. It is a bit too personal for first impressions. But Daddy said that if I wanted to make friends I had to be personal immediately. Luna tilted her head to the side. Hermione ventured. Are you sure he didn't say, personable? Maybe, what is the difference? Luna turned her large eyes on Hermione. Personal is, well, the details that make each person unique, I guess. Generally personal issues are kept between friends and family. Hermione explained. Personable is when you're good at interacting with people, you know, friendly, warm, inviting, easy to talk to. Oh, Well, that does make more sense. Luna nodded sagely. How do I do that? Practice. Harry replied flatly. A lot of practice. Will you help? Luna asked wide-eyed. We'd love to, Harry said before either of the girls could respond. Right, girls? Right. Hermione agreed. What are friends for, right? Just don't sniff me, Tonks added. Hermione nodded. Thank you. Luna bounced in her seat. Weasley, Ginevra, McGonagall called out and rolled up her parchment. Ginny sat with the hat on her head for more time than any other student this year. Finally the hat came to a decision. Ravenclaw. As Ginny hurried over to the table, whispering could be heard amongst the clapping. No one was expecting her to not join Gryffindor and her brothers. Harry watched, stunned, as she found a spot with the other first-year Ravenclaws. Once she sat down, she looked down the table and looked at Harry before blushing and turning away quickly. Great, Harry thought. She followed me. I wonder how Slytherin she is. Harry sighed. I'll have to sweep her things for the diary again. Welcome back to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said while McGonagall took the hat and stool away. With a resigned sigh he started the feast. Time to eat. Luna's conversation with Harry and the girls carried on through the meal. They transitioned from etiquette to study habits to the classes themselves and were just starting to give advice about individual professors when a voice came from behind Harry, making him cringe involuntarily. Harry, my boy, how nice to see you. Harry turned in his seat to see Lockhart standing a few feet away grinning that horrid grin of his. Harry noticed immediately that Lockhart was holding his hand out to be shaken and was standing too far away for this to happen without Harry standing up first. Harry groaned quietly and stood up, shaking Lockhart's hand. Professor Lockhart. Professor Flitwick tells me that you're already being invited to public events. Lockhart kept his grip on Harry's hand and looked him straight in the eye. If you ever need help dealing with the public, feel free to ask. Lockhart laughed arrogantly. I have a little experience in that arena, if you know what I mean. Harry wrenched his hand out of Lockhart's grip. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Make sure that you do, Harry. Lockhart smiled again. Right, Harry shrugged. Excuse me, but I don't think the meal is going. Harry got cut off by a loud clattering noise from the head table. Harry's potion had gone off. For the entire meal the potion that he applied to Dumbledore's flatware was now all over his hands, and similarly the potion on the floor was now all over the soles of his shoes. Almost undetectable in its original form, the potion turned into an incredibly slick substance. The noise was caused by the mess made while Dumbledore attempted to keep hold of his goblet. A few seconds after the commotion started, and with all eyes now firmly planted on Dumbledore, large red letters appeared above him. Fumbledore. If Dumbledore had looked up and noticed this message, he would have suspected that this was only the beginning. As it was, he reacted before he could be warned and drew his wand to try and free himself of the potion. The Elder Wand wasn't likely to fall victim to a lowly prank like this, and Dumbledore was able to keep his grasp on it. With a quick wave of his wand, Dumbledore dealt with the potion and a smile lit his face. Chuckling slightly, he started to stand up. The potion on his feet was not nullified and Dumbledore immediately started falling. He windmilled his arms wildly, knocking over a pitcher of pumpkin juice in the process, before stepping on the hem of his robe and falling across McGonagall and coming to rest with his face in a bowl of mashed potatoes. Stumbles more. Gold letters appeared under the red ones as the student body's laughter reached cacophonous levels. As Dumbledore cleaned himself up, the third and final line of text appeared above him. Love, DM. At the Gryffindor table, one second year stopped laughing. Draco got more nervous as one by one each professor was reading the message and drawing the obvious conclusion. Once the head table had been checked for any further contamination by potion, Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall all stood and looked at Draco pointedly. Draco just watched as they approached, too panicked to even run. The laughter died down as the whole mass of students found solidarity in their desire to hear what was coming. When the professors were only a few feet away, Draco's brain finally managed to send a signal. I didn't do that, I'm sure, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall said skeptically. No, really. Draco stammered. Why would I sign it? For the attention. Snape sneered. Obviously. I swear I didn't. Draco pled. There is a simple spell that I'm sure we can use to know for sure. Dumbledore said sadly. It shows all of the most recent spells cast with a wand. Draco, do you mind if we check your wand for the charms that would be needed for those words? Of course, sir. Draco said, relieved as he drew his wand. It has been with me all day. Prior incantado. Dumbledore incanted, touching the tip of his wand to Draco's. As the last syllable was completed, there was a loud crack and a column of pink smoke surrounded Snape. It cleared after a moment to reveal Professor Snape with a head full of daffodils instead of hair. Snape's anger grew at the same rate as the mirth of the rest of the school. Everyone who could see turned back to the wands just as the first spell was appearing. Draco frowned in confusion at seeing the miscast spell, and by the time they had progressed back to the first spell Harry had cast during his prep, Draco was certain that his time in Hogwarts was over. Dumbledore didn't allow any emotion to show through as he addressed the boy. My office after I dismiss the rest. Yes, sir. Draco nodded meekly. Across the hall Harry was silently gloating to himself. Well, it was nice talking to you, Professor, but I want to get some dessert before it is time to go to bed. What? Lockhart asked absent-mindedly, still shocked. Oh, yes, of course. I'll see you in class, Harry. Harry sat back down while Lockhart walked away. The end of the meal came rapidly and quietly, then Dumbledore gave his speech with less enthusiasm than normal. Finally, the headmaster dismissed all of the students back to the respective dorms and motioned for Draco to go with him. You two go ahead, Harry said, motioning Hermione and Tonks on. I want to go talk to Draco once he's done with Dumbledore. Okay, we'll see you in a few minutes. Tonks smiled. Congratulate him on a job well done for me, won't you? And scold him for me for how many rules that broke and how much it could have hurt Professor Dumbledore. Hermione crossed her arms. The headmaster is over 100 years old. If he had fallen somewhere other than on Professor McGonagall, he could have really been hurt. I'll tell him. Don't worry. Harry reassured with a smile and a wave before turning away from the group of Ravenclaws. 15 minutes later, the gargoyle in front of the headmaster's office moved out of the way and Draco trudged out. He wearily looked at Harry. What do you want, Potter? Just wanted to come offer my condolences. How bad was it? Harry said, quietly falling into step with Draco as they made their way towards Gryffindor Tower. 150 points from Gryffindor in a week's detention with Filch. Draco groaned, burying his face in his hands. I didn't even do it. I was set up. Draco sighed after a few minutes of silent walking. They were very close to the fat lady now. I know you were. Harry nodded. How do you know that? Draco scoffed. What reason could you have to believe me that no one else does? Oh. Harry laughed and turned to face him. I'm the one who set you up. What? Draco shouted. Why would you do that to me? For you, Draco, Harry explained matter-of-factly. And you're welcome. I'm welcome. Draco gasped. You didn't do anything to deserve thanks. Didn't I? Harry smirked. No. Draco jabbed Harry in the with one finger. I'm going to go back to Dumbledore and turn you in. Draco, Draco, Draco. Harry put a hand on Draco's shoulder and shook his head. Why would they ever believe that? Besides, I can almost guarantee that you won't want to turn me in the morning. Why would I possibly want that? Draco raised an eyebrow. Just go to your tower and see for yourself. Harry gave him a gentle shove in the right direction. And if I still want to turn you in the morning? Draco asked cautiously. Then I'll admit to everything. Harry replied confidently. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Draco muttered before quickly adding, this one time. You won't regret it, Harry said as he turned and stalked off. Harry secretly followed Draco the rest of the way to the common room and couldn't help but smile when he heard the deafening applause roll out from inside as soon as Draco gave the fat lady the password. Harry made his way back to Ravenclaw Tower thinking about the promising progress he was making in Project Draco. HPCOC. Oh Tom. Today, when Harry looked into my eyes, I could feel a connection form. I know he could feel it too. I just know all my plans for Harry will work out. Where the hell is it? Harry screamed mentally as he waved his ineffectual Horcrux detector around. It gave a small indication towards London, and therefore towards Gringotts and Hufflepuff's cup, and a stronger indication towards the continent where Harry had 3 stored, but nothing close by. What if Lucius didn't even send it here? Then it would be near one of the others to not give a separate signal. Most likely in London somewhere, maybe he just dumped it in Flourish and Blots for anyone to pick up. No, I would have found it when people were leaving then, unless he gave it to an employee. They usually take the flow. Harry paled as a new thought struck him as he opened the curtains on his bed. It could be hiding its nature somehow. That would be difficult, seeing as how I can detect the cup through all of Gringot's wards. They would be horrified if they found out that I made something that could detect anything through those wards. So what's stronger than Gringot's? Harry put the detector back in its case in his trunk and laid on his back, staring at the canopy. Hogwarts is hypothetically, but any interference from the castle would probably stop me from detecting the others as well. What else is there? Charms, wards, Fidelius. Something I never came across in my old life. Damn it. Harry sat up then turned quickly and punched his headboard as hard as he could. What was that? Terry asked dazed as he woke up from the noise. Sorry guys, bad dream. Go back to sleep. Harry called from inside his curtains. Are you alright? Anthony asked from the other side. That sounded like it hurt. I'm fine, Harry said dully. I'm sure it sounded worse than it was. Alright, well, goodnight then. Terry mumbled as a rustling sound came from his bed. Anthony followed suit quickly. And now I can't even grumble to myself. Harry thought miserably as he laid back down. Alright, so what am I going to do now? Harry was still thinking when sleep claimed him. HPCOC. Harry watched in amusement the next morning as Percy Weasley stood solidly against the masses as he glared disapprovingly at them all during breakfast. With the exception of Percy, no one in the whole house looked like they got much sleep, and most had only started arriving during the last half hour. When there was only then minutes left, the twins entered carrying Draco, one of his arms over each of their shoulders. His head hung forward limply and swayed back and forth with the motion of the twins, which was fortunately not enough to knock the paper crown off his head. All of the Gryffindors, except Percy, broke into tired applause when they saw him. Draco took this opportunity to prove that he was still alive and meekly lifted one hand halfway before dropping it again. Fred and George dropped Draco in a seat and took up the seats on either side of him before proceeding to force him to drink several cups of coffee and eat some toast. McGonagall approached the three to give them their schedules while barely restraining her look of dissatisfaction from her student. Draco looked at his for a few moments before dropping it in horror and burying his face in his hands. One of the twins, Harry couldn't tell from the distance, picked up the schedule, blanched and patted Draco mournfully on the shoulder. Looks like there is something bad on there. Harry observed the obvious. First class for us today is double potions with Gryffindor. Daphne said from next to Blaise, across the table from Harry, Hermione and Tonks, and 2 down from Susan and Hannah. Oh, that's not good at all. Harry sighed, shaking his head. Do you think someone will be willing to send him to the hospital beforehand? What? Hermione asked, shocked. Why would you want him to get hurt? Because Snape will do so much more. Tonks said flatly. Hannah nodded in agreement. The problem is that whomever did it would become the focus of Snape's wrath. Blaise shuddered. Not many people would be willing to bite that bullet. Wouldn't Snape be happy about him getting hurt? Hermione asked. Wouldn't he congratulate the attacker? Hermione, have you ever stolen a chew toy from a large angry dog? Susan asked, raising an eyebrow. No. Hermione said timidly while putting her hands in her lap. They'll maul you. Hannah supplied. Big surprise, huh? And before you say it, being a human does not make Snape better than a large angry dog. Hermione was indeed about to say that and closed her mouth with an audible click. It didn't stop her for long. Well, we can't just do nothing. He could hurt himself, I guess. Daphne thought out loud. It would have to be something big though, like falling downstairs or something. Or I could be the attacker. Harry mused. Snape already hates me, and I could even do it without hurting anyone by just stunning him if I incant in Parseltongue. Are you sure you want everyone to know you are a Parselmouth? Daphne asked, concerned. Especially if you attack someone with it first. Good point, Harry admitted. I guess I'll just do it without getting caught then. If you'll excuse me, I have to find a place. Don't forget to leave enough time to put clothes on before class. Hermione reminded as he got up. No worries, dear. Harry smirked. I have more than enough time. HPCOC. Madame Pomfrey. Ron called as he and Neville carried Draco in. What happened? The nurse questioned as she bustled out of her office drawing her wand. We don't know. We were just on our way to class when a red light came out of nowhere and hit Draco. Neville explained. Red light, Pomfrey repeated. Enervate. I don't think anything happened. Ron said after the three stared at Draco for a couple seconds. Well, Sometimes it takes a little while. Madame Pomfrey said hopefully as she cast a couple diagnostics. Maybe a different language, she muttered when she saw the results. You two run along, I'll send Draco to class as soon as I can. As the two boys were leaving, Madame Pomfrey walked into her office and flued the headmaster. Albus, Draco has been stunned and I can't undo it. All right, Poppy. Dumbledore's voice sounded like he really would rather not help. I'll be there shortly. HPCOC. How'd it go? Susan asked as Harry caught up with the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs on their way to herbology. Good, only Ron and Neville were around. Harry smiled, still breathing heavily. And neither of them saw me. Whoa, Minty. Hannah commented on Harry's breath. Yay, parcel magic always makes my stomach feel a little strange, so I stopped by the kitchen and got some mint leaves to chew on. Harry exhaled a cloud of minty breath all over the girls. Really? Why? Hermione asked curiously. All foreign. Incantations do that for whatever reason. Harry shrugged. I'm sure it's written down somewhere but I don't know specifically. Too many in too short of time and you heave. Ew. Hannah said, wrinkling her nose. That's why most people don't learn. Harry said matter-of-factly. It's just about worthless in a fight. So, how do you think Snape is taking it? Tonks asked worriedly. He's probably on the warpath. We'll check with RSS at lunch, see how he treated the Gryffindors. Harry said quietly. But it is probably bad. Why didn't you stun Snape instead? Hermione asked innocently. Save the whole class from the treatment. Why didn't you think of that while we were brainstorming? Harry replied, throwing his hands up in the air. That would have worked so much better. Sorry. Hermione blushed. It's okay. HPCOC. That was the last language I know. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation, voice scratchy from the effort. If he doesn't wake up by tonight I'll flow Barty Crouch. He knows just about every language that I don't. Madame Pomfrey handed him a potion and a steaming cup of tea. Dumbledore reached for the tea but the nurse put the potion in his hand first. You've been trying for 2 hours, Albus. The potions will keep your vocal cords from inflaming and will prevent you from losing your voice later. And the tea, I assumed you were thirsty. Poppy said with a smile. A weary voice came from the bed. Where am I? Mr. Malfoy. Poppy exclaimed and quickly started casting diagnostics. You're in the hospital wing, Mr. Malfoy. Albus said just before downing his potion and scrunching up his face in disgust. You were attacked on your way to class this morning. Really? What did they use? Draco asked more wakefully than he had done anything else all day. It was just a simple stunner. Pomfrey said. Normally you wouldn't have even missed class but we still don't know what language was used. How do you feel? Better than I did at breakfast. Draco answered frankly. So I missed class. Yes. Dumbledore said, checking the time. In fact, I think it ended just as you were waking up. So, someone attacked me with a relatively harmless spell that made me miss potions class, and only potions class, while also allowing me a few hours rest. Draco summed up. Who do I say thanks to? The only witnesses only report the spell light. Poppy said with a shrug. We have our suspicions though. Dumbledore assured him. We do. Poppy asked, surprised. The usual. Dumbledore sighed. I don't think either of the Weasley twins did this. Poppy replied cynically. Neither Molly nor Arthur would teach them a second language. Well, anyway, if it is okay with you I'd like to go get something to eat. Draco interrupted, staring at the clock. What? Poppy started. Oh, yes of course Mr. Malfoy, you're free to go. HPCOC. So how bad was it? Susan asked as Daphne and Blaise joined the others at the Hufflepuff table. Oh, it could have been worse. Daphne said as she sat down. He spent a lot of time at the beginning of class talking about the ways in which he would make Draco suffer. It only got worse when Draco, Weasley and Longbottom didn't show up by the start of class. When those two showed up and told Snape that Draco was in the hospital wing and wouldn't wake up, Snape looked like he was torn between glee and even more anger. Blaise added. I think he decided to withhold his opinion on the matter until he knows how long it will last. Well, Harry looked at his watch. Draco should be awake by now. Sure enough, within a couple of minutes Draco walked into the Great Hall. Still tired after his forced 2-hour nap, Draco staggered over to his table and took a seat. Harry could tell that Draco was immediately bombarded with questions about who stunned him. Harry didn't bother to watch how he reacted but instead looked to the head table. Snape had clearly noted Draco's entrance and came to the obvious conclusion that Draco had managed to only miss his class. Snape's attempts to strangle his fork lead Harry to the conclusion that Snape was upset about it. The fact that he was reaching a shade of purple that Harry had only seen from Vernon before, and that his face was frozen in a fierce snarl, helped. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said from behind Harry, making the boy jump slightly. "Yes, Professor," Harry asked as he turned around. "Mr. Malfoy was stunned in the hall this morning and missed his class." Dumbledore stopped and waited. "Yes, Daphne and Blaise were just telling us about it. They're in that class with him," Harry said after waiting long enough to know that Dumbledore wasn't going to continue. "And Dumbledore lead. And Snape's pissed?" Harry asked, pointing at the head table. "No, well yes he is, but I was looking for an explanation." Dumbledore rolled his eyes. "I think you've come to the wrong wizard then, sir," Harry stated carefully. "Might I ask what evidence you have to suggest that I perpetrated this crime?" "I'm sorry but it is against school policy to talk about it until we know who the attacker is," Dumbledore said sadly. "Oh, I see," Harry nodded. "That makes sense. I wish you luck, sir, in your investigation." "Yes, thank you," Dumbledore said, turning away with a frown. "Enjoy your lunch." Harry," Hermione asked hesitantly as Dumbledore walked away. "Yes, Hermione. Did you just dismiss the headmaster, again?" Hermione seemed shocked. "Again?" "Yes, I might do that a lot." Harry nodded. "That's going to take some getting used to," Hermione said. "That would never happen at my old school. That would never happen here either," George said. "We've tried everything we could think of to do just that. You really need to teach us how you do that," Fred added. "He just keeps talking. The trick is to do it right after you say something that has no response," Harry admitted. "I implied that I was innocent and said that I understood why his reasoning that we couldn't talk about the case anymore. If he had kept going after that, it would have made him to be a liar or hypocrite. The fact that he didn't haul me off for questioning meant that he didn't have enough to do that with. So since we couldn't talk about that, if he wanted more information he would have to transition to another topic, which he couldn't do after I ended the conversation." "Well, when you say it like that," Fred drawled, "makes us sound silly for not figuring that out," George complained. "It's all about the timing, guys," Harry replied. "You'll get there eventually, just keep practicing." "What do you mean no response?" Hermione asked with a slight frown. "Really?" Daphne raised an eyebrow then sighed. Harry said that he agreed with the headmaster's line of reasoning and wasn't going to argue anymore. The only thing Dumbledore could have said was a confirmation, like he did, or he could insist that Harry wasn't done arguing somehow, or he could have refuted his own logic to give Harry something to work with. Honestly, he was probably trying to get Harry to try to insist that details that were secret really weren't and reveal something incriminating on accident. If Harry doesn't say anything at all, he can't say anything wrong, Blaise added. "Not a very subtle bluff. Who does he think he's dealing with? Children." Probably," Tonks sighed. "We are, after all, children still." "Lies," Blaise insisted, and the twins nodded in support. "Come on, Harry, Tonks." Hermione rolled her eyes. As she stood up. "We've got defense with the Gryffindors." "Lucky," Hannah groaned. "We've got history." "Quit your bellyaching," Daphne said sharply. "Blaise and I will be right there with you, and you didn't have to deal with Snape already." "Forge, I think we should brighten Snape's day," Gred said brightly. "I was just thinking the same thing, brother." Forge smirked. "Do we have anything in stock or will we have to get something ready before class?" Gred asked. "We have that soda fountain," Forge suggested. "That's still untested." Gred shook his head. "We don't know what it will do." "Well, all science requires lab rats, or in this case lab bats," Forge replied. "And who better than Snape?" "Fair enough." Gred grinned. "I'm in." "Like you ever weren't," Forge retorted. "Shush." Gred glared. "Have fun you two." Tonks laughed as she got up. "Just don't maim anyone," Harry cautioned as he followed his girls. HPCOC. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Obliviate doesn't have a color. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? I forget. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? I forget. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday and what would be his ideal gift? Sometime during the year, and an amazing story with no witnesses. How many times has Gilderoy Lockhart won which weekly's Most Charming Smile award? I'm going to say 3, that smile is fairly charming. Very amusing, Mr. Potter, Lockhart said, looking up from the quiz with that infernal grin of his. But I won the Most Charming Smile award 5 times. Did he even notice the other answers? Harry thought, frowning incredulously. Glad you liked it. I must say, it looks like Ms. Granger got a perfect score. Lockhart said, beaming happily at the girl, who was currently avoiding looking at Harry. It's not my fault, I have a really good memory. Hermione whispered out of the side of her mouth while staring at her hands. And it was a test. It's okay, my own. Harry shrugged. I can't blame you for doing the assigned reading. You're not mad. Hermione looked up at him. Why would he be mad? Lockhart asked brightly. Oh, no reason. Hermione said hurriedly and looked down again. Tonks laughed at the look of confusion on Lockhart's face. Right. So anyway. Lockhart shrugged and walked back up to his desk. Today Class 1 have brought in some fearsome creatures. Do not let their size fool you. Lockhart picked a covered cage up from off the floor and tapped it with his wand, making whatever was inside move about violently. Several girls squeaked worriedly. Don't worry. So long as I am around, none of you will come to any harm. I'm sure. Harry muttered under his breath, and got shushed by Hermione. Behold, Cornish pixies. Lockhart shouted as he yanked the cover off the cage. Pixies. Seamus laughed. Don't laugh, they're devilishly tricky things. Let's see if you can round them up. Lockhart gleefully opened the cage. Let's go, Textus. Harry shouted and brandished his wand, and a geyser of spider webs shot out. Harry managed to catch all of the pixies while they were still swarming out of the cage, along with Lockhart, who didn't move fast enough. Well done, Mr. Potter. Lockhart's muffled voice called. Did he miss any? No, sir. Parvati called out. Very impressive. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Lockhart said, causing the class to groan. What? I don't agree with the house point system. Therefore I am rejecting your reward. Harry informed the new professor. Not that I don't appreciate the recognition, mind you, it's just the wrong way. I understand, I think. Lockhart tried to shake his head, but it was held firmly. Do you think you could undo your spell now? I'm afraid I don't. Know the counter charm, Harry admitted. They should dissolve in an hour or two though. And unfortunately I can't move my hands to cast the spell myself. Lockhart said quickly. You could tell me and I could cast it. Harry suggested. The problem with that is that there is a very complicated wand movement. Lockhart stammered. Well, I do know one other way to get out. Harry said while the rest of the class snickered. What's that? Lockhart asked, relieved. I could set the whole thing on fire and burn them off. Harry said pensively. Although I don't know how to protect you from the fire, so you might get a little burnt, but you'd be free. No, Lockhart shouted. That's okay. No fire, please. Actually, that's why I didn't try to tell you the, incantation for the, counterspell. If you miscast it, could have set the web on fire. Yay, that's it. Well, you know best, sir. Harry mocked. If you could just stun the pixies long enough that I won't have to chase them down again once the web dissolves, I'll dismiss class. Lockhart begged. Stupefy. Harry waved his wand and all the pixies stopped struggling. Thank you, Lockhart said quietly. Now everyone out. So do you really not know the counter charm? Draco whispered after they made it out the door. Seems sloppy. All it takes is a regular finite, but it isn't like I'm going to help him if he doesn't know it himself. Harry whispered back. Oh. Draco laughed. And thanks for getting me out of potions this morning. I can assure you that I had absolutely nothing to do with that. Harry smiled. But you're welcome, least I could do. Harry smiled as he watched Draco hurry to catch up with the other Gryffindors. One should be enough to keep Gryffindor complacent after the twins leave, right? If Ron weren't so lazy he would make a good minion. Maybe Neville though. Whatcha thinking about? Tonks asked as she hooked an arm with one of hers. Oh, it's just nice to see that even with as bad of a start as he had, Draco can still find a place. Harry smiled at her, then Hermione when she took his other arm. Ah. Hermione cooed and leaned into him, smiling wistfully. You are not friends with him. Antonia Beery, a first-year Ravenclaw girl, scoffed as the group of them herded from their first Transfiguration class. I am too. Ginny defended. Then why don't you prove it? Tony shot back. Fine, I will. Ginny held her head up. What proof do you want? Sit with him at dinner. He's always surrounded by his friends. If you can join without getting kicked out, I'll believe you. Tony smirked. Fine, I will. Ginny declared even as she blushed slightly. And I'll join you. Luna called enthusiastically. Sounds good. Ginny smiled brightly at her longtime friend. Not so fast. Tony interjected. If you're really Harry's friend, you won't need another friend there for help. If Luna's there, it won't count. What? Why not? Ginny cried. Well, the two of you could just plop down and talk to each other while pretending to be involved in the larger conversation. Tony replied. It isn't too late to admit that you're not friends, you know. No, I was just trying not to be rude to Luna. Ginny stammered. You understand, don't you, Luna? It's okay, Ginny, do what you have to. Luna smiled serenely. Thanks, Luna. Ginny said appreciatively. I suppose you're going to challenge Luna's friendship with him next, aren't you? Harry specifically invited her to join him and those two girls immediately after she got sorted. I think that's proof enough. One of the other girls, Julie Miller, stated, and Tony nodded her agreement. Fine. Ginny growled as they reached the doors of the Great Hall. She looked around until she saw Harry. Already at the table with Tonks and Hermione to either side. None of the rest of his friends have arrived. Good, hopefully they'll feel unwelcome. Ginny thought as she turned to the other girls. If you'll excuse me, I'm not sure what you're trying to achieve. Julie observed to Tony, as Ginny got out of hearing range. Simple, if any of us want to approach him in the future, we're going to need to know how his guard dogs react. Tony laughed. Sit quietly nearby and listen in. Standard information gathering. That's what I thought. Julie admitted. But why'd she go along with it? I don't know, maybe she's stupid. Tony grumbled offhandedly as they found seats, leaving a glaring Luna behind, unsure of what to do. HPCOC. Hi. Ginny said meekly as she sat down across from Harry, blushing naturally. Hey Ginny. Harry greeted happily. Hello Ginny. Tonks said coldly. How are you? Hermione asked in a tone that clearly stated that she didn't care. Fine. Ginny responded. Her confidence was already running out. This was a bad idea. Jin. Fred shouted as he dropped into the seat next to her. Ginny groaned and dropped her face into her hands. What brings you to Harry's part of the table? George asked as he plopped down on her other side. You're not bothering him, are you? Fred asked with a scowl. No, she's fine. Harry reassured them. Tonks visibly bit back a comment while Ginny blushed even brighter. But seriously, what made you decide to join us today? George asked. I thought you would want to be as far away from us as you could be. Fred nodded. You weren't here when I sat down. Ginny squeaked. Pish posh. Fred waved his hand dismissively. You had to have known we were going to be here. George declared. Just like you have to be aware of the fact that once they get here there will be 2 Hufflepuffs and Slytherins joining as well. Fred added. Tonks and Hermione were smiling and nodding while Harry merely listened passively. Just like during the other 2 meals we've had today. George finished. So, not that we're complaining, why did our ickle whittle baby sister join us? Ginny was clenching her fists hard enough to make her arms tremble as snickers drifted down the table from the other girls. She was about to swear bloody vengeance on her brothers when Harry's voice broke through her thoughts. Leave her alone, you two. We all know why she's here. She doesn't need to tell us. We do. George asked with a frown. Certainly not anything to do with the 2 of us then. The only other thing I can think of is to get closer to Harrykins. Fred quipped. Ginny was sitting stiffly, glaring at her plate and blushing beet red. She was too stubborn to flee from the scenario but too mortified to do anything else. She was going over all the ways that she could kill the 2 of them without getting caught. It always helped her calm down. Whoa, what's with her? Blaise asked bluntly as he joined the group. The twins are intentionally embarrassing their sister. Harry explained. Well, that's their right. Daphne said as she joined Blaise, Hannah and Susan close behind. Siblings and all that. I would intentionally embarrass Astoria if she were here. We didn't do anything. Fred ed. It's not our fault. George cried. Everything is your fault. Hannah declared, rolling her eyes. Sometimes it's Harry's fault. George pointed accusingly. Hey. Harry squawked indignantly, then leaned forward and whispered harshly. Don't tell everyone. Excuse me, Mr. Potter. A quiet voice came from behind him. Yes. Harry asked as he turned in his seat. Oh, Professor Kettleburn, I take it the time has come for the meeting with Hagrid. Yes, I was just going down there now. Kettleburn said softly. If you're finished we can take care of your part of the business and get you back to your friends in no time. Well then, lads, ladies, I'll see you all later. Harry threw his napkin on his plate, glad that they had gotten there early, and stood up. Would you like company? Tonks asked, smiling up at him. I'd love. Harry trailed off when he saw the look on the professor's face. Sorry Nim, not this time. It's okay. Tonks said. We'll be waiting for you in the common room, okay? Hermione suggested. I'll see you there, he said with a smile that made Hermione blush and turned to Kettleburn. After you, Professor. Harry, my boy, Lockhart called as Harry and Kettleburn were reaching the door. Yes, Professor. Harry asked with an audible groan. I'd like you to come by my office before curfew. Lockhart smiled, oblivious to Harry's disdain. I want you to look up and learn the counter charm for that web spell. Is it detention? Harry asked cautiously. No, Lockhart assured. Just a good thing to accomplish. Well, I have business with Professor Kettleburn, you know, the man standing right next to me, and I don't know when it will be done. Harry left his statement hanging. Oh, hello Sylvanus, I didn't see you there. Lockhart acknowledged brightly. I'm sure whatever you have to do will be resolved quickly. Kettleburn understood that that was a suggestion rather than a statement, and bristled slightly. It will take as long as it needs to take, Gilderoy. Quite so, I'll see you later then, Harry. Lockhart pronounced and bounced away. Professor, Harry said quietly as Lockhart left. Yes, Harry, Kettleburn said just as quietly. I really don't want to be free before curfew. Harry shuddered. I know. Kettleburn turned and limped out of the great hall. Harry noticed that Kettleburn's limp was almost as pronounced as Moody's, but then again at the end of the year the professor retired to keep the rest of his limbs, so part of a leg was probably missing. Harry looked over the rest of Kettleburn's body and saw that most of his left hand was missing as well as his right pinky, the top half of his right ear, and there was a large nasty scar on his neck that Harry couldn't identify. Within moments of making these observations Harry noticed that Kettleburn was shifting nervously as they walked, making his limp even worse. Is something the matter, Professor? What? Kettleburn jumped. No, nothing. Nothing at all. Harry didn't say anything, but he quietly fell back a couple steps and drew his wand. There was no way that he was going to lose to a cripple or anyone impersonating said cripple. So, it looks like your class is dangerous. Oh, not really. Most of these injuries happened before I started teaching. Kettleburn shrugged. I see, so what did you do before? Harry asked, hoping to get a clue as to what had Kettleburn so nervous. I worked on a Noondu reserve. Kettleburn replied with a stutter, and Harry's jaw dropped. Not many of us were able to retire. Did you have a death wish or something? Harry asked once he got over his shock. No, I was just young and thought I was invincible. That feeling went away when I lost my leg. Kettleburn snorted in mirth just as they got to Hagrid's hut. Yay, that'd do it. Harry replied shakily as Kettleburn knocked on Hagrid's door. Harry. Professor. Come in. Hagrid beamed down at Harry. Tea. Yes please. Harry said politely and took a seat at the table. None for me, Hagrid, but I'd take some whiskey if you have it. Kettleburn said as he took the seat opposite Harry, whose wand was still drawn and carefully positioned as to be inconspicuous. The three of them sat in silence for a few moments, just drinking their drinks before it got to be too much for Harry. So, what are we doing here? Right, Kettleburn shifted anxiously. Don't spread it around, but I'm going to retire at the end of the year and Albus gave me permission to go out with a bang, so to speak. My third and fourth years are too inexperienced and the fifth and seventh years have their OWLs and NEWTs to worry about, but they sixth years get my final exam. Kettleburn paused to take a drink and took a deep breath. I know you've probably had this asked a lot already, but would you mind going through your fight with the basilisk for them? The other professors and I are going to make a replica, and the practical for the sixth year's test is to see how much damage they can do before it would have killed them if it was real. Oh, Harry said flatly as he quietly holstered his wand. All right. The relief in Kettleburn's expression could have lit the room. Wonderful. Thank you. I'll stock up on roosters. Hagrid joked. Why would you do that? Harry asked with a confused frown. Hagrid hesitated. Because they kill basilisks. Sorry, but they don't. Harry shook his head. Bluff gone extremely right. Oh. Hagrid looked down and stopped talking. Well, you'll be sure to go over that during the class then, won't you? Kettleburn said brightly, trying to alleviate the tension. Sure. Harry agreed before finishing off his tea. All right, Hagrid, here's the list of creatures I'll be bringing in this year. Kettleburn handed a piece of parchment to the groundskeeper. Harry, we're just going to be talking about feet and pens and things. It's going to be boring. You're more than welcome to go back to the castle. Okay. Thanks for the tea, Hagrid. Professor, the sooner you can get the dates of the lesson and an outline to me the better. Harry said as he got to his feet. Good night. Harry had completely forgotten about Lockhart's request before he left Hagrid's hut. He wasn't reminded until he was almost to Ravenclaw Tower when Lockhart suddenly came around a corner. Harry. Done with Kettleburn, I presume. For tonight. Harry answered. Excellent. Come along then. Lockhart grabbed Harry's shoulder and steered him away from the tower. No thanks. Harry rolled his shoulder and dislodged Lockhart's hand. Harry. Lockhart shook his head with a condescending smile. We must learn from our mistakes lest we repeat them. Harry raised an eyebrow. I don't really think I need to report to your office to learn how to cast Finite Incantatem. All I needed was to remember that that was the counter. Well, we can't all be perfect. Lockhart laughed. Come along. No, thank you. Harry said firmly and rolled his eyes. I have homework, you know, the stuff I have to do. Bring it with you and we can chat while you work. Lockhart suggested with a wink. If I'm going to chat with anyone while I do homework, it will be with people I like. Harry said, hoping that Lockhart would get the implication. He didn't. Good night, Professor. Wait. Lockhart called to Harry's back as the boy fled. Good night, Professor. Harry said loudly and pointedly as he kept walking. Bugger. Lockhart muttered and turned to go back to his room. HPCOC. I knew you weren't friends. Tony gloated as a red-faced Ginny meekly returned to their dorm room. My brothers interfered. I demand another chance. Ginny clenched her fists. Fine. You don't have any brothers in the common room, do you? Tony smirked. No. Ginny replied, wondering where this was going. Friends help friends with homework. Tony declared. McGonagall assigned that essay about the safety rules. Go down there and struggle with one of them. If Harry's your friend, he'll help. Fine. Ginny stomped over to her school stuff and dug out her Transfiguration book and writing supplies. I'll be back with a completed essay soon. Why are you doing this? Luna asked after Ginny left. She's weak. Tony replied straight-faced. So that gives you the right to be mean to her. Luna demanded. Relax, Luna. Julie said, trying to placate the other girl. It's all in good fun, she knows we're not serious. Are you sure? Luna asked dubiously. You weren't around very many people growing up, were you? Tony asked. No. What does that have to do with anything? Luna was puzzled. This is just a social ritual. Tony smiled. Female bonding. You'll see. I don't know. Luna trailed. Trust us, Luna. Julie grinned. We're all friends. Like they say, our house is our family. Tony nodded. Good-natured ribbing is all part of the deal. Okay. Luna said hesitantly. Good, now that that's settled, let's go watch. Tony hopped off her bed and walked out the door with Julie close on her heels. Luna followed warily after a moment's hesitation. HPCOC. So what did Kettleburn want? Hermione was asking as Ginny walked into the room. He wants me to help with a lesson this year. Harry replied while Ginny took a seat at their table, but not close enough to be intruding. Ginny missed the look that Hermione shot her as she started laying out her things, slightly more noisily than she needed. Oh, about basilisk killing. What else? Harry shrugged. Ginny didn't hear much of the rest of their conversation as Hermione and Tonks leaned closer to Harry. She was starting to write when she noticed the other girls from her dorm enter the common room. What's Luna doing with them? She thought as she glared at the girl in question. Luna smiled apologetically and shrugged slightly before gesturing towards the others subtly. At least she has the decency to look ashamed of herself. A few minutes of writing later, Ginny glanced over to the girls again. Tony rolled her eyes and made a gesture urging Ginny to act. She quickly finished the rule she was on and then sighed loudly. Harry didn't seem to notice, so she started chewing on her quill, looking thoughtful while humming. This went on for a few minutes before she got any reaction, and it wasn't what she wanted. Tonks looked at her pointedly, then shifted so that she was leaning on the table, screening Harry from Ginny's view. Ginny blushed and glanced back to where Tony and Julie were openly snickering. Ginny threw down her quill angrily. "Fine, I give up. If I give you a hint, will you shut up?" Tonks snapped. "I don't need your help." Ginny retorted. "Well, you clearly need help of some kind." Tonks rolled her eyes. "I was the top of my transfiguration class last year. Tell me where your trouble is." "I thought Harry was at the top of your class." Ginny frowned. "He's top of our graduating class. I took the top spot in transfiguration like Hermione did in charms." Tonks replied. "Harry just did better in every class than anyone else." Hermione added. "Just barely," Harry said humbly. "You almost had me, Hermione. So are you going to let me help or not?" Tonks demanded as Hermione smiled at Harry. "Fine, I don't know why Rule 5 matters." Ginny said lamely. "You don't know why you shouldn't eat food transfigured from non-food things?" Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. "That's 5. Then what's 4? Ginny stammered and noticed that Harry had to restrain laughter. Blushing uncontrollably, Ginny threw her things together and got up. "Never mind. I'll just do it some other time." She could hear her roommates laughing as she fled up the stairs to the girls' dorm. She dropped her things on her desk and flung herself across her bed, burying her face in her pillow. After a few minutes she heard the door open and several laughing girls entered. "Hey Ginny," Tony called jovially. "Why aren't you down with your friends? You look upset." Julie added, smirking. "Did Harry say something to you? If he insulted you, we'll get even. After all, what are friends for?" Tony and Julie laughed heartily and made their way over to their beds. Ginny lifted her head up to glare at their backs and saw Luna looking at her pensively. They locked eyes for a moment before Luna dropped her gaze to the floor. When Luna bit her lip and turned away, Ginny had to pull her curtains closed quickly so no one would see the tears. Luna had a hard time falling asleep that night as she laid in her bed staring at Ginny's, wondering about the truth behind female bonding. It was true that she didn't know anything about being social. "I should ask someone about it. I could ask Tonks or Hermione, but if Tony and Julie are right, that would be very embarrassing. Perhaps I should just wait and see. I wish I could ask Daddy." Luna thought miserably and rolled onto her back. "Harry would know. If it continues, I'll ask him about it. I'd better not tell him who I'm talking about. I wouldn't want to embarrass Ginny any more than she has been already." With a plan established, Luna closed her eyes and soon drifted to sleep. Ginny was still awake, lying in bed, wondering why everyone hated her. Even her one true love, Harry, didn't seem to care she existed. How am I supposed to get him to notice me when those two are always there? I can't compete with them academically. Maybe if I do something impressive enough, he'll see me, and then Tony, Julie and Luna won't be able to make fun of me anymore. Think, Ginny, think. What will impress Harry? I wish I could get advice from someone. Wait, I know just who to ask. Ginny fell asleep while trying to figure out how to phrase her request without sounding like a pathetic fangirl or a stalker. She didn't think she was a stalker yet, and she never thought of herself as pathetic, but Ginny couldn't deny that she was a fangirl though. It was going to be a difficult task. HPCOC. In the boys' dorm, Harry was also lying awake. His problem was distinctly different from both of the girls' problems. "I'm so bored. Why can't it be 4th year already? Planning and preparing is great and everything, but it isn't amusing. If Voldy were back already, I'd be done with this waiting shit. I'd do something to flush out the diary, but that connection probably hasn't been established enough yet." Even after Ginny had been possessed by it several times, she still had the resolve to toss it. Not having enough time is one thing, but at least you can combat that by getting more efficient or scrapping unnecessary side tasks. When you have too much time, those solutions just make it worse. "I could join the Quidditch team, but then I'd be calling myself a hypocrite. That wouldn't really do anything about my boredom though. No one in this school can seek worth a damn. It's not fun when there's no challenge. Interesting is way out of the question. Seeking is definitely out of the question. Maybe I should join the Gobstones Club." Harry's thoughts were interrupted at this point as he failed to hold back his laughter. "Okay, so not Gobstones. Damn the wizarding world and not having more extracurriculars. I guess I could try seeking without using my hands. That'd make it interesting. Too bad I'm not a chaser. Wait, I'm so stupid. I can be a chaser. It's perfect. Something I haven't done before with a completely different set of tactics, and I won't necessarily be the hero of the game, nor the villain, which means that it won't affect my reputation in the other houses too much. It requires teamwork too, which is something I've always struggled with. I wonder if I can get the captain to beg again. What is that guy's name? Harry frowned in concentration for almost a minute before he snapped his fingers all of a sudden. Mike. His name is Mike. That's settled then. In the morning I'll ask him when the tryouts are. Tonks wants to chase this year. I'll have to be sure to tell Mike that I'm only interested if there are 2 chaser spots available. He'll be crushed that I won't seek, but there's always Chong. With a new side goal established, Harry fell asleep smirking. Good morning, Nim, Harry called as he yanked her down onto his bed. Ack! Tonks squawked as she bounced and Harry threw his arms around her. Beautiful day, he said and ed her on the cheek before bouncing out of bed and quickly throwing on a shirt. Tonks was still lying on his bed blushing and smiling when he walked out of the room and she had to scramble to catch up. Hermione was just coming down the girls' stairs when Harry made it to the common room, and without wasting a moment he wrapped her in a hug and ed her on the cheek too. Well, good morning, Harry. Morning, my own, Harry said with a smile. Not that I mind, but what brought that on? Hermione asked blushing. Just seemed like what I should have done. Harry shrugged. Same reason as why I ed Nim too. Oh, Hermione looked to Tonks, who blushed again and nodded. I see. Is that okay? Harry asked cautiously. Of course, why wouldn't it be? Hermione asked, looking him directly in the eye. I don't know, Harry said flatly. So if there's no problem, here on to breakfast. Breakfast, Tonks agreed. Breakfast, Hermione said with a nod. As the 3 made their way down to the Great Hall, they were all silently wrapped up in their own thoughts. Harry was combing through all his memories of Hermione to try and find if she ever expressed displeasure with spontaneity and coming up blank. Hermione and Tonks were both trying to figure out ways to attract Harry's attention away from the other and wondering when their inevitable conversation would take place. Hermione managed to maintain her train of thought the entire way there, but by the time they had made it to the entrance hall, Tonks had gotten distracted by thoughts of Harry. Even though she knew he would be looking down lost in thought, she couldn't help but turn to the side in hopes that he would look up at her. Being hopelessly lost in thought and not looking in front of her, she failed to notice someone's cat hoping to get petted. Her brain did notice the soft yielding object under her foot and quickly made her hop to avoid stepping on it. That cat was completely uninjured, if a little surprised, but Tonks failed to catch her balance when she landed and fell sideways and, in a show of poise and grace normally reserved solely for ballerinas suffering from alcohol poisoning, Tonks stumbled across the hall and collided with a suit of armor. Tonks hit the floor hard, but she'd be damned if she was going down alone. The clatter of armor bouncing and sliding around the hall sent the cat fleeing. A blushing Tonks stared up at the other 2 from where she was sprawled amongst the wreckage, too stunned to move. Harry and Hermione stared back, mouths agape at the suddenness and violence of the affair. After a few moments the silence got to be too much for Tonks. Well, that was embarrassing. And she started giggling. Are you okay? Hermione asked before she started laughing too. Nothing hurt, Harry added, smiling, while offering her a hand up. Just my ego. Thanks. Tonks laughed and accepted Harry's help. Wonder how many people heard that. Dunno, probably a lot of them. We are right next to the Great Hall, Harry said and put the suit of armor back the way it was. Meant to be, with a wave of his wand. Great, Tonks grumbled as she started to dust herself off. Cats are a menace. By the time she had finished straightening her robes, Tonks was cheery again. All smiles, the 3 walked into the hall and took their normal places at Ravenclaw table, with the rest of the members of the court. Harry smiled around at all of them while Hermione and Tonks sat down on either side of him. Morning, everyone. Morning, Claus, Hannah said back. Did you see anything in the entrance hall? Fred asked. There was a loud noise out there a couple minutes ago, George added with a smile. We expect to hear Filch yelling shortly. Fred grinned. That was me, Tonks admitted. Took out a whole suit of armor. Nice, Blaise whispered appreciatively. Good choice, George commended. It normally takes him a couple hours to put one of those back together. Fred nodded. Or he has to swallow his pride and ask a professor to do it for him, George elaborated. Harry already put it back together, Hermione said and smirked as the twins' faces fell. Ah, why'd you do that? Fred pouted. Ignore them, Harry. Susan interjected with a pointed frown. It was the right thing for you to have done. I couldn't be concerned less with how right it was, I just wanted to protect Nim from further embarrassment. Harry said quickly. Harry noticed that Daphne smiled approvingly when he said that, and filed it away for later. With a small shrug he turned and looked down the table until he spotted a specific 7th-year Quidditch captain. I've been thinking about weight training in the mornings. Oh? Tonks asked, puzzled by the sudden change of subject. MMHMM. Harry murmured as he poured some coffee. Why? Hermione asked and looked down the table to try and figure out who he was looking at. Why not? Harry shrugged. I mean, I can only grow my muscles so big and they keep the same strength to mass ratio. My dad told me that when he was young that when he worked out in the morning he was more awake all day. Hannah spoke up brightly. We've noticed better control over our magic since we started beating. Fred observed lazily. Although that could also have just been from us getting older. George admitted. We're magical, we don't exercise. Blaise scoffed. Well, I think it is a great idea. Tonks exclaimed. Where do we get weights though? There is a gym down in the Quidditch stadium. Fred offered helpfully. But you have to be on a team to get access. George cut him down. Oh, Harry said glumly. Don't suppose you can let us in? No, sorry. George shook his head. There are strict rules there. Fred offered. Since no faculty is in the room constantly and we all have access whenever we want, the machines are enchanted to only allow people use them who have taken the safety lessons. It normally happens on the first training day in there. George sighed. But without being keyed in they just won't work for you. Well, we could still run. Tonks said quietly. Or we could try out for the team. Harry frowned. Do you really want to work out more than you don't want to be on the team? Daphne asked. You seemed very adamant about it last year. Well, my opposition to being on the team was really around being seeker. Harry shrugged. If I don't seek it should be tolerable. So chaser then. Hannah raised an eyebrow. Yay, sure. Harry said offhandedly. Are you sure you're up to it? Tonks asked. I've been training with Gwen all summer, it's a lot harder than it looks. True, I'll just have to see how I do though I guess. Harry smiled. Unless there is another way to gain access that I'm not aware of. I don't know. Fred shook his head. The captains would know though. Might as well ask. George added. Good point. Where is ours? Tonks asked and looked down the table towards the captain. Harry immediately looked the other way and pretended to be searching. Oh, there he is. What's his name again? Mike, I think. Harry said as he leaned around to be looking the correct direction. Hey Mike. Tonks shouted and got no response. Mike. She tried again and again, there was no response, so she picked up a bagel and flung it down the table, hitting him in the head. Hey, Mike. My name's not Mike. The captain shouted back, making Tonks frown and turn towards Harry. Really? Are you sure? Harry called down the table. Yay, pretty sure. The captain called back. But I can see how you'd make that mistake. Then what is your name? Tonks asked. Jeremy. Jeremy. Hermione shouted in disbelief. How is Mike an understandable mistake for Jeremy? My last name is Michaels. Jeremy called. You guys probably misheard someone saying that alone. Oh. Harry trailed. So what's up? Jeremy asked. Is there any way to get into the weight rooms without joining a Quidditch team? Harry called. No, sorry. Jeremy replied smiling. You could always join the team if you want in there. Okay. Harry called. When are tryouts? Jeremy's jaw dropped and his fork fell from his hand. You serious? I don't know yet. Harry smiled. Just tell me when they are. The 19th, 2 weeks from Saturday. Jeremy called back with a huge grin on his face. Don't expect me to like it though. Harry yelled, trying to get the last word. Whatever you say. Jeremy called back before turning and scanning Gryffindor table until he found Oliver Wood. Eventually Wood felt the pressure of someone watching him and met Jeremy's eyes, who promptly stuck his tongue out at Wood and mouthed, "We're getting Potter." Cho Chang had been so relieved when she heard that Harry was refusing to play. She had spent the last 2 years practicing and finally felt like she was ready to try for the seeker position. The Chasers last year were friends of hers and her hopes had almost been dashed when she heard about Harry's flying. Her hopes were looking bleaker than ever because she knew that she couldn't compete with him, and this was going to be her year. Well, I'm not going to waste my time trying to do the impossible. HPCOC. Hermione, we need to talk. Tonks said that night as she climbed into Hermione's bed just before lights out. Yay, I know. Hermione said sadly. We both know we both like Harry. Tonks said flatly. Right, right. Hermione bit her lip and looked to the side. What do we do about it? Friendly rivals and see who he picks. Tonks suggested. And we have to promise that there will be no hard feelings when he does. Hermione insisted. Agreed. Tonks nodded and the two of them shook hands and grinned. Now that that is out of the way, we can be giggly girls about him together. Hermione instinctively giggled at that. Those eyes. HPCOC. Dearest Ginny, tell your friend that if she wants to attract the attention of a boy, the first step is to do something he's interested in. You like flying, so if he is interested in Quidditch at all you should join the team. I mean, your friend should if she likes flying. Ginny went over his advice again. It was completely rational and Ginny could tell that everything he said was correct, but she really wished it had taken him longer to figure out that her friend was her. In the 2 weeks since she had gotten this advice she hadn't found a better way, and so she was down in the Great Hall early for breakfast on the 19th. She'd mistakenly told Luna about her plans where Tony could hear. As annoying as Tony had been over the last few days, Ginny did notice that Tony never made fun of her in front of Harry. That was probably just because once she did so she would lose a lot of blackmail. Telling someone's crush about them is an amazingly efficient threat. Either way, now wasn't the time for her to be worrying about it. A few minutes later she had finished eating and was headed down to the Quidditch pitch for tryouts. HPCOC. Harry Potter, sir, Marnie said as he shook Harry awake. Nap time is over. Wah, oh right, thanks Marnie. Harry grumbled as he swung his legs out of bed. 2 weeks ago he got a crazy idea and since then he had been turning back 6 hours each day to carve runes into grains of sand. The idea was that with a quick to carve and simple rune set each grain would be able to transmit a signal to him if there were any magical signatures within 3 meters of it. With enough of them spread out through an area any witch or wizard would be easy to locate. Harry was able to carve about a tablespoon's worth every day and still have time for a quick nap, so as to not disturb his sleep schedule more than necessary. I am so glad I thought of the recall runes before I got too far in. I would hate to have to repeat this process every time I wanted to change what area was covered. I would probably never put them down if I couldn't call them back easily. Harry stood and yawned. A satisfied groan escaped his lips as his back cracked while he stretched. He patted himself down to be sure that he wasn't leaving anything that he was supposed to take nor taking anything he was supposed to leave. A second Harry warped into the room and pulled out his time turner with a quick smile and disappeared as he fell backwards through time. Harry warped to the bathroom that his other self had just left and walked out. Harry headed down to the common room and greeted Hermione and Tonks with a hug and on the cheek, which they returned, as had become custom. Linking arms the three of them made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. When they got there Hermione noticed Ginny already there and subtly steered them away from her and took seats a fair distance away. Harry was already dressed for tryouts, and it didn't go unnoticed. I see you've decided to wear clothes today, Potter. Theodore Nott sneered from behind them. Finally decided to be a civilized human being. Harry turned and coldly regarded the boy that was trying to become his rival. I thought I dealt with this problem by moving Draco. Probably just a Slytherin thing though, top of the heap there has to challenge me or something. Harry sighed. No. What? Nott asked, surprised at the lack of a comeback. I haven't decided to become a civilized human being. Harry rolled his eyes. Duh. Oh. Nott's face went from confusion to triumph right back to confusion again. He turned to Tracy and Pansy, who were a few steps behind him, and they both just shrugged. You clearly don't get it. Harry shook his head mournfully and turned back to his plate. With a quick glance to each side he saw both girls holding back laughs. Get what? 2 words was all it took to break both girls. Harry joined them in laughing almost immediately and Nott turned and stomped off. It's almost too easy, Harry said, wiping away a tear after a minute when he was sure Nott was gone. Hurry up and eat, Harry, we have to get down to the pitch in a few minutes. Tonks urged and attacked her food with renewed fervor. Try not to eat your hand on accident, Tonks. Hermione laughed. I could just grow a new one. Tonks shrugged offhandedly. Really? Hermione stopped eating and stared. Yay, it's not really that big of a deal. Tonks nodded. You have to drink a lot of milk after you regrow bones though. I'd rather lose an ear or my nose. Can you do that too, Harry? Hermione asked, turning to the boy. Can't say I've had a reason to try yet. Harry shrugged. I'll let you know if it ever comes up. Well, learn something new every day, huh? Hermione breathed, shaking her head, before turning back to her meal. After a year around these two, she could honestly doubt that she would stay surprised for very long anymore. A few minutes of quiet eating later, the three got up and went down to the stadium. Hermione split off and found a place to watch from the stands. Quite a few other people were doing the same. Harry and Tonks walked onto the field where they were separating people into groups based on what they were trying for. One beater had graduated and needed replacing, as had two chasers. The seeker position was always open, so the team would always have the very best for that spot. Harry and Tonks added their names to the chaser list and made their way over to that group. The keeper took to the air and did a few warm-up laps around the hoops while Roger Davies, the one remaining chaser, made his way over to the chaser hopefuls. He picked up the list and ran his finger down it while reading all the names. He stopped at one all of a sudden. Weasley. Yes, Ginny asked from the front of the group. First years aren't allowed on the team. Davies told her bluntly. You're wasting your time here. I know, but next year I'll already know what is going to happen when I try out again. Ginny smiled. I don't see it as a waste so much as a fact-finding mission. Very Ravenclaw of you. Davies nodded approvingly. Very well. Good luck. Thank you. Ginny looked up to the stands when Davies turned back to the list and found Luna sitting alone. Luna smiled reassuringly and waved. Ginny smiled and waved back before moving her gaze on. Tony and Julie had decided to come watch as well. They were also smiling and waving, but not in a manner that made Ginny want to return the gesture, a different gesture sure, but not that one. With a slight grimace she turned her attention back to Davies. I thought you'd be over with the Seekers. Davies said to someone. I don't want to seek, sorry to disappoint. Someone replied and her eyes widened when she recognized the voice as Harry's. She'd heard he was trying out, which was the only reason she was there, but like everyone else she expected him to be seeking. You ever try chasing before? Davies raised an eyebrow. Nope, Harry said with a cocky grin. But I look forward to seeing how bad I am. HPCOC. You're really bad, Potter. Davies sighed in resignation after Harry missed his sixth consecutive shot. I know, Harry said sadly as he flew his broom to the end of the line. He was good in formation and at catching the ball, but it never went where he wanted it to when he threw it. His only successful pass was when the other chaser dove sharply to make up for his throw. Weasley, you're up, Davies shouted and Ginny started on her sixth run. It was hard to hear over the shouts coming from the beater section, but Harry ignored it and watched as Ginny took off down the pitch. The shouts from behind him got louder just as a bludger went rocketing over his shoulder and past the other chasers. Harry could tell that Ginny was completely focused on her task as she entered the obstacles. She'll be a sitting duck after the first turn. Without a second thought Harry leaned forward and pulled the broom along as he flew under his own power to cut the bludger off. As she came around the corner the bludger altered its course. Her eyes grew wide with surprise when she saw Harry bearing down on her, and just before the collision Harry corkscrewed. During his second revolution Harry grabbed the bludger and shoved it towards the ground as hard as he could. He pulled up and stopped instantly, and Ginny, fortunately, had gone up to avoid hitting Harry rather than down, where she would have met the bludger. Thanks, Ginny said once she realized what had happened, blushing furiously. No problem, Ginny, Harry panted. Would have done it for anyone. Ginny smiled at him as Davies flew up. Potter, that was excellent. Go join the beaters. You'll probably make it. You sure won't hear. Harry took a couple deep breaths to recover. All right, I mean might as well I guess. Weasley, you can either take this as a miss or we can start your run over. Davies said to Ginny as Harry flew off to the other area. Considering I can't make the team anyway, I think, Ginny said hesitantly and cut herself off. Quit now and Tony will have you. She thought, then, nodding firmly, she found her resolve. No, I'll go again. That's what I was hoping to hear. Davies smiled. Go back to the start. HPCOC. After the chaser trials finished there was a short break while a smaller section was being boxed off. The last stage for the beater trials was a time trial. One beater would enter the box along with 6 practice bludgers and 1 stationary target. They had 10 minutes to hit the target as many times as they could. Harry was having a blast. 6 bludgers were enough that he had trouble tracking them all continuously. He hit as many as he could towards the target while he was dodging and twirling around the rest. He lost count at 10 and after that stopped watching to see if they even hit. For all he knew, he only hit the target those 10 times. Finally the whistle blasted and Harry flew out of the enclosure. As he came around the corner and into the stands where the beaters were gathered, he noticed a great number of gaping mouths. Harry's shoulders dropped and he rubbed the back of his neck. That bad, huh? Bad. Jeremy repeated. 131 is not bad. I think it might be a new record actually. 131. Harry shouted. You're lying to me. Roughly 4 out of every 5 attempts. Davies said, looking up from a piece of paper. The Weasley twins got 114 and 120, I think. The keeper, Grant Page, 4th year, added. And no one's ever done it before without getting hit. Wow. Harry said dumbly as he dismounted and set the broom down. Harry, that was amazing. Hermione squealed as she, Tonks and Luna came running over. Hermione and Tonks kept running and simultaneously wrapped Harry in the tightest hug of his new life. Thanks you guys. Harry laughed, although the words were slightly muffled by hair. You did pretty good too, Nim. Yay, she did. Davies said, nodding. It's all thanks to Gwen. Tonks said bashfully. Gwen who? Davies asked. I'd like to compare notes on training. Jones. Hermione said quickly before anyone else could respond. You mean Gwenog Jones? As in Gwenog, captain of the Harpies, Jones. Jeremy asked, awed. Yay, she's dating my godfather, Sirius Black. It should have been in the papers early August. Harry explained. Didn't you hear? I don't read those sections. Jeremy shrugged. People's personal lives aren't any of my business. I think I'm going to like you. Harry said, smiling. Jeremy smirked and excused himself before standing up to address all of the hopefuls. All right, we have 2 beaters to test out still, then we'll be moving on to seekers. Beaters can leave when those start just like the chasers were allowed to. Our decision will be posted on Wednesday. Rickard, your turn. Why bother? Rickard called back. There's no way I'll top that. That's your choice. Jeremy said and waited for a moment before Rickard signaled that he wasn't going to try. Okay then, Turner, you want your shot. No thank you, I'm with Rickard on this one. Alright, beaters can leave. Jeremy sighed and made large black marks next to the last 2 names on the list. They were far less likely to ever make the team now. Harry. Luna asked quietly. Yes. Harry turned and presented a very open face. Could I talk to you after dinner? It's important. Luna said nervously. Sure. Common room okay. It's a bit embarrassing, I'd rather not discuss it where others could hear. Luna whispered as she leaned close. What do you suggest then? Harry whispered back. How about a walk outside? Luna said as she pulled away. Okay. Harry smiled. Behind him Hermione and Tonks frowned. Thank you. Luna threw her arms around him, completely oblivious to the other 2. No problem. Harry said dismissively and turned to Hermione and Tonks as soon as she let him go. You ladies want to watch the Seekers or are you ready to go? If you don't have anyone specific to root for, you'll probably just find it to be boring. Davies advised. Tonks looked to him, then to Jeremy before nodding and turning back to Harry. Let's go then. Hermione nodded and Harry agreed. As they were leaving, Tonks shot Luna a look and hooked Harry's arm. Harry then felt lopsided and offered his other arm to Hermione, who gladly took him up on the offer. So, sounds like we both made it. I don't know the game very well but I would certainly agree. Hermione beamed. You did for sure. Tonks nudged him with her shoulder. We'll see. Harry said, not sure whether it came out humble or conceited. So who do you think will be the other chaser? I don't know. If Ginny were older she would have gotten the spot easily. I think she did better than me. Tonks waved her free hand about casually. Not sure otherwise. Stevens was pretty good, and Davies kept making eyes at her. I'll bet she gets it. HPCOC. So what's going on? Harry asked as he and Luna made their way down the front stairs that evening. I've been told that it is a normal part of girl life, Luna started, looking down at her feet, but I think it is mean-spirited. Is someone bullying you? Harry asked, turning and making her look at him. No, not me. She turned away. I don't want to use any names though, in case I'm wrong. What's been happening? Harry asked patiently. A girl in my dorm has made a few claims she couldn't back up and the other girls challenged them. Luna said without emotion. Well, that doesn't sound unreasonable. What else? Harry pressed. Well, I think they made comments afterwards. I think it made her cry. Luna was looking at her feet again. And one time I caught them trying to force their way into the bag she keeps her diary in. They stopped when I got there though. I see. Why isn't she asking Hermione or Tonks? Harry thought. I wasn't going to say anything, but it has gotten worse over the last couple weeks. Luna said guiltily. I feel bad that I haven't said anything before. Luna, don't feel bad about it. You cannot control the actions of others any more than they can control yours. Harry pulled her into a one-armed hug as they walked. Bullies don't care about gaining approval, they'll do what they want regardless. The best thing you can do is pretend they don't exist and surround yourself with people who appreciate you. You should tell that girl the same thing. So it is bullying and not just bonding? Luna asked quietly. Yes, it is bullying. Harry nodded sadly. Thanks for talking to me. Luna hugged him tighter. You did really good today, by the way. Thank you. Harry smiled. As they finished their walk and chatted about nothing in particular, Harry had something Luna said come back to the front of his mind, over and over. Neither of them noticed the two sets of eyes following them. HPCOC. Harry quickly glanced around the room as he followed Luna through the door to their common room. For the first time he noticed how coldly Hermione and Tonks regarded Luna. Their faces brightened as soon as they saw him though. Interesting, he thought as he made his way over to them. What was that about, Harry? Hermione smiled. Can I talk to you two alone please? Harry said seriously. Okay. Tonks said and stood up uncertainly. Hermione frowned and stood up as well. Luna was out of the common room before they started to leave. Harry wasn't sure how she would feel about this. With a mental shrug, Harry led the girls out of the common room and down the hall a little way. Have you two been picking on Luna? What? Hermione asked, surprised. No, of course not. At least I don't think so. What do you mean by that? Harry raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. Well, I read an article out of the Quibbler on Snurkax, and I went to ask her some questions about it. Hermione bit her lip. I was confused after the second word and it went downhill from there, and somehow I ended up with a potted plant overturned on my head. Really? Harry gaped. Why didn't I hear about that? Well, it was really embarrassing and a good bit awkward. I just took a shower and decided to pretend it never happened. Hermione blushed. I was trying to be nice, honest. I believe you. Harry smiled. It is understandable at least. Nim, you have anything to add? I had to learn the hard way that her non sequitur and ridiculous-sounding theories were a pattern and not just a joke. Tonks looked down. I thought the Lovegoods were just pulling a big joke on everyone else. I thought she'd laugh when I played along. Did she tell you that we were making fun of her? Hermione asked, concerned. She didn't say any names, and had a very hard time approaching me about it. Harry said. I don't know, she was talking about you, but I felt that I could rule you two out first without causing a scandal. That, and I saw how you looked at her when she came in. So, she might not have any problems with us? Tonks asked after she and Hermione had just blushed for a minute. From what you've told me, I think it was all just a misunderstanding. Harry nodded. Do you have a problem with her? No. They both exclaimed together and then blushed again, looking at each other. Tonks coughed and Harry thought she said repetition, but he wasn't sure. Okay, I'm not going to try to interpret that. Harry laughed while frowning slightly, making a very strange face overall. Do you think we should apologize? Tonks asked Hermione. Yay, probably. Besides, it doesn't do us any harm. Hermione nodded. One more thing, Harry said suddenly. Did either of you try and get into her diary? No. Hermione shook her head. Me either. Tonks shook hers too. Harry frowned. Could you two keep an eye on her too? I think someone else might be intentionally picking on her. Could you give us a few minutes to compose our apology? Hermione asked. Sure. Harry walked back into the common room. Luna wasn't downstairs, but that was okay. A few minutes later Hermione and Tonks walked in and after looking around they headed up to the girls' dorms. HPCOC. It must be hard watching all those people going to check if they're on the list and knowing you won't be. Tony whispered harshly into Ginny's ear as Jeremy posted the results. Harry made it, we were all watching. Julie added. Bet Tonks makes it too, and then they'll be spending even more time together. Too bad you're too young. Harry would never go for someone like you. Tony carried on, fueled by the tears welling up in Ginny's eyes. And no matter how pretty you get, Tonks will be able to be prettier. Julie hissed. Shut up. Ginny whispered. Weasley. Ginny jumped and looked up. Jeremy was waving her over. Yes, she asked, trying to keep an even voice as she walked over. Listen, you know you couldn't make the team because of your age, but you're really good. I talked to Flitwick and he gave me special permission to let you on the team in a reserve position only. Ginny screamed and jumped on him. He returned the hug laughing and set her down before continuing. Reserve, Ginny, nothing to get too excited for. You'll only be able to play in a game if one of our other chasers can't. Here's the good part though. Tonks and Stevens made the actual line-up, but Stevens is in my year and she'll be gone next year. If you do good work and show improvement, then next year whomever is the next captain, Davies will be, by the way, probably won't even bother with tryouts for the slot. Ginny was bouncing happily on the balls of her feet with the largest smile anyone had seen on her. I've got to go, right, Bill, and Charlie, and Dad, and Mum, and, well, you know. Ginny turned, threw Tony and Julie a two-fingered salute and sprinted up to her dorm. Tony and Julie watched the whole ordeal in complete shock. A few minutes later they finally snapped out of it and stormed over to the bulletin board to see for themselves. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.